down to a 10.13 at 132 mile an hour there. I'll be generous and round up.
Yep.
And Con in the Commodore, a 12.90 there.
Actually, you wouldn't know the distance he had at the start there, Craig Warren. It looked as if, like we'd have to leave the lights on for his competitor, but there was only 2 seconds between them, 2 and a bit seconds between them. A 10.13 and a 12. No, it wasn't a 12. It couldn't have been. I must have been looking at the 1,000 feet.
017 on the tree for Dave Matasevic in the black Cortina. Good race. The Cortina getting there first. 10.72 with a 5 and 1.12 mile an hour through the finish line. And a 10.86 with a 6, Les. 1.23 for Dave McGlynn in the HQ. Of course, in the rocket lane.
Yeah, well, that was unusual to have a 3.23 reaction time for Mr. McGlynn, but that's you get 3 opportunities here, 3 rounds thus far. Corey Stutchbury in the Holden Commodore, 5.7 litre. That's him in the rocket lane up against Greg Robbins from Molong. Orange Motor Group, Ford XR Falcon, 4.27. Molong. Oh, it's wow.
8 thousandths in the reaction times between these two, locked together off the start line, locked it together, making their way down the racetrack too. Strutsbury stretches the legs right at the end, 10.77 with a 9, 125 mile an hour to an 11.03, Les, for the XR at 1.19.
Wow, gee whiz, that was really close all the way down, wasn't it?
Yeah,
like
it was.
It's just a very, very slight difference at the start line, in thousandths of an inch. Mark Hopkins from Wattle Grove in the Holden LX Tirana, running a Holden 312. Arthur Johnson Engineering, CV Welding Fabrication, Renew Automotive, Guildford Spares, JF Engines and Haltech. Neat little Anglia down there too. We don't have any details, but seems to be motoring along. Oh, a bit of puff of the smoke there. Might have a little diesel in.
No, it is supercharged, so I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Don't know too much about it. I have seen it run here before at Sydney Dragway, but was doing pretty well to half track, and as you say, a little bit of black smoke out of it. So hope nothing has gone amiss there.
Yeah, well, I thought it might have been just a bit of unburnt fuel, but we'll see how it goes. Mitchell Gregory in that. Oh, Richard Matasevic. And they've been very consistent racing here. They support the track tremendously. The brothers, Richard and David, and up Mitchell Gregory from Pendle Hill in that 66 Impala, running a big block Chev 496, and Richard Matasevic in the Ford XY Ute with the Cleveland 434. A nice 1.2 and 0.19. Here's another bloke you can just about guarantee's reaction time. There he runs a 10.84 at 112 and an 11.429 at 119 for Mitch Gregory. Oh, nice 68 Camaro there. Up against Jim Raptus in the Jeep. Huh. Stand back.
Of course, you're a Chrysler fan, so I know which one you'll be going for. I know
it
might not be the Jeep, but it's got the right badge on it for you.
Yeah, so that's why it's got the right motor too.
Of course, we see these things out here quite regularly, and they are damn quick for what they are.
Yep.
Nice spot for Matasek in the Camaro, 0.25 on the tree. That big block doing its thing at the top end, 10.37 with a 4, 123 mile an hour to a 12.19, Les, at 114. Pretty sure we've seen that car run a little bit quicker than that.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. Awesome.
Jim will come out in round number 2 of qualifying, and of course we'll get a third shot as well, hopefully.
Yep.
Peter Villaris now in the Go Logistics Tirana, taking on Shane McGregor in the Ford Falcon wagon.
Yep, that's a blast from the past. Both those cars there, though. I think one of them was running at the a Day of the Drags.
Yeah, I think Villaris was out
Villaris,
here.
yeah.
Villaris tricks us up all the time because he switches between. They must have a bit of a fleet of cars, and they just decide, you know what, I'm going to drive that today.
Yeah.
1067 with a 3, 124 for the Tirana, and McGregor goes through with a 1355 with a 7 at 101.
Yeah, nice straight runs there. But this car there, it's a
XD.
Yeah, Falcon. Up on the solo, not on file. The details aren't on file on this. And we've got motorcycle action following that. That'll probably be modified bike or street bike. Oh, what a crisp sounding car.
It does sound really nice through the mufflers. It's not particularly loud, but we can pick it up on our track mics. A very clean sounding car. And it runs on through from 11.55, Les. 118 mile an hour through the finish line.
Not bad.
No.
I thought that was very good. Nice and straight. Right, now we're in, as I say, we're into bike, but I don't know if it's probably street bike.
Street bike, that's exactly right, Les.
Stefan Stavala in the Aeroflow lane in the Harley-Davidson Night Rod, 1250cc, up against Daniel Burtonshaw. I think this is the dad, yeah.
Yes, yep. It's Daniel Burtonshaw, of course, D&J Haulage on the Suzuki Hayabusa in the Rocket Lane, taking on Stefan Stafala on the Harley-Davidson Night Rod Sport, running for VP Race Fuels, Powerhouse Cycles, and Little Tokyo.
Well, it's got a couple of good sponsors there on board. There we go. Let's see how they get out.
015 red for Stafala, but that doesn't matter at this point in time. He's just looking for that time slip at the end of the race, and a 10.63 with a 6, 132 mile an hour through the finish line to an 11.21 with a 9 at 131 mile an hour for Burtonshaw. So Burtonshaw's bike definitely working well at the top end there,
yes.
but losing a little bit at the front end of the racetrack.
Yeah, it's funny. I've been watching and I've wondered why the Harleys they don't do all these wheel stands and everything at the start when they take off. And they're always just nice and smooth, and you can see the guys feathering the Japanese bikes.
We see plenty of Harleys do wheel stands, so don't worry about that. But it's just maybe slightly different balance on the bike as well. So Angela Phipps now on the Suzuki GSXR 1000 goes red on the start line. 0.47 to Greg Horadum on the Kawasaki. Phipps will get there first, 10.43 with a 6, 142 mile an hour through the finish line to Hordham's 11.57 with a 9.
Okay, well, we've got rather a, it's Mick Withers.
Yeah, he's going for a cruise on his
MW, yeah, check him out. I just thought it was a big guy on a big bike.
I wonder, because his heavy-duty magazine, of course. I'm wondering if he's doing a product review on it.
He could very well be. I'll just call by the drag strip and test fly this thing. Up against the unidentified rider over there in the flow lane. We don't have any details at present.
We do. If I was quicker at looking through an unsorted list of numbers, I'd be able to answer the question for you.
They should have a numerical order.
You would think so.
Yeah, or...
we'll have words, Les.
We will, and they shall be strong.
Yes.
Oh, Mick Withers gets out with an 015. That's normally a 10-second bike, but... A 13.945 for the unnamed rider in the Aeroflow lane, and for Marshall Mick Withers a 14 point. Where did it go? I think it was 14.48. Still not too bad.
Colin Northcott on the Ducati in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Jesse Barnes from Chipping Norton on his Pro Tune motorcycles. Now, that's not his Yamaha R3 anymore. He's on a Suzuki Hayabusa, I think, from memory.
Is he?
Yeah. Well, that's what he was riding last week, but...
Oh, that Diablo got out of there okay, and 0.87, big top-end charge by Jesse Barnes. Gets there first too at 10.22 with a 6 at 139 and a 10.68 at 130 for Cole Northcott. That puts Jesse Barnes at the top of the tree. He's there. Up number 2's Angela Phipps. Number 3 is Stefan Stavala. And number 4, Cole Northcott, who just completed his run. Then Daniel Burtonshaw, Greg Horadam, the unnamed rider, and Mick Withers, rounding out your 8 competitors in street bike. Well, it's usually street bike. Yeah, JD.
Junior bike is our next category up. Of course, we do
junior.
just need to set up the safety apparatus at the top end of the racetrack. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome all of our online viewers here today at Sydney Dragway. Of course, Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. Welcome aboard. Hope you enjoy today's streaming, brought to us by Ben in the production suite up here. Of course, Ben will be throwing suitable comments onto the page, answering some questions when he can, and of course bring us all the action. So we've already see some people have logged in from the US of A, so welcome aboard to our overseas viewers. We hope you do enjoy the action. Of course, if you're up in the grandstands or down in the pits and want to keep an eye on what's going on, because of course I know when you're working on your race car, it's hard to follow what happens up on the racetrack.
It is, very.
If you've got unlimited data on your device,
Yes, yeah.
I suggest you do it. Just crank up the volume, log in, and sit the phone there and just keep an eye on what's going on. So, of course, Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel, and also streaming via our Facebook page as well.
Yeah, they're both quality. The images are really, really good as well. So, and how many cameras have we got operating here today, Benny? 2?
7 or
7
8.
or 8. Well, there you go. See, don't send me to the TAB on Melbourne Cup Day to pick your horse.
Oh, he's got 6. That's fine.
6.
More than enough to cover the action, of course, from the water box right down to the top end of the racetrack. Our first 2 races in junior drag bike about to go through their burnout procedure. And yes, I can say burnout procedure because they do actually do burnouts. These 2 riders don't, but we've got one, I assume that he's entered this weekend, who doesn't like his rear tyre.
Doesn't he?
No.
No,
he doesn't,
okay.
Doesn't show any real, I'll say respect for it, because he tries to burn it off the thing every time he brings it out. And I've just given him the wind-up, of course, Josh, if you're listening. Lincoln Delios and Anastasia Lucky on the start line. Delios in the aeroflow lane, of course, on the Honda CBR, because the one with the wheelie bar. He's away with a 1:01 reaction time. These 2 races are pretty close on the, on the start line. And a 1:06 for Lucky in the rocket lane. And Lucky gets there first, an 11.93 with a 7, 56 miles an hour to a 12.45 at 51 miles an hour for Delios in the aeroflow lane. Oh, he's just warming up.
Yeah.
Just warming up, Les.
Well, that's it. He keeps looking around. I'm sure he's saying, what are you following me around for? That back tyre's always behind him.
I was told at round 1 presentations that I've kind of started a bit of a rivalry between father and son, of course.
Oh, that's not like you, Steve.
Oh, well, maybe a little bit later in the day we'll see a little bit more smoke. Burtonshaw away with an 0.88 light.
He's going pretty well there, young kid.
Little Kawasaki 300.
Oh.
Runs on through for a 9.65, 69 miles an hour through the finish line.
Gee, that's not bad. Now the junior drag bike, AJDB. Oh, good. Okay.
All right, so now we're into, of course, the junior dragsters. We can hear them firing up below us. And our first pairing out will be Brianna Boskovic and Daniela Axiak. Axiak running for Lush and New in the Rocket Lane. She's in the white and purple car. And Brianna in the Bosco Racing machine, of course, in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, well,
always
that's
immaculately presented, this team.
Yeah.
They had quite a fleet of cars with the Boskovic name on them for quite some time. We've seen a number of them progress into other categories.
We have, and even Dad's there. He's no stranger to the to this facility either. And pedals his race car pretty well. As so, if Brianna can take a few leaf out of Dad's book, when the good leaves.
Yeah, the good,
Yeah, not the bad ones. So, and same as Daniela Axiak.
Of course, both races on the start line. Brianna, I think, third generation racer that I'm aware of, and Daniela's father Alf also runs a RX2, manually shifted peripheral ported 13B.
Oh,
you see
well.
Alf down there on the start line.
Oh, I saw him down there. Okay, there comes the tree. Oh, gee, what?
Not too much in this one. 0.71 on the tree for Boskovic. Axiak gets there first, 7.97 with an 8.82 mile an hour, so just fractionally too fast. And an 8.94, I think it was, for Boskovic in the Aeroflow lane there. One of those cars not sounding so crisp on the hit of the throttle. I think it might have been the... was it the Reiko car that did the launch first, or was it Savannah Condello's Junior in the Aeroflow lane?
Oh, well, it's good to see the young ladies having a go. There's first four.
I think there's probably a 50-50 mix, actually, yeah,
good.
in Junior, I reckon.
Yep. Good.
In some meetings, it's probably the other way. There's probably more lady races than guys, but as I said, it's probably not too far. I haven't counted them. That's just a general observation. It wouldn't be too far away from a 50-50 mix.
Yeah, Chloe Reiko in the Rocket Lane from Albion Park, and Savannah Condello. Oh, gee, you've got some nice names there too. So, hone their skills, and we may see them as they progress up the line. I hope they turn around and come back as racers. Oh, gee, Savannah, she's going really quick there, an 8.13 at 83 miles an hour. And Chloe Reiko, just that little, Tommy will just have to turn it back just a little bit. So those times won't count.
Are we just fattening up just a fraction?
Yeah.
Half a turn. Another pair of ladies on the start line. Piper Bennett in the from Alfred's Point in the Stratus Form Junior Dragster.
Up against Tegan Smith from Albion Park. It's getting busy down at that Wollongong Albion Park area.
Yeah, I think probably 25% of our junior races come from down that way too. If we're talking percentages, there's definitely probably 6 of them, I reckon.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head. Or in that region, I will say. Maybe not Albion Park directly, but definitely south of Sydney.
Yeah.
And...
well, even, was it Bianca or Brianna? No, Brianna Boskovic. She's Wandandian. That's down near Jarvis Bay.
Yeah, so that's a bit further south. But,
a bit further, yeah.
0.86 on the tree for Smith in the Rocket Lane.
Ooh.
Good side-by-side race here, though, Les. And Bennett drives around, gets there first, 7.97 with an 8.81 mile an hour.
Just a little bit too fast. In qualifying, JDs can't go any quicker than 8 flat, but in competition and elimination, they can go a 7.90 and slower. So they've got two speeds and times to look out for. So you'll see the crew chief there, just it's the magic fingers. It's not because they're good at rolling cigarettes. It's because it's the little tune-up for these little JDs.
Well, I made the comment previously on Airless. I was looking at Zane Condello's car the other day when I walked through the pits.
Yep.
The brand new car for him, only I think second or third race meeting. Physically, the engine in these things are quite big now. Like
Are they?
The one in Zane's car is, I think most of them are now pretty much all basically an aftermarket billet block, billet cylinder heads, all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And just physically looking at them, they're quite big. Even the carburetor and everything that they run on them. I think Zane said he's running a 45 mil carby now. Of course, they're running a methanol. All cars pretty much now run methanol.
Yeah.
I don't know of any of them that run petrol anymore, but the methanol definitely a big performance gain in doing that, and they also run cool because, of course, they don't have any. The fins are gone. There's no fins left on that. Well, they're billet, right? So the block's pretty much all smooth. So the cooling they're purely relying on the air around them, and the fuel naturally as well runs cool, as we know.
Yep.
061 on the tree for Zane, the better of the two reaction times. Reiko an 070, so absolutely nothing in this, but I think Reiko's going to take it. 793 with a 0, 81.4 mile an hour to an 836 with a 7, 76 mile an hour for Condello in the airflow lane there.
Well, some of these crew chiefs, they've got this fine art of tuning, but sometimes it might be just a quarter of a turn, half a turn, or perhaps a full turn of the mixture screw, and then it'll, because you want it spot on for that air-fuel ratio.
Well, because I think that the air out there must be pretty good. We've seen 4 or 5 cars run under the 7-second zone, and the juniors usually very, very good at running 8.0s. You know, it's not uncommon to see the first 10 cars covered in around about a tenth of a second, or 500ths even. Certainly pretty tight at the top of the qualifying tree. On track now we have Benjamin Adard in the airflow lane running for ITF Hire and Pro Tilt Towing. Adard taking on Zach Ruffalo in the rocket lane, running for Sydney Waterscapes. 022 on the tree for Adard, but Ruffalo will get there first. 836 with a 176 mile an hour to a 931 at 68 mile an hour for Adard.
Yep. So there's a lot of reaction times with the 0, starting off with a 0, which is great to see.
Of course, these guys and girls all doing their racing with just their eye, leg and foot.
Yep.
Or eye, brain, leg and foot, I should say. There's no electronic aids with their reaction times. Jacob Longo in the airflow lane, running for RMJ Mechanical Repairs. Taking on Liam O'Neill in the EA Traffic Solutions, Princey Motorsports, Skips Fire Services, and Rusty Media Solutions, Junior Dragster. O'Neill, one of our younger competitors in the C Junior Dragster. Longo in the B. 086 on the tree for Longo. O'Neill went red, but again, that doesn't matter. O'Neill looking for a 12.0 or thereabouts.
Yeah, 12.052.
12.0 with a 5, 52 mile an hour, and an 8.88 with a 2, 73 mile an hour on the boards for Longo.
Well, that was a nice little run there, and the combatant in the rocket lane was a C Junior Dragster, so hence the slower times and the younger the age there. Alex Ruffalo now, also from Vineyard, in the Junior Dragster. McGee 33 up against Jake McNarama from Fairfield, West New South Wales. Steve and I had this discussion before about the white family tree, but we've got it right now, so we won't say anything more. And also sponsored by Fine Line Motorsports. That's young Jake over there in both running a Junior Dragster, so they can go 8 flat, and 790 in eliminations. Great to see too.
Let's see what McNamara can do. He's usually on the ball for that 8-0 time slip. 115 on the tree. Rafalo has gone red, 035. McNamara too fast. There's 789 with a 1. Look at what Rafalo's done, 804. He's probably our closest to the 80 so far that I can recall. Nice pass for the Rafalo team there. Strong field of junior dragsters here today for Western Weekender. Of course, fantastic to have the Western Weekender on board.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I really... People say that, you know, like, why don't they have, you know, their own day and stuff like that? And I said, what for?
Well, they do have their own day, but
yeah, but
you need to be able to race in front of people and hone your skills and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's more events for them being in with the rest of the program, so why not? I really enjoy it. I mean, because I like the kids when the expressions on their face when they get back.
I think it's all about fostering the future of the sport. And when you look down the list of categories, junior dragster, it looks to be only second in number to the Go Logistics Super Street.
Tips, yeah, that's another great category as well, another great class. So, Rottenbury versus Jeffrey McNiff. Oh, McNiff's got out there with a bit of a hole shot, a 0.62. What will that transpire to at the end? An 8.53 at 75 miles an hour and an 8.006 for Alex Rottenbury.
Yeah, Rottenbury right on the money there for an 8.0. We thought we saw a good pass out of Rafalo, but the number one spot pretty short-lived, unfortunately, for him. He'll have to come back and see if he can better that.
There's always some wise guy that ends up beating you.
It looks like one of the Speedflow cars, unfortunately, being pushed back. We don't normally see that a lot here.
Oh, that'd be the...
one of the lifting cars?
Lifting, that's it. I forget if it was the young lady. Savannah Lucci from Menangle in New South Wales in the junior drag, C junior dragsters. Now these they're another one that have got a dual time. I think it's 12 flat in qualifying and 11.90 in competition. Wow, they just keep coming out. And for Savannah Lucci, it's just a solo run. Sometimes you'll see the seasoned professionals there. They rock the car and it rolls forward, and they're pretty good at it too. But being a C junior dragster, she's she'll pick things up.
They're actually very hard to drive slow. So we can see there that the track prep here at Sydney Dragway. Of course, they're only the second or third category out this morning. The surface of the racetrack is still quite glossy, we'll say.
Yeah.
So that means that there's definitely still a sticky patch. So what actually happens is the cars virtually stick to the racetrack. So if any of those crew out on the start line decided to stand in the one spot, they probably, after a few moments, they probably couldn't walk away without twisting their shoe. They wouldn't be able to just lift their foot and walk away. Of course, we don't have a radial prep here today, which that is another level of sticky. That's take your shoes and socks off.
Oh no, it is sticky down there, and you won't see many people with thongs down there.
No, we won't see any.
Yeah,
you shouldn't see any.
No, you shouldn't see it, and not many with slippers as well. You see some people, and they really get stuck to the track. It's Johnny Lucci now from Menangle in the B Junior Dragster up against Georgia Lifting. That's who it was. From Old Bar in New South Wales up there, Newcastle way, and it looks like young Johnny got there first, an 8.90 with an 8 at 73.29 miles an hour and a 9.024 at 71.58 for Georgia Lifting in the Aeroflow lane.
Pretty sure that puts Johnny exactly where he needs to be as well in the B Junior Dragster.
Yes.
And I think that was our last pair of junior dragsters for their round number 1 of qualifying, of course, for the Western Weekender. We'll see those guys and girls back shortly for their second round of qualifying. While we put the safety apparatus away at the top end of the racetrack, we'll throw to a couple of ads from some of our supporters, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly here at Sydney Dragway.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh, wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Alrighty, round number 1 of Street Fighter. Our first pair sitting on the start line. We have Bill Hatsey in the rocket lane, of course in the Holden utility, away with an 081 line. A little bit of smoke out of Bill's car. And it's getting worse, Les.
And it's white too.
I'm hoping that's only tyre rub.
Yep.
But that's a lot of tyre rub. And a 1392 with a 997 miles an hour there for him.
Well, the track walkers are out on there doing the 2-lane shuffle, 2-lane blacktop shuffle, and just making sure that none of these, there's no fluids on the track. That's what they're looking for. So it might have been a tyre rub or something like that. I hope it was just that, but they don't seem to be too concerned about anything. One's already over the wall, so's the other one. So no oil there.
That's a good sign.
Very good sign.
All right, our next pair rolling through the water. Of course, Street Fighter is the introductory category to those who want to race with all the do the full bracket racing experience. So reaction times, dial-ins. They don't need a super fast car. They just need a car that obviously will race the quarter mile here.
Yep.
They covered shoes, long pants, and of course an approved helmet. And usually we see a lot of people that come out to our Race for Real Wednesday nights decide, you know what, I'm going to give this racing the full experience to go. And on the racetrack now we have Michael Zara in the Holden Statesman, taking on Sean Darnell in the Hyundai. Darnell, a 1690, 81 miles an hour. And Zara got there first with a 1592.
Well, that sounded pretty tough, that the Falcon over there in the Aeroflow lane, and in the Rocket lane we've got that, it's Danny Stadelmeyer. This guy's like Don Garlitz, he drives everything from Mount Hunter in New South Wales.
He's even raced his coaster once, I think, as well, the tow car for all these race cars. I don't know why, but maybe the tow car, maybe the race car had an issue and decided that he was going to race the coasters.
I tell you what, he's not doing too bad for a big land yacht like that.
Yeah, of course, it's a Toyota Kluger, I think it is. Ben Roberts at 1455 at 97 mile an hour in the Falcon.
And Stadelmeyer wasn't that far behind. Let me tell you, I was sort of really surprised. He had a good reaction time as well. Glenn Featherston in the Holden, not the Holden LJ Tirana. It looks like a VZ Commodore. I can't tell. I don't pay. Oh, I should. I should pay more attention to the models. I've learned off Tony Wadley. He's been an excellent backstop for me when it comes to Holden, and I'm not quite sure who's the driver of the machine in the Aeroflow lane, but a 229 and a 427 reaction time, the 427 going to Glenn Featherston. Who'll get there first?
That's Glenn Garlick in the Falcon.
Oh.
Pair of Glenn's 15.49 for Garlick in the utility to take the win there to a 15.55 with a 7 for Featherston in the rocket lane over there.
Well, we see that, this is Steve Hersler. He's the Steve Hersler's from New South Wales. Someone lighten them up there.
Yes, Jack Matasevic in the Ford Falcon. Of course, the Barra 4 leader on board. NA, of course. But taking on Steve Hersler in the VESS Ute over there in the rocket lane.
He was the winner of our the Canberra Dragway. Had a raffle, and it was a trip to the US for the final round of the series.
That's going back a fair way.
Yeah, well, it would have been in between 92 and 98. Oh, look at this! This is very close. Steve Hersler's going to get there first, I think. Yeah, he does. A 13.58 at up 101, and a 14.34 at 98.02 for Jack Matasevic. Yeah, he was one of these NRMA road service people that had come and fix your car by the side of the road, and I think he was the first. He bought Rick Chilton's old Mazda RX-3.
Ah, okay. The one that ended up with the twin turbos and the big bullhorn boost pipes on.
Well, Steve didn't run it very long because Canberra closed down, so he sold it, and that's how it is today. All right, Con Esther in the rocket lane, the Ford Falcon, 5.4 litre. Pietro Tellarico from Cecil
I
Hills.
like how you did that.
I went to the George Janikian School of
Linguistics.
Linguistics, that's it.
I didn't.
Oh, dear. Yeah, it was one of my other co-commentators. Oh, mate, he'd had trouble pronouncing Smith.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm not that bad.
No, that's what I mean. Yeah, you're way ahead there. Con Esther.
Don't talk about Rusty like that. 14.02 with a 9 for Esther in the Falcon, and a 14.61 with a 7.
He might be
95 mile an hour. It's all right. I'm only joking, Rusty.
Yeah, he knows. It's your old sparring partner. I was only saying to one of the officials that parked on the other side of Vegas down there in the car park that. Like you and yourself and Rusty featured at our last meeting at Canberra International Dragway back in the 8th of December,
yes,
1998.
I think, yes, I do remember that race vaguely.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago. Jesse Barnes on track now again. He is a very busy guy down in the race pits. He'll be racing his Falcon, his motorcycle, of course, in street bike, and if his father's James has entered, he'll be running crew chief for the Mustang. So Jesse, very, very busy boy.
Gee.
At Sydney Dragway here today, 14.60 with a 4.96 mile an hour on that pass there in the XR6, running for ProTune motorcycles, of course.
Yeah, well, it's that Falcon XR6 got along fairly well. Now we're into a modified bike. And in the rocket lane, we have Lorenzo Capogno, Little Tokyo, Harley Davidson V-Rod, and Michael Borg from Pendle Hill in the Kawasaki ZX-12R. Now, both very, very accomplished racers, these two guys. But watch for Campagna. He gets out really well. Oh, I tell you what. Michael Borg's taken it up to him, but Lorenzo there, he'll go through in the Harley-Davidson, runs a 9.26 with a 9 at 144 and a 9.70 at 139 for Mick Borg. Bobby Jo Simmons, haven't seen her for a while, but that's on my part because I'm just out of semi-retirement. Reed Carpentry, Suzuki Hayabusa 1330cc, up against Michael Riches from Sedives.
Rich is one of our hard-working officials. We give him the day off every now and then. 0.46 on the tree for Riches. The little 750 screaming in the airflow lane. Not sure if Bobby Jo's going to get around. Yes, she does at the top end. 9.68 with a 2, 154 mile an hour to a 9.81 with a 4, 138 for Riches in the airflow lane there. Les, I thought he was going to stay in front.
Yeah, he got out of the hole quick.
I guess the 750 just doesn't quite have the top end of the bigger CC. Also, Riches nearly double in capacity.
Yeah,
in fairness.
Yes, 750 to 1400 and something. Steve Franks in the GSF Engineering sponsored Suzuki GSXR 1100. That's Stephen in the rocket lane up against Gary Franks. So it's a Franks family. It's both sponsored by both got the same sponsorship virtually. Oh, Gary Franks out there in the Aeroflow lane.
He's leaning.
Yeah.
Back in the centre of the track now. Runs through for 11.71. Sorry, Les.
Yeah, no.
1.16. Right. And Steve Franks in the rocket lane at 11.35, I think it was.
Oh, well, have we got a family day today? We've got Matasevics here, we've got the Franks here.
Track racing's always been a very family-orientated sport, Les. It's not surprising.
No. Well, it'd be interesting to, join some of these people for breakfast or dinner, because I'm sure there would be some stuff going on in the morning. Robert Hill in the rocket lane in Suzuki 1000 up against Ian Hill in Honda 1000. Well, the Suzuki there has bolted.
It's gone. 9.14 with a 6, 152 mile an hour. Wow. To a 10.82 with a 6, 125 mile an hour for Ian in the Aeroflow lane there.
Oh, young.
Benny's trying to fatten us up.
Yeah, he is. Oh, no, we're starving.
Thank you, Ben.
No, they were right. Thanks, Benny. Good bloke, that Benny Garrard. Okay, Mark Davies in the rocket lane. I almost said in the Belmont lane, but that's where he's from. Belmont, New South Wales. Suzuki GSXR 999cc up against Albie Davidson from Rutherford, New South Wales in the TL 1000 Digger 996.
0.99 on the tree for Davis. Out in front and runs through for 10.45 with a 132 mile an hour through the finish line to an 11.70 at only 1.19 for Davidson in the Aeroflow lane there.
Well, Gareth Wilcox now also from Rutherford. Kawasaki ZX12R, another one, 1199cc, up against Wally Hoster. Well, Wally, GSXR 1000. He's in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, having a bit of fun in the burner there, getting a bit of opposite lock going. But we've seen Wally into the 8s, I think it is, in this machine, or on this machine. Comes out for the Aeroflow race for real Wednesday nights occasionally. And a 9.13 with a 5, 143 mile an hour through the finish line for Hoster. And 11.18 with a 2, 123 mile an hour for Wilcox in the rocket lane there.
Well, we have a right-on entrant number 2241. We don't have any details thus far. Up against, I think, track champion in modified bikes, Sean Ricketts from Castle Hill, Heavy Duty Magazine sponsorship. Kawasaki ZX12R 1199. Oh, I always thought he had a Hayabusa, but
no, he's been on a Kawasaki. Yep.
Kawasaki, yeah. I'll go down and have a talk to him if we have a lunch break. I don't think we will.
Oh, not much in this one off the, certainly off the reaction times, but looks like Ricketts, he's going to motor on through here with a 9:32, 143 mile an hour, and some issues for the rider in the rocket lane. Pretty much stood up off the hit of the throttle. Nice reaction time with an 0:38, but didn't seem to accelerate at the same velocity or even close to for Ricketts. So I think some issues pretty early on there in that pass.
Okay, Christopher Hocking from South Windsor, or I don't know. You live out South Windsor? Oh,
yep.
I thought it was. It's got here ST, St. Windsor.
The H is missing, mate.
Yeah, well, Aprilia RS V4 998. Don't see many of these bikes at the track.
Not 100% sure if this is the same bike, because that looks very much like a Hayabusa swing up. Oh, very crossed up. Nelly saw the whole side of it there. We can see the single tyre markers off the hit of the throttle.
Look at that.
Christopher doing the right thing, moving over to the side of the racetrack. He was lucky not to high side that there, I think. I say that as a person that's never ridden a motorcycle, but yeah, not what you want.
No, I had an unfortunate on a Suzuki GT 500. That was a 2-stroke. Same thing happened at the traffic lights. Gee, I nearly whoosh. It was like being at a small city rodeo. Nearly went flying through the air. Oh, this will be a good one. Looks like Sean Maher and the Mopar of Larry Etzel.
Well, the Mopar powered Nissan.
Mopar 408. Oh, thanks very much. Well done. Thank you. Wow. Zach Raffalo. Gee whiz. Well, look at that. Here we go. Sean Maher out with a 003 and in front at the finish line. A 9.21 at 145 miles an hour. Larry Etzel, an 0.18 reaction time. By crikey, these guys and gals today are really, really sharp on the ball. Zeros in front of reaction times galore. Andrew Little. Oh, I see that Miss Claire Little, I thought she might be racing, but Super Sedan, but it's not. It's Andrew Little in Forbes, 67 Chevy Camaro.
Claire finished racing juniors a little while ago, I think.
Yeah.
Like young Alex, I think she's done the focus on the studies thing at the minute, and so Andrew doing some very good reaction times of late in previous race meetings. A 178 there. Palumbo with a 019 on the tree in the 1-tonner. A 925 with a 144 mile an hour through the finish line for Palumbo. And a 962 with a 5 for the Bushrack Camaro.
Yes, that was very, very close there, and still both in the 9. So Andrew Little had the lesser of the two reaction times, but He's still got it. That's what I'll tell him. Chevy Taylor now in that his 409 number, and it's got a 409 Chevy in it. Very distinctive engine. He's in the rocket lane up against Chris Costello from Isabella Plains. Newlay Flooring Extra, Ford Anglia Chev 454. It's good to see him back at the track there. He's had some surgery, but he's been given the all clear. And I hope he...
You kind of thought that was going to happen. I saw the crew looking down. Chris wasn't lined up in the centre of the racetrack, and unfortunately the left wheel had the traction and turned the car to the right.
Right, yeah. Heavens to Murgatroyd.
So he was lined up pretty straight, just wasn't in the middle of the racetrack, and unfortunately that's cost that pass for the little angler. I didn't see what Chevy Taylor went in the other lane.
No.
Brendan Costello now in the EK Holden on the start line. 406 cubed Chevy on board for him, taking on Joe Zammit in the Zammit Borg Racing VL Commodore. This car taking out many a track championship and many a race winning here at Sydney Dragway.
Certainly has over the 20 years we've been operating now. 20 years was on the 14th of February. That was the first official meeting we had. We had a first couple of people prior to that. I think Alan White was the first one down. Oh, good start by both.
Zammit's car getting very crossed up at around about 100 foot there.
Oh.
Unusual for him, that car. Normally very, very reliable and straight. So I don't know if did leak a little bit. We can see the tyre mark from
is that
where
it?
Billy is.
Yeah.
Just come straight out from that. And then opposite the little white patch on the wall,
yes,
you can see that it starts to turn. But obviously out of the throttle, and Joe obviously feeling something not quite right with that car. It's done the right thing, moved over towards the wall side of the racetrack and out the first gate there.
Oh, well done. Now that's a seasoned competitor, a seasoned champion as well.
Well, I think if you are racing on the race surface and you think something is wrong, when it's safe to do so, pull over to the side of the racetrack, stop. Let an official come out and say you're good to go, and then continue down.
Yeah.
The last thing we want to do is spread something from where you think you have a problem all the way to the finish line, or worse, all the way down, turn around and be looking at a massive cleanup.
Yeah.
Dave Gruber and Victor Satlegianis now. Satlegianis almost in the identical spot there for where Zammit had the issue. So,
there might be worth a bit of a looky-go-see there. Dave Gruber, sorry about that. 9253 at 143 goes through. Victor there, he nearly was right alongside that with his first one. He was right alongside Dave Gruber.
That he was. The tyre mark is almost identical.
Yeah, look at it. You can see the swerve.
Yeah, almost identical. So we'll just check that racing surface out in the rocket lane now.
Yep.
And we should be down just for a little bit. Doesn't look to be any any concern or major pointing or discussion. And there's a little bit of discussion, but there's not much pointing going on. So I don't know. Normally they rub the track with their foot or their finger if they feel that there's something on the racing surface. But very unusual that both cars did almost identical thing. Now Victor's car probably a little bit quicker than Borg's, and that's why we saw the move over to the left a little bit more violent, I think, for Victor. Obviously he crossed the centre line.
He did cross the centre line.
Gruber showed the nerve and I think stayed in the throttle.
Yeah, he did.
The whole time.
Yeah, I'm out of here.
I think the right eye would have been going, whoa, this is getting a bit close.
Right.
So
Dave gets pretty excited. He gets pretty animated as well. So he'd be jumping up and down in that seat, you know. What are you coming over here for? So anyway, we'll hope it's only something small. But as Steve pointed out, it's the coincidence of two cars virtually in a row, one after the other, reacted exactly the same.
I believe what they're going to do, Les, is just a quick drag of the tyres in the rocket lane, and what that does is extract any perhaps minor amounts of anything that may be on the racetrack. So what we might do, Les, is just throw to some of our to our big screen for some of the ads from some of our supporters here at Sydney Dragway, and Les and I will be back with you for the remainder of qualifying session number 1 in Super Sedan. Of course, we are round number 2 of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Track Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway.
Thank you.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts, and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicone hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
I've chosen to use VP Racing Fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing Fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing Fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Okay. Nathan Cowie from Seven Hills in New South Wales, just over the back in the Suzuki Mighty Boy. Small block Chev 400 up against Racing Rex Webster. Builds the fastest horse trailers in the West. Austin A40 Ute running a Chevy 540. He had a one-tonner that had the 540 and it's managed to find its way into this neat machine. Rex Webster had a couple of good street machines too. A really nice FJ and a Carmen Gia. Oh, Nathan Cowie. Oh, Nathan, I think he's going to hold on to this. He does. He runs a 935 with an 8 at 142, and for Rex Webster in the Rocket Lane, a 966 at 140. Jumping Jim Donaro from Engadine. Like watching this guy race. AAP Performance Automatics. little Ford Cortina with a Windsor 364 in it. Donaro race chassis, builds a mean chassis too. Western Auto Pixton 1320 Web Design. On board with Jim Donaro running in Super Sedan. Don't have any details on the Commodore in the Rocket Lane, just a number, but they'll feed them in. They'll feed them in. Oh, Jim Donaro there, an 0.43.2 reaction time. 0.42, you can see it on the board down. Runs it through for a 9.440 at 142.19, and an 11.41 at 121 for the. That Commodore sort of came on gangbusters at the top end. 121.8 miles an hour. I thought it was fairly sanitary, but if you're running Super Sedan, you're certainly not running in Street Fighter or some of the other classes, so perhaps something went awry at the start. Well, James Barnes from Chipping Norton, he's sponsored by Zoo Fitness, whether that's his business, I'm not quite sure. Zoo Fitness, Ford Mustang, Boss 440. Everyone's getting 440s. Mopar had it first. There we go, James Barnes. Really, there he gets out of the, gee, an 0.15 reaction time too. Gee, those boys are wide awake. Runs it through for an 8.69 with an 8 at 154.67 miles per. Ooh, sharp looking machine. What are we into now? We might be into super gas, I'd say. Luke Romeo from Warrombi. In Touch Automotive sponsorship. Holden VP Commodore, Chevy 350. This is a, he's up against Joe Catanzariti in that stunning Pontiac Firebird running a Chevy 376. Only a small engine, but look, this is a 990 fixed index, so you can't go under 990, and the aim is to go as closer to that 990 as you can without breaking out and without going under. Now there's a couple, that's one attribute, it's a fixed index, pro tree, so they get a pro tree, no deep staging, and it's heads up. Oh, Luke Romeo's going really quick. 991 at 150. So 990 is 1/100th off, 1 and a bit hundredths. And Catanzariti over in the Rocket Lane went 980. So that run doesn't count. Now, Roy Romeo, well, it's good to see the mature gentleman, Roy Romeo, back in behind the wheel, up against Nicholas Polito. Nicholas from Hinchinbrook, Ford Probe 347. That used to be an ex-pro stock car, very successful in the 90s and the early 2000s. Roy just getting a bit stuttery at the start there. 006 red for him. A 10.03 for Nick Polito. 10.03 to 148. And a red light for Roy Romeo. Vince Panetta. This it was unfortunate, but this class used to have heaps and heaps of cars in it. Vince Panetta from over there on the North Shore. Straight Line Paint and Panel, which I think he's the proprietor of. Holden LX Torana running a Chevy 400. Ah, good on you, Steve. Yeah, beauty. I like surprises. Usually it's smouldering like a sort of like a science experiment, or there's powder around it. Vince Panetta there, an 0.45. Oh, he'll go close to that 9.90. Oh, he does, but it's under 9.877. So just a little bit too quick. So we only have 2 cars out of those 5, I think, that went down that are that ran slower than 9.90. Now, you'd go a long way to find a tougher lady competitor than the one in the Rocket Lane at the moment. Jess Turner from Epping in Victoria. Rear-engine dragster running a Chevy 407. Now, the record for that class, we're not running for records, I'll call it, but it's 6.487 at 210. So you can see the performance potential from the car, and a really, really tough racer. Her father was he was as tough as nails too, and he had I'm sure he had a front engine dragster, and it always used to lift the wheels up, so it was very, very sharp. Kavanagh Auto Parts, Dominator Converters, Denso Spark Plugs, Higgins Race Heads, PTHP. And while 0-1-2 for Jess Turner, but the driver in the Aeroflow lane gets there first, runs a 7.83 at 167, and for Jess, an 8.22 at 159. Tough little class, modified. It's usually made up of altereds. Sometimes you'll find the odd hot rod that's it's a car that's maintained a few parts, original parts like the grille and a couple of other things. You might find Jeeps and things like that in it, in the class, and front and rear engine dragsters. So it's a combination. But other than that, you don't see many sedans or utes or anything like that. But Craig Davies, he's in the Rocket Lane, in the front engine dragster there. Small block Chev 385, Sommerance race cars, ICE ignitions, good ignitions they are too, Victory transmissions, Revolution race gear, Brisbane. And for Chelsea Smith from Albion Park, Lucas Oils, Liquid Clothing, and Tony's Smash Repairs. So, and she's from Albion Park, down at Race Central down there. Bit of a greeting. Here we go. No, the lights aren't red anymore. Good, good. Both cars come in. It'll be interesting to see how Craig Davies goes. Chelsea Smith. Oh, she gets out with an O. And if that's not gun barrel straight, it runs a 7.75 at 171 miles an hour. And Craig Davies in the Rocket Lane, a 8.33. Chelsea Smith there. Huh. Not standing around. Ah, okay. I think this might be Lee Hartelaw Jr. in the Rocket Lane from Silverdale in New South Wales. BK Race Engines, Ford Roadster, running a Windsor 440. Very sharp, very distinctive too with that bright yellow paint. Also sponsored by Prestige Air Conditioning and Electrical. Ali Stewart, the infamous Alison Stewart from Queanbeyan, Welsh Family Racing. She's been given the opportunity to pilot this car for the Welsh Family Racing team. Chevy 400. Also sponsored by Jeff's Racing Engines, Cackling Pipes Photography, Madman Productions, and James Denaro Chassis. Really good peddler too, and it's great to see that she stayed on. As a twin sister, and they share the driving chores between them on Dad's Austin A40. So now just waiting for Lee to bump into that Second light, there we go. Oh, Ali out there, 1/1000th of a second too early. A red light, a 001 red light. She'll be cranky. I would be too. 8.79 with a 7 at 149 miles an hour there. Lee Hartle-Law had a few problems, still has. He's moved over. He's done the right thing. That's exactly what you should do. Exactly. If something's wrong with your car and it's still running, move over. He's going to take the early exit too. Another time-saving manoeuvre. Fantastic. Really good. That's how it's done, races. Oh, that's a sharp little thing down there. Peter Carlton in the Swale Riverview Island front engine dragster, running a Chevy 350 up against Brooke Rapasada. What? Oh, that must have been that big black pickup with the triaxle trailer. Wow. Brooke Rapasada. Front engine dragster, big block Chev, 640. Ah, Brooke there. Yeah, nice burnout, nice and straight too. Didn't get it crossed up. Peter Carlton there, short, sharp, loud. Front engine dragster running a Chev 350, and another front engine dragster alongside the one that Brooke Rapasada's racing. It is a big block Chev 640. All in modified too. Look at all these front engine dragsters. Hey, this is fantastic to see. They're making a bit of a comeback here. Wow. Neato. There we go. So Peter Carlton in the rocket lane, running A modified. Brooke Rapasada A modified. So they're naturally aspirated vehicles. Otherwise they'd be AAM MD or double B, or some of those little ones, a double C. They're the ones usually that have got a motorcycle engine or some really, really small, you know, around 1 litre, 1.2 litre engines in them. Here they go. So yeah, I tell you what, Brooke Rapasada got out, 015 reaction, time runs an 8.20 at 165 and a 9.05 at 146 for Peter Carlton. 2 sensational runs side by side. George Bukarishlev, that's George in the rocket lane from Bass Hill. Racemax Direct, front engine dragster, running an LS. LS, very unusual, but the engine's not unusual, it's just the combination, the LS into a front engine dragster. And Gary Durrington, a seasoned campaigner. I really like that little car he's got there. It's Holden 202, running in B modified dragster because it's a 6-cylinder up against a V8. George is very, very capable handling his machine over there. Same as Gary Durrington. He doesn't get all crossed up or anything, just down to the business end. It runs all day, every day. Now, I hope I haven't put the curse on him, commentator's curse. But anyway, this show, just watch George Bukarishlev in the rocket lane there. That car's really, really fast. Oh, he lifts the front wheels, bit more, pulls up alongside Durrington, and that's off into the sunset. He runs an 8.52 at 165 and a 9.95 with a 7 at 130.7 for Gary Durrington in the other front engine dragster over there in the Aeroflow lane. Now, this is solo. I was going to say this looks like Rocco Romano, and guess what? It is. Young Rocco came up from junior dragsters. then he was driving a sedan for a little while, and then I can't remember if it was super sedan or super gas. But anyway, he's now transgressed into this rear engine dragster, big block Chev, big block, all right, 598 cubes, should be another nice fine run from Rocco around the 7.5 seconds or 7.2. I haven't seen him run a 6, but we'll see how he goes. Very consistent and a great competitor, and always likes to get to the business end of a machine. Just wait. Oh, nice lead. Just wandered a little bit over to the centre line. Oh, this is a good pass. 724 at 181.52. 724 with a 9. Rocco Romano, A modified. That'll do well. A 006 reaction time. There must be people downstairs handing out. Has anyone got a box of cornflakes with 00 numbers in them? These reaction times are terrific here today. Well, you can put that down to the great crew we have here, the track prep team, right on the ball, as they always are. They've, over a period of time, they've become very, very professional. And I spend some time in the US, and the guys and gals that have come over here and raced, they reckon it's one of the best facilities in the world. Well, I think the only one that beats it is the one in Bahrain, which is, believe it or not, it's undercover, but it's undercover, and then at about at half track you see daylight or the moon or whatever you see, but it's like a lot of money and things like that. I'd like to go over and see it one day. But it's the old SD, Sydney Dragway, it's a marvellous facility. I really like it here, and I've commentated at a few places in America. Some of our just their bleachers, as they call them, and in the grandstands there that we call them, the seating isn't sort of as good as ours, but they did spend a lot of money at Pomona. There was an issue with the next door neighbour. There's a house that's just back. It's just right adjacent to the staging lanes, and the people weren't. They said that they had enough of the noise and everything. But anyway, they're still going, which is good. And there's a couple of tracks that have closed, as everyone's usually aware of. But there's a couple of more that are coming online, and so. Out with the old, in with the new type of thing. So all augurs well for drag racing for the future. I think with the electric cars and things like that, yes, they will have them, but and they will also have the top fuelers and the funny cars and all the other races. They'll just have to accrue enough credits to run. So carbon credits and all those sorts of things. So they'll get a dispensation, and which is good for us, and good for the race fans and everybody else that's associated with the sport. So they're just. I'm not quite sure what the discussion is down at the start line, but anyway. Benny, have you got something to entertain the crowd for a little while? Benny's used to this, pulling rabbits out of a hat. Oh, okay. Well, we'll just... I'll see if we can find out what's going on there. The two starters are still down there. Perhaps it's something to do with the start line. They may have been talking to a competitor that was finished, because the official there just hopping into that little ATV... he was getting involved in the discussion, so from down the bottom down there, so he may have been talking to someone, but I see the starter, both starters, and Mr. Hartle-Law Senior, Lee Hartle-Law Senior, moving back towards here. But if we can just find something for you to listen to or to look at, we'll certainly do it for the at a small intermission time. Well, thank you, one and all, for your patience. There, as you can see, there was an issue at the start line over there in the rocket lane. So we'll see how Tony Heisman's, how it reacts for him. He's the one in the rocket lane in that Chevy Camaro. I really like that that shape, Camaro and Firebird. And entrant number 8671, whose details are on. I'm only a sort of like a, I only make cameo appearances here, so I'm not up with everybody's name like these guys do it. 3, sometimes 4 times a week. Whoa, there's... Oh, that Tirana's a bit skittish. Tony Heisman's runs through for an 8.03 at 172 and a 12.16 with his hands full at the steering wheel there at 69.55. Oh, beautifully controlled. Eddie Howick, North Rocks, Enviro Waste, sponsored Mazda R100. No, it's not an R100. It's got a 13B rotary in it. Oh, and he's up against Leo Georges. The super sedan. Oh, Leo's in Top Sportsman. Well, he was in. He usually runs in. Was running in super sedan, of which he became national champion. Was either 22 or 23, and now he's back on track. Long Beach in New South Wales. I think he's left the ACT for good now. Although he did have 2 houses, sort of flitting between the two. Also sponsored by Queanbeyan and Engine Service. Tim Gruber there. Tim runs that neat little Cortina in Supercharged Outlaws. And Rocky Lamartina and Sons, they provided the colour and the carrots. Asset Arbor, which is an arborist. They'll cut your trees and down. And Askanov Constructions. So they're all helping Leo. Eddie Howick with that Mazda. It sounded sweet, but it's definitely not an R100.
No, it's got the 2J power plant on board.
Wow.
Loose in the aeroflow lane for Howick. No issues for Georges in the rocket lane though, Liz.
An 884, Steve, at 153.21 and an 037 reaction time. Neato.
Howick just cruising on down the aeroflow lane. Unrepresentative time for him, of course. We look forward to that car performing as it should, or as it's expected, a little bit later on today, hopefully in his next round of qualifying.
That was a rather savage launch, wasn't it?
I think I've seen that car sub 1 second to the 60, so just to give you an indication of, if not sub 1, they're very close to a 1.
1, yeah.
So just to give you an indication of what the car is capable of doing. Next up, we have Joe Sorbello in the Team Karam Datsun Skyline. Of course, the LS2 on board for him, running for Slingshot Converters, the Pro-Charged LS, taking on one of my favourite cars, and I'm not shy in saying that, Scotty Cousins in the Gas Motorsports 1200 Coupe, 2J inline 6-cylinder on board in this car. Absolutely gorgeous in the morning sun here at Sydney Dragway.
It's a tough little car. I'm familiar with the name, but I haven't seen him around for a while.
No, that's because he hasn't been around for a while either. So
good. Okay, well that's
he's
good.
Made a recent return to Sydney Dragway, and I'm a big fan of this car. Runs into the 770s-ishes. I think looking for somewhere around that sort of time frame for Scotty on this pass. Sorbello's car into the 8s on occasions. 028 on the tree for Sorbello. He is out and gone. I don't know if the little Datsun will catch him. He's a little bit slow on the reaction time.
No.
Shoots out early for the Datsun, still 790 with a 9, and a 165 mile an hour run for Cousins, and an 895 with a 2 at 146 for Sorbello in the aeroflow lane there.
Oh, look at Steve Wilkes's fantastic Ford Torino 1970. Ford Torino,
Yep.
Ford 632 cubic inches. Wow, that's big.
Yeah, they weren't shy in using sheet metal when they put this car together.
No, that's well, they
resources might have been a little bit more plentiful.
Yes, and it's terrific. He's got something else. I don't know that he races. It might be a tow truck or a tow car, but it's identical colour.
Yes.
And it really looks spectacular, but gee, I really like this car. I mean, it's big and it goes, let me tell you. Oh, I don't have to tell you because you've spent nearly as much time as I have at this facility, so... But it's just the overall size. That's why I like it when those big Impalas and big Chryslers get out here. This thing's not an exception either. It's
something about a suburb moving down the racetrack.
Yeah, isn't there?
So Brad O'Connor in the other lane running for Jenkins Performance Engines. This little Hemi-powered Chevy. Whoa, Willies! Unfortunately, no.
Oh.
Close my eyes for the second one there, Les.
Oh no, he's got to do it again. How
All right.
unfortunate.
Yeah, very much unfortunate. We'll be back with you here at Sydney Dragway as soon as we are able. We'll give you an update on Steve's condition and, of course, the car. Bear with us, ladies and gentlemen.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
If we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program.
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we're well underway with the clean-up. And just to mention that young Steve is out of the car and he is okay. We have all the people that the ambulance and the paramedics there gave him a bit of a going over, good going over, but he's okay. He's a bit unfortunate, most unfortunate actually. That car's, I think that's the second time. Well, if he rebuilds it, it'll be the second time he has to be. It has to be done. But anyway, look, just to report that he is okay. If you just bear with us while we get everything else tidied up, and we'll see how it goes from there. But we shouldn't be too long. Once we get the car off the surface, I think the officials down there and the track crew and everybody else has been picking up bits and pieces, so we don't have to. We won't have to worry about that side of things. So it is an unfortunate incident, but you know, that's gee, you can. Even in a pillow fight, there's you can get hurt. So it's just one of the things that happen. And but everything, and we hope Steve will be back with that car again. All right, have you got any?
While we've got just a little bit of downtime, Les, if you're
Yep.
sitting out in the crowd and feel like you'd like to grab some memorabilia from the event or from the racetrack, our track shop will be open until around 4 o'clock this afternoon. The track shop is open at the top of the stairs that lead down into the pits on the western mound, you know, pretty much opposite the start line. They have all sorts of merchandise in there. They've got, I think, sunscreen or your sun protection caps, hats, all that sort of thing.
Oh, good.
As I said, that will be open until around 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Oh, that's super. Well, I'll be up there for one because that friend of mine in the US, he always likes those these kind of shirts, you know, that are you know, whether they're from an event or a sponsored sponsor's shirt. He loves them, because they're all nice and bright and they fit him really well. So I'll go up there and have a look till 4 o'clock, you say?
Yep. I'll give you some time off and you can go.
Oh,
go
yeah.
up and
I
do
was.
that.
Which form do I have to fill out?
There's no form.
Isn't there?
No.
Oh,
no
okay.
form.
Oh, I thought it might have been.
I'm pretty easy going in that way, Les.
Yeah. That's a good thing about working up here too. There's easy-going chaps up here. We've got Benny and Steve.
Most of us are pretty
easy. And most of the time, I can say, sometimes, you know, it's a bit of cantankery around the place, but it soon drifts off. But yes, so keeping that in mind about going up to the track shop, I was hoping it would be open today, and it is. So that's great. They've got some really good shirts and things, all sorts of apparel there, and it's and particularly the sunscreen. If you've got sunscreen, well, it's back in my day it used to be called slip slop slap. So the mature folks out there will know what I'm talking about. But and keep the fluids up to you. Make sure you keep hydrated.
Yes,
and,
of course. It's not summer hot out there at the moment, but we're saying that sitting up in an air-conditioned box, so not out in the direct weather. But Les, I have to ask you something.
Yes.
Do you like nitro?
Oh, yeah, it's great with bourbon.
Is it really? I don't know if you'd be around to be able to tell that story. What it actually tastes like.
Yes, I do. I love the smell of it. You know, it's just one of those things. I love the noise that goes with it. I love the machines, everything.
Yes, because on the 3rd to the 5th of May this year, we are hosting the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs, of course, part of the NDRC Championship Series.
Yes.
And as I said, that's the 3rd to the 5th of May here at Sydney Dragway.
3rd to the 5th.
We'll be featuring Top Fuel and Nitro Funny Car, of course. So that is going to be an absolute cracker of an event.
Yeah.
At Sydney Dragway.
It always is, Steve, isn't
Yes.
it? It's one of our premier events. I think it's a bit underrated, by a fair few people, but anything that's nitro powered, I'm not quite sure that the nitro. I'm not sure. I haven't seen the entry list or what they're proposing.
According to the post online, we have 7 entries already for Top Fuel alone.
Oh, crikey.com.
We have 6 Nitro Funny Cars.
6. Oh, wow.
On top of our Top Fuel and Funny Car classes, the event will also feature Door Slammer, Pro Mod, which is a fantastic category.
That's,
Pro
sensational.
Stock, Top Bike as an exhibition, and of course all of our Aeroflow National Sportsman Championship races.
Yep.
So this should be an absolute,
Oh,
an absolute cracker of an event here for Sydney Dragway, and over 3 days. So
3 days.
So we're going to be pretty done by the end of Sunday afternoon, I'm sure. But well worth the effort. And of course, it's a carryover from the Rain Down event that we tried to host in October of last year.
All right.
So an absolute cracker of an event planned for Sydney Dragway. I believe tickets are already available online if you want to get in there and snabble them up already. But the 3rd to the 5th of May here at Sydney Dragway. And of course, we are having a raft of other events here, of course. Every Wednesday night, the Aeroflow Race for Real street meets that we have here. Always a well-participated event. Fantastic way to give drag racing a crack in your everyday car.
Yep.
Of course, all you need is an approved helmet, covered shoes, long pants, and of course a long sleeve top. And if it's not your first time here at Sydney Dragway, you can actually take a passenger in the car now too. So they just need to obviously sign all of the appropriate paperwork and have the same safety equipment as the driver, the helmet, the covered shoes, long pants, long top. And you can give a friend, a loved one, family member, whatever it might be, the same experience. Down Sydney Dragway here every Wednesday night.
Wow, isn't that a bonus?
Yep. It's a good initiative. Of course, we've been doing it for a little while now, but if it's your first time here at Sydney Dragway, that option is not available. It's got to be at least your second time here. Just so we know that you're familiar with the procedure, you're familiar with the facility in terms of where the sounds silly, where the finish line is, where turnaround is, all of that sort of thing.
Yep.
And of course, if burnouts are your thing, we this year, of course, hosting our Good Friday burnouts.
FRY Day.
Yes, correct. So that is usually a very, very well participated event. And I'm sure tickets are already available for that already online. Is only next week, so it's less than 7 days away.
Oh, no.
That's a very sad sight, Les.
Oh, you ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. Wow. Poor old Steve Willis. Gee. I guess I would have reacted the same had it been anybody, anybody else. But it's always sad to see that.
Of course, we know that motorsport is dangerous, and I think that obviously that's part of the attraction, the adrenaline rush and all that sort of thing. But of course, we don't want to see anybody damage their cars or spend money in terms of damaging engines, and of course we don't want to see any damage to the drivers and riders. Of course, your car can be replaced, but human injury sometimes takes a lot more to recover.
It does, doesn't it?
From incidences, but don't be fooled. The safety requirements for our drivers and riders are quite stringent.
Yeah.
The car, in Stephen's case, full tube race car. It's got all the proper seat in it, all the padding on the
Yep.
necessary bar work. He would have been wearing a fire suit. Harnesses, head and neck supports, gloves, boots, the whole box and dice. So he would have been in that car pretty tightly, pretty snugly, and of course, he's been able to walk away.
Yeah, well, that's the best thing about it. It's funny. No, racers are a funny bunch of people because they say, oh, like. Are you all right? And they're shrugging away the people that are trying to help them, all the say some of the paramedics and that. And they say, yeah, I'm all right. Just worried about my car.
Yes. Well, that's until the adrenaline wears off, and then
and then
they might have an odd ache or pain that needs to be attended to. But as I said, by all means, we have seen some pretty spectacular incidences here over the 20 years, and we can safely say that in the majority of cases, the driver or rider walks away without a scratch on them, which is fantastic. But, of course, our Sydney Dragway officials doing their very best to get all that cleaned up, and we shouldn't be too far away from returning to qualifying in Top Sportsman. We've got a number of Top Sportsman cars left, and then into our Extreme Bike for their first round of qualifying. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, the track shop is open until 4 p.m. this afternoon. Go up there, grab all your City Dragway merchandise, caps, hats, shirts, etc. And there's also earplugs and sunscreen up there too, I believe.
Oh, good. Yep.
So we could have given you the time off now, Les. We could have gone up.
Yeah,
anyway,
could have gone up. Yeah, I should have gone up.
I'll send you up there a little bit later on this afternoon.
Yep.
All right, so Les and I will be back with you here at Sydney Dragway very, very shortly. Thank you very much for your patience, and we'll be back with the remainder of qualifying.
Well, that's all she wrote in regard to the clean-up operation that we've had to carry out here. So back into, always a good sound, and so we're back into the qualifying sessions, and we'll finish off this first round for the top Sportsman bracket, which are some really, really powerful and quick cars. So you've probably seen them a lot as well, and so many of you will know what's involved when when something goes wrong. But anyway, looking to the brighter side of the meeting, we've got a couple of outstanding cars down there. Young Pete Hamilton, Pirate Pete. That was an ice block, but it wasn't a Pirate Pete, it was a Pipeline Pete, but I still call him Pirate Pete. That's him in the little VH Commodore wagon running an LS. It's got an LS in it, and that equally sharp. Oh, he lifts the wheels up too, does Pete. In that car, he's got Graham G-Train and a couple of the other lads. That's Pete's business is Perfection Performance in Hume in the ACT, and a great bunch of guys there too. So Pete Hamilton over in the Aeroflow lane, as I said, an equally impressive car is the car of George Matter. LH Tirana running a Chevy 632. So you've got still the big block in a small car. Let's see how they go. There goes Pete Hamilton. Wow. No, I think George just might pip him at the post. He does. So he goes an 810 at 168 and an 837 at 158 for Pete Hamilton. An 047 light too for the Pirate. He's everybody must have woken up to the alarm clock this morning or didn't need it. Joe Gattalari from Cecil Hills, the exclusive transport-sponsored Holden VL Commodore Chevy 555, 555 cubes. Oh, massive. The Mob Detailing and the Motor Oil Store. Additional sponsors there, along with exclusive transport for Joe. So, wondering if he's doing dual driving duties as well. Once in that beautiful black. Oh, that's look at that, straight down the middle. It runs an 849 with a 2 at 160 miles an hour. It's good they got rid of all this. Got rid of the kilometres. I know kilometres sounds a lot faster because the numbers are higher, but it's kilometres a shorter distance. So, oh, that's a striking looking car from Peter Bamone, Badgerys Creek. Wow. B8 altered production. Haven't got any details on the that late model or the current model Camaro over in the Aeroflow lane. Don't have any details as yet, but by the next qualifying round, I'm sure they'll be available to us and they'll be right up on the screen. Yeah, coming back nicely. Nice sparkling new car it is too, over there. Entrant number 1916. I don't have 1916. Let me see if I can get a Luke Romeo 1916. No, it won't be here, because that would have been the number he was given this morning. All the other guys are seasoned campaigners, and either through IHRA or ANDRA, ANDRA and IHRA, they've probably got their numbers between them. Either they run in both or just one of those rule makers. But yeah, we're running under IHRA here. That white Camaro isn't pointing straight either. It's just, I guess if you kept it at that, it'd probably hit the rocket sign down the bottom. But might have done it for a reason. I can see along the side of that car. Not so for the Mamone car in the rocket lane. Welcome back, young Steve.
Thank you, Les. Well, Mamone leaves the start line. A lot of RPM. I don't know if it a little bit of tyre shake looking at the marks on the racetrack there. And the Camaro leaves the start line. Wheels up.
Yeah, buttons off, but about 1,000 foot, probably just a little bit earlier, and ran an 891 at 120. A 0.463 reaction time, but Peter Mamone, pardon me, from Badgerys Creek, he a 0.65 reaction time. Hey, this is looking more like Street Outlaws with all these people around the place. You should see them. Oh, well, that looks like Leek Bruce. That's probably not. They would have had his number on. They would have printed up in there.
And maybe not in this category, Les, because they're not running in pro, right? So they're running in Super Comp. So Bruce's number wouldn't be in the computer in Super Comp.
Super Comp, yeah.
So we have Mario Polito in the Aeroflare lane.
Oh, Mario. Oh, good.
Got that off our number sheet. And just to be sure, it is Luke Bruce. Luke, what did you say?
Leek Bruce.
Leek Bruce.
Oh, Leaky. Leaky. You know, it's like John Carpenter. He's a carpenter. Well, Bruce Leake's a plumber.
He's not actually, is he? I know his son is.
No, it's Bruce Leake. He's Leake Plumbing. Yeah, mate, he's always...
No, but was Bruce a plumber too?
Yeah, he still is, yeah.
It's a little bit kind of funny in a way, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't realise that's what Bruce did. I know, was it Thomas? Thomas is a plumber.
Yeah, I think Mark's the sort of black sheep.
Yeah, he got into carpentry or something.
Yeah, he's somewhere
electrician.
else. Yeah, he didn't want to get his hands dirty. Yeah, electrician. Yeah. Tony Zafaris down there. This is the part of the pit crew, Tony Zafaris.
Let's see what these guys can do. Of course, the track conditions changed dramatically from when they would have been in the pit, setting the clutch and all the other bits and bobs that they adjust on these cars.
Yep.
Might take this round of qualifying and the next to get a little bit of data on the track. A little bit of shake for Polito. Leak to the 60.
Oh,
108 and out of the throttle about 800 foot.
800 feet, yeah. I'd agree there. I thought he might have been shooting for a 6-second pass, but no, he's just got it out testing. There's Doris and young Zaf. Zaf raced at Canberra International Dragway, and then he went to Speedway in the stock cars that go around. He went over to Perth and cleaned. I think 2 years he was national champion.
Yeah, wow.
He's great. Another bus driver, but not from actual. Is that? That's got to be Kit Hunter's car, is it? 1700.
Correct.
Oh, so the Provisional Performance fellows are out here today. Kit has dipped into the sixes.
Yes, twin turbo LS, isn't it? I think.
It used to be. It was it wasn't always an LS, but he went to an LS.
Car leaving nicely, a little bit loose, just past 60 foot, but out of the throttle and rolls on through a little bit of fumey down there out of the right-hand side. Still runs 745, 138 mile an hour, and he wasn't in the throttle.
No.
Much past half track.
No, they'll be, the boys, they're pretty switched on. I've had occasion to visit a couple of times.
He's doing 166 miles an hour at half track.
Yeah, and only finished at 138.
Next up we have Alex Borg. We're moving into extreme bike now, Les. If you like your motorcycle action super fast, this is the category.
Yep.
We see mid 6 second runs, 200 plus mile an hour out of a lot of these machines. Alex Borg in the Aeroflow lane is one of those. And Darren Foley for CHE Precision Auto also breaking into the sixes recently. 200 plus mile an hour runs.
Terrific. Rams Head Services. Also sponsored by CHE Precision. Now here we go. That's for Darren Foley. Oh, there goes Alex. Drifting.
I think out of the throttle early there.
Yeah.
776 with a 9, 159. There was a black track for a good chunk of the quarter mile. Some issues for Foley in the rocket lane.
Yep. Well, Darren, I haven't seen Darren for a while. I know that the Saratoga man, Jeff Gradden.
Yes.
He was partaking. He might still be if we get a new screen.
Of course, yes, he does normally race in extreme bike, but he might not be entered here. Of course, he runs the nitrous assisted Hayabusa.
Yep.
So
Ken Collin.
Yeah, all the way down from Queensland.
He's a great fella.
Of course, Willowbank Raceway undergoing track resurfacing and a whole bunch of other works and improvements going on. So the Queensland racers have been a little bit starved of their adrenaline hit. So Ken making the choice to tow down to Sydney for today, which is fantastic. Taking on Brant Gilliver in the rocket lane on the Suzuki. Ken will get there first, Les. 8:34 with a 6, 169 miles an hour through the finish line.
Oh, yeah, I wonder if young Chris came down with his dad, Chris Collin, and those two are usually at the pointy end of the field in the competition whenever Willowbank's open, and they often are pitted against each other in the final. But
Sydney Dragway's been a pretty good hunting ground for them as well.
Yeah,
Just quietly.
it has. Yeah, for the big events it has. But it's good to see him come down. Cherry Buggy from Bungendore. 666 Racing and Custom Suzuki Hayabusa.
This is Chris in the Aeroflow lane, Les.
It is?
Yep.
Right.
Nice straight pass for Chris on his motorcycle. 796 with a 167 mile an hour through the finish line. And Cherie runs through for a 907 with a 5.
Yeah, well, that's... Gee, I haven't seen her around, but that's terrific. Oh, it's, to come onto these extreme motorcycles, it's not just walk on and if you hop on a sports push bike from a mountain bike, these things are really serious gear.
Yes, very much so. Very much so. Diana as a party racing in the Aeroflow lane. Looks like Leonard just checking a couple of things out there. She's given the pat on the back. It's usually a good signal to move forward. And in beside, Jeff Gradden, we're talking about, in the rocket lane, running for Sigra Rolling Stock and Components. on the Suzuki GSXR 1300.
Oh, there you go. The dreaded GSXR. Let's see. Oh, Diane's got it going. Here comes Jeff. Oh, whizzes through.
Big speed, 923 with an 174 mile an hour. So definitely got it moving at the top end of the racetrack.
All right, we've got Brendan Miglianico from Oran Park in New South Wales, Rams Head Services, another Rams Head Services sponsored machine, Suzuki Hayabusa 1340. We don't have any details on screen, but it will be
Ryan Franks.
Another
I like
Franks.
how you do that, Les. You're giving me as much time to scan the list. We've got like
he's quicker than
3.5 pages. Yeah, I'll tell you off air what happened during the week at work, but you might not think the same when I'm looking at numbers, which scares me a little bit, considering everything I do is numbers. 313 on the tree for Franks in the aeroflare lane. Very close together at one point there, but looks like Miglianico got his machine working well at the top end. 194 mile an hour with a 773 in the rocket lane there.
Yeah, nice pass too. I see Jeff Graden in the previous pass. He's still got that stutter at the line, you know, like the bike doesn't get away cleanly.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's something to do with the fuel, because I think the unleaded fuel with the nitrous is, I've been told it obviously burns a little bit differently.
Yeah.
So sometimes the bikes tend to stutter on that, and then when they do the backfire of the shift, you get like a really bright flame.
Yeah.
So.
Oh well, that's.
Looks like we're moving into
VO.
Boosted Outlaws, Les.
Aha, is that what it stands for? Well, in for a bit of a treat here, folks. I like this Monaro.
Yep, that is, of course, Darren Hubbard.
Yeah.
TFX Hemi on board for him, 521 cubes.
Oh, it's really neatly signed, written too. It's got the Aussie flag on the side, and it's got it's got something else, but it's all Australian. Holden. Probably just finished a meat pie, so how original. Just waiting for the kangaroo.
It's about that time.
Yeah.
It's about that time he would have had his...
yeah,
oh, no.
He would.
And, of course, in the aeroflow lane, we have Curtis Reed for AFT Plumbing Services.
Oh,
and
right.
Valvoline. So fantastic to see Curtis and the Reed team out here at Sydney Dragway. Of course, the third generation racer is Curtis.
Oh, that Reed. Well. Gee, that's a neat ride he's got there too.
Yep, running the Keith Black in this one. PSI supercharger.
And a TFX 521 in for young Darren in the rocket lane. Gee, I tell you what. Yep. Wow.
A nice straight pass there for Curtis. All the sixes, 208 mile an hour.
Oh, yeah, look at
And
that.
Hubbard a 723 with a 7 at 191.
4 6s at 24, and it's 2024. So look at that. Brett White, he said he was racing today. So Brett White in the distinctive red machine. And we've got this, oh, beautiful. Alcohol funny car. And Brett White is will be in the rocket lane, and we've got 7722. It's probably might be an out of towner. Wow. It's been a little while since we've had these types of cars at a meeting for from Cambridge Park is Brett White, and a Chevy Monte Carlo with a Brad Anderson Engineering 521 cubes. He's coming back there. He knows what's going on. Also the operations manager here. Nice fella. This guy's got the driest sense of humour you've ever seen. It's drier than it's cemetery. It's bone dry. Funny sort of fella he is too. And that grey with the coming on to a black towards the front of the car, the shade from black to light grey or silver. Beautiful looking car. PAFC. Well, it's alcohol. I know that's what the A stands for. There we go. It's probably gone too far, I'd say. See one of the pit crew there pointing to the aeroflow lane, but here they'll be ready to go soon. Wow, well, a 5:08 reaction time in the aeroflow lane, and for Brett White a .350. It was they were pretty ugly at the start line, and both cars bouncing around there, so a bit of chattering.
It looked like White was a little bit more aggressive on the start line than Cruz Lovering in the aeroflow lane there, but Cruz obviously driving a little bit further and hence the faster time.
Right, okay.
Both certainly unrepresentative of what they would normally run.
Oh, it must be relative of Peter, isn't it?
His son.
Yeah, right, okay.
His son recently licensed in alcohol funny car.
Fantastic. I went over in 2006. I was invited over to New Zealand for commentary duties at their nationals at Merry Raceway.
Yes, okay.
And Peter and there was a couple of other guys that were then running. Before they became door slammers.
Like Wild Bunch or...
Yes,
yeah.
that's it, yeah.
I think they still call it Wild Bunch in New Zealand, don't they?
Yeah, the Wild Bunch. Brett Gillespie was there as well, so it was good. There was 4 of them. Okay. 130. This thing's all black.
Yeah, it's Toby Austin.
Yep. Gee, nice car.
It is a very nice car. Chevy Camaro, funny car.
Gee whiz. Oh, nice burn. Nice straight burnout. It wasn't drifting one side or the other.
No, Toby, a good steerer. He's taken home a couple of trophies here from Sydney Dragway in this car.
Oh, has he?
And took home quite a few in junior dragster just quietly when he was racing in that category not too long ago.
That's what I...
Off the top of my head, probably a 2 or 3 year break between.
Yeah.
So
that's where I remember that Toby. It's the Toby bit. There's not many Tobys been racing.
No. It's not a very common name, I guess, nowadays. But certainly Toby always at the front of the field in junior dragster, especially towards the end of his racing in that category.
Right.
But has taken the I'll say the leap into the funny car that we see on the racetrack right now, and has proven to be a pretty good steerer of this machine too. He and his father and a small crew.
Yeah.
Keep the thing on the racetrack.
Fantastic. Oh, gee whiz. What 12 months away it'll do for me. All these new cars and stars.
057
They
on the
don't come
tree.
much better than that, Stu.
No, straight down the centre of the airflow lane. 6:59 with the 3, 212 mile an hour through the finish line. 1-1-1 to the 60. A nice clean pass for Toby and the team.
Oh, that's magnificent. Oh, it's good to see that. See, folks, these are the kids that we hope would be like Toby Austin, that would just progress. Not necessarily. I would go straight from junior dragster into a car like that, but then I'm a bit conservative.
And looks like we're getting underway with the second round of qualifying for street bike.
Yes.
Not 100% sure if we will maintain all 3 rounds of qualifying. We've obviously lost a little bit of time with some incidences earlier this morning, but that is the meeting director's call. I have not received word on that yet, but we'll call this qualifying session round number 2 for street bike. On track we have Daniel Burtonshaw and Greg Horadum in the rocket lane, Burtonshaw in the airflow lane.
Oh, Daniel's out. He's off. Greg there a bit slower. Reaction times weren't great, but Daniel Burtonshaw in the airflow lane runs it through for a 10:31 at 134 and an 11:55 at 133.35 miles an hour for Greg. Well, Horadum or Horadum, because he's ADAM, Stefan Stavala and Angela Phipps. Angela, one of our, does she still officiate here?
One of our officials here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, yes.
So we've got a couple that run in the bike classes and a couple that usually run in the car classes, of course. But Angela running for Fittings 23-7 Pro Tune Motorcycles. Away with a 1:12 reaction time there. Stafala, I think, out in front at the moment, but it's going to be very close at the finish line. No, Angela got there. 0.64, the margin across the finish line. 10:17 with a 2 for Angela, 143 mile an hour, and I think it was a 10:17 for Stafala.
6/1000th of a second difference across the finish line. Wow.
Yeah, this one will be one of Angela's best passes, I reckon.
Yeah. Oh, Robbie Gilb's down there from Wandandian. Up against Michael Horatio Withers.
Withers has gone the 002 red. He took a shot there at the tree.
Oh, Robbie's... Oh, good. Oh... Yeah, Robbie Gilb runs a 10:79 at 131 and a 14:50 at 91.81 for Mick Withers. That's not too bad for a big heavy bike like that with all the saddlebags and.
Yeah, the aero is not the consideration there with that one.
No.
Although he could be listening to his music too. I think those things usually have pretty big speakers and everything on them. I'm sure he's not though.
Ross van der Hoek, a Dutch fella. That's, remember that Ren and Stimpy?
Yes.
That was Ren Hoek. That was Ren. There goes Cole Northcott. He's away this time, an 0.32 reaction time. Runs a 10:59 at 132.49 miles an hour. And for Ross van der Hoek, a 14:88 with a 7 at 96.44. Good Dutch name. All right, now Jesse Barnes, you were right about the Mustang, and it turned up just after you sort of went to see somebody at the other end of the building, and it was a solo run too. So, but yeah, it went by James Barnes. I will say Jimmy Barnes, Jesse Barnes. Here he is.
158 on the tree for Jesse Straight down the centre of the arrow lane. Let's see what he can do at the top end. 10.17 with a 5. 141 mile an hour, so that's a fair improvement over his 10.22 from the first round.
Yeah, very much so.
But still getting used to that motorcycle.
Well, Angela's at the top qualifier. Jesse, number 2. Stefan Stavala, number 3. Daniel Burtonshaw, pardon me, number 4. And Cole Northcott round out your first 5.
Well, look at the top 3.
Yes.
10.17 with a 2, 10.17 with a 5, 10.17 with an 8.
Yeah, 2, 5 and 8. Yeah, look at that. Wow. But, gee, look at the difference in some... Look, there's a 10 mile an hour difference.
Speed. Phipps is the quickest by 2.
Yeah,
and then,
big top-end charge.
Yep. And looks like we're about to get underway with a junior drag bike. We're just going to put the safety apparatus up at the top end of the racetrack. And we will get underway with their second round of qualifying. Unfortunately, only 3 junior drag bikes here today. I know of one competitor that's next door doing circuits. He was lucky enough to be picked up by I think it's a Yamaha.
Yeah.
Yamaha training program. So, yeah, definitely a fantastic opportunity presented to him. So, unfortunately, as I said, only down to 3 competitors in junior drag bike. But give it time, and we'll see more and more competitors in that category, of course.
Now, I think in junior drag bike, they have to be there. They start at a older age. Is that right? I don't think they're 7 or 8.
No. I don't know the ins and outs of that rule. Sorry, Les. I probably should do some research.
I thought it was some... There's Daniel Burtonshaw down there. On the limiter. Candidate number 1 for Friday burnout comp.
Well, I do know that Daniel and Josh have had to change a tyre halfway through a race.
So it's not halfway through a run.
I think that was the junior titles. He got plenty of runs in, let's just say. And the tyre wasn't looking so good at lunchtime, so they went and swapped it. Anastasia Lucky in the aerofoil lane taking on Joshua this time around. Joshua away nicely with an 0.55 light. And a 9.61 with an 8.70 mile an hour this time around for him. So a little bit quicker, about 0.4 of a second faster than his 400, sorry, quicker than his previous pass. And 11.43 that time around for Anastasia in the aeroflow lane.
Well, I see on there's a 1.25. One of the other ones, Josh's is a 300, but the other one's a 250cc. You know,
They're the same make? Were they both?
No.
Yeah, that's probably why. See, so we've got Lincoln Delios in the rocket lane. He's on the Honda, which is a 125. And Lincoln going pro style with the wheelie bar out the back.
Yeah. LA, sponsored by LA Cycles and Preston Civil and Apollo Batteries. Oh,
and young Lincoln runs through for 12.30 at 52 mile an hour.
Yeah. Here we go. Into juniors now, and a couple of the ladies out again for their second round of qualifying. We've got number 9 qualifying thus far, Tegan Smith in the aeroflow lane, up against Piper Bennett, our number 4 qualifier in the rocket lane. Piper's got to number 4 with a 7.978, so they are counting those unders. And our number 9 qualifier with an 8.058. So Tegan Smith is the one with the 8.05. That's her there in that black and yellow machine. I think it is from here. Yeah. Oh, yellow. All yellow. Nice.
There is some black on the side, though. You're correct.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Good. So, number 9 up against number 4. Let's see how she goes with qualifying over 8.0. Gee, look, are they the bikes? Yeah, they're neat. Here we go. Oh, 007 for Tegan Smith. She's pretty sharp on the line. She's always been pretty good. Runs it through there for a 796 at 81 miles an hour. Still a bit quick. Ah, but she's still got a 805 and a 793. 793 for the Rocket Lane. Get that twiddle finger. Right. Savannah Condello and Chloe Reiko. Chloe's in the Rocket Lane. She is our number 4 qualifier. She's gone a 799, which is quick. And our number 9 qualifier, I thought one of the previous was number 9, but anyway, it might have been another.
Well, it shuffles as the cars go through. So.
Oh, rightio. Okay, it does that. So Savannah Condello now is our number 5 before her run, number 9 before her run with an 8.137, and she's Savannah Condello in the Aeroflow lane and Chloe Reiko in the Rocket line. Wow. Both cars in and staged. Red light for Chloe Reiko, but red lights are free here in qualifying. No penalties. That was a close race. A 797 with a 3. She ran a 799 with a 4 previously, and
an 804 on the tree for the Aeroflow lane there, Les.
Okay, well, that's good. That was nice and solid.
Next up, we have Zach Raffalo from Sydney Waterscapes in the Aeroflow lane.
Yes, and
informed earlier that this is Zach's last race in Junior Dragster.
Yeah, last race, and we'd like to thank on behalf of the 3 of us. I would like to just say thank you very much to Zach and his dad for coming up and seeing us and telling us the good news that well, good in one way and sad in the other, but all good things come to an end. That this is his last race meeting.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see the Raffalo name around as well.
Yep, I hope so.
Zach has a younger brother in the category as well, and just will finish up this afternoon in Junior Dragster. 017 on the tree, out in front of Jacob Longo, who's in the Rocket lane. Raffalo gets there first, 823, 78 mile an hour through the finish line to an 887 there for Longo in the Rocket lane.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, well, I hope he, you know, that the event goes well for young Zach. He's been very well, he's a good racer. He's been good to watch. Liam O'Neill now in the Aeroflow lane up against Zane Condello in the Rocket lane. Now, see, we've got another 9th qualifier now coming into this one.
Just spinning you out, isn't it?
It is. It's all these 9s. Oh, I can't take it.
Spinning you out.
Yeah.
Liam O'Neill in the Aeroflow lane for EA Traffic Solutions, Princey Motorsports, Skips Fire Services, and Rusty Media Solutions on board there too. Condello in the Rocket lane. 001 on the tree. Is that the second one in a row?
Yes.
I think the last race was a 001.
There's been 3 001s today.
Unfortunately for Zane on the wrong side of green, but that's okay. 840. At 77 mile an hour for Zane to take that one, and a 12.09 with a 152 mile an hour for young Liam in the Aeroflow lane.
It's been going good, that young fella in that seat.
Yeah, he does very well for himself.
Right down at the qualifying point.
Car running very consistent as well. Ran 12.05, I think it was, in the first round of qualifying.
Yeah, I think that'll be a name to watch out for as he progresses through the ranks.
Apparently he's pretty good with a microphone too, Les, just quietly.
Is he? Well, there you go. See, they want he can take my place. I'm getting a bit. The next phase of aging for me will be fossilisation.
Not just yet. Not just yet.
Okay, Benjamin Attard from Greystanes, the junior dragster. He's over there in the Rocket Lane, our number 12 qualifier with a 9.31. B junior dragster. Daniela Agziak from Luddenham. She's our number 3 qualifier. She's streaked out in front there. She runs at 7.950 at 82. Oh, that little blue car's a rocket too. Just from where I was sitting, it just shot out from the tunnel here. It looks like, but must have been in the water box.
So Alex Rafalo in the Aeroflow Lane, Les, also running for City Waterscapes, of course, and Brianna Boscovich in the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, she's running pretty well too.
Running for Bosco Racing, of course, in the Rocket Lane.
There's the captain, Mr. Rafalo there. He's got tuning duties on a few machines. Now just waiting for Brianna Boscovich in the Rocket Lane to come up. Both in and staged. Oh, red light. Oh, the one's on this side.
Same
this
numbers,
time.
just a different order.
Yeah.
Kind of scary, Les. 8.03 with a 5, 80 mile an hour for Alex in the Aeroflow Lane to Brianna's 8.93 at 74 mile an hour in the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, well, there's Mr. Rafalo there just got it right, an 8.035. Excellent.
Well, I think he went 8.04 in the first round, so shouldn't be too difficult to pick a dial in as long as the weather conditions don't vary greatly. On track now, we have Harry Rako in the Aeroflow Lane, racing for his mother and father, and Jake McNamara in the Rocket Lane, running for his nan and pop, Arnox Enterprises and Fine Line Motorsports.
Yeah, well, Pop owns Arnox Enterprises, so they're pretty sort of like very, very close-knit family. Just waiting now.
Both races into full stage. 0.45 on the tree for Jake. Harry with a 1.13. Looks like Jake's out in front at this point. And a 7.87 with a 78 miles an hour for Jake in the Rocket Lane.
Wow, Harry was a 8.01 with a 1. Okay, in the Rocket Lane we have Charlotte Leafting, and she will be sponsored by Imprint Industries Ice, Slushies and Speedflow products as well. Jeffrey I should say. And over in the Aeroflow Lane from Warrington Downs, St Mary's Engines, major sponsor. Our number 8 qualifier thus far with an 8.536.
Yeah, Jeffrey had a pretty good light on the first round of qualifying too. I think Charlotte, unfortunately, was the one that got pushed back.
Yes.
0.45 on the tree for McNiff. 1.44 for Leafting in the Rocket Lane. And an 8.57 with a 9.75 for McNiff to an 8.29 with a 2 at 78 mile an hour for Charlotte in the Rocket Lane there.
Yeah, very nice going. Alex Rottenbury from Picton. Over there in the Aeroflow Lane, Hunter Race Engines. Also sponsored by Hunter Race Engines, that's twice. Quinto Agricultural Supplies. Our number 2 qualifier, Alex Rottenbury in the Aeroflow Lane. Johnny Lucci from Menangle. our number 5 qualifier with a 8.908 in the Rocket Lane. Rottenbury in the Aeroflow lane in A Junior Dragster. Johnny Lucci in the Rocket Lane, a B Junior Dragster. They still have maximums and minimums in both classes, but the age difference separates these two.
Ooh. 0.52 to an 0.57. Only 5 thousandths between the two on the start line. Rottenbury out in front though. 8.03 with a 3. 82 mile an hour at the top end to an 8.89 with a 1 at 73 mile an hour. Felucci in the Rocket Lane there.
Oh, that's number 2. I'm not quite sure if he did knock off number 1 with that 8.033.
Well, his first run was an 8.006, so
was
very
it?
close.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was no improvement in position there for Alex. Next up, we'll have Savannah Lucci in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah.
Taking on Georgia Leafting in the Rocket lane.
Oh, there is two Leaftings. Well,
I think at the recent junior titles, there was 5 juniors sponsored by Speedflow. Yeah.
Oh.
So the Mags is also having backing from Speedflow.
Yep.
I think Jason and the family have connections with
the Leaftings.
Travis and Sean.
Sean, yep. Actually, I hear a lot of good things about a lot of products, and Speedflow is one of them. And not only drag races. I was working for a chap, the circuit racer, and he uses nothing but
They use their products a lot in circuit racing because they're all locally designed and manufactured.
Yeah.
Which is fantastic. The business growing all the time. Their product range also increasing. 12.01 with a 4 for Lucci.
Yeah, she's doing well too.
Backed up at 12.07. And 52 mile an hour there for Savannah. And a 9.03 with a 7 for Georgia. 69 mile an hour in the Rocket Lane there. I think that's our last.
Yes, sounds like.
Our last pair of cars in the Western Weekender Junior Dragster qualifying.
Yeah, well, the Western Weekender, we get these other, they're minor publishers, but they go to every household.
Yes.
And I guess the Western Weekend is very similar. It's not the Sydney Morning Herald or the Daily Telegraph. It's not one of the big publishers, but they've got so much in them.
Well, I think to actually have I haven't had a regular delivery of a local magazine for probably, I want to say, at least 18 months.
Yeah,
where
really.
I used to get one weekly. Where
Yeah.
so fantastic that the publishers of the Western Weekender have been able to continue offering that that service, because obviously the online market is completely different, and there's no printing costs or anything like that to go down that line. So but to physically have something delivered that you can flick through as you have your coffee, and it's quite nice to actually read a hard copy of something rather than it being on the monitor or on the phone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, well, that's right, because my wife ordered a book through Kindle.
Yes.
But as soon as you hit it to sort of view extra, Amazon comes up, because Amazon bought them out.
Yes.
So.
Yes, it's an ever-changing world, Les.
Well, he's number 1 now, Jeff Bezos, in the money stakes. But fancy this, he gets divorced and his missus gets $50 billion, but he's still the richest man in the world.
It's a big problem to have, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's only second to you.
Yeah, but at the rate that you're accumulating units around Sydney, tell you what.
No.
Glenn Garlick, I wonder if he's related to Sean Garlick from Garlo's Pies. Don't know.
I don't know, but the two Glens are doing battle once again.
Yeah, and they've both got one ends. Because there's some Glens that have got
Glens
two
are two,
ends.
yeah. I think a friend from school was two ends.
Yeah. So Glen Garlic in the Rocket Lane. This is Street Fighter, and this is their second round up against Glenn Featherston from Carlingford, and in the Rocket Lane is Garlic, and in the Aeroflow Lane is Featherston. It's across the line, and Glenn Featherston gets there first. He runs a 15.26, 15.526 at 89, and a 15.63 with a 1.9 for Garlic in the Rocket Lane. Now, Jack Matasevic from Bringelly in the Ford Falcon. That's Jack over there in the Rocket Lane, up against Steve Hersler in the Holden VESSU. VE, that'd probably be a 6-litre one, so it'll probably... Oh, they're going... Oh no, Steve's off. Gee, Jack Matasevic's been hanging around his brothers, listening to his brothers, and 0.65. So Steve Hersler gets there first, a 13.53 at 102 and a 14.52 at 97 miles an hour for Matasevic over here in the Rocket Lane. Bill Hatsey, all the way up from San Susi, nice area down there, running that Holden HQ ute up against Pietro Tallarico from Cecil Hills in the 6-cylinder Commodore. I tell you what, he's holding his own, but that Chevy 350's bolting away there and runs a 14.06 with an 8 at 98 and a 14.61 at 95, 48 for Tallarico in the Rocket Lane. Oh, I didn't see this small car early this morning.
You did a pass. I think they raced each other, actually. Sean Dartnell in the Aeroflow Lane, of course, driving the i30, Hyundai i30. Sean doing pretty well in this little car. He's one of our officials here at Sydney Dragway, yes.
Yeah, right.
And getting better and better each time out.
Well, that's good. I always look for the little N after the i30.
Yeah, no, this is not the end, but Sean's slowly making some minor improvements to this one to get a little bit quicker.
It's there. I'll tell you what, on the road they're pretty good. He's holding his own. It's not going to be by much. So Michael Zara over in the Rocket Lane gets there first, a 15.95 with a 3 at 86 and a 16.9 for the racer in the Aeroflow Lane. I was going to say Danny Stadelmeyer, but that's his next. Up against, that's Danny in that big land yacht over there. He's got the V6 Toyota Kluger, and he's up against Con Esther in the Ford Falcon 5.4 litre. I expected the gap to be a bit bigger than that, but gee, I tell you what. So a 13.95 with an 8 at 101 for Con Esther, and for Danny Stadelmeyer, a 15.33 at 91.
Ben Roberts in the Aeroflow Lane from Quakers Hill, not too far away from Sydney Dragway. Taking on entrant 3846.
Yeah, Benny Roberts there. Red light, 1, 2, 4 red, but they're free in qualifying. So Ben gets there first, a 14.68 at 96. And his opponent in the Rocket Lane, a 15.10 at 93.5 miles an hour.
Jesse Barnes out there on a solo. I think he had a solo at the end of qualifying in the first session too.
Yes.
So running for Pro Tune Motorcycles in this XR6 Falcon. I do like the colour of this Falcon. I know it's a factory colour, but I do like the blue.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Blues, there's that many hues of blue that I can't sort of just pick one. I do like the XR6 when they first blueprint.
Oh yeah, that was
nice
similar to that, wasn't it?
Yeah. So Jesse there, a 1463 at 95.81 miles per hour. Now I think we'll be getting into something a bit more more substantial is Super Street. And that Street Fighter class is a great class for one up. If you're driving past and you see, oh, it sounds like a bit of action there, I'll go in and have a look. I know I can do that. So just bring your car in, providing you've got all the gear, and you're all set to go and start running your car on. It's timed. We've got all the facilities you could ask for. We've got fire people, we've got the ambulance, we've got great officials, and so it's a really good setup.
All right, moving into Super Street now, we have Raymond Samet in the Ford Anglia taking on Chris Samet in the VT Commodore. Looks like the Anglia is going to get down the racetrack full power this time. 13.05 with a 7, 99 miles an hour through the finish line. Chris Samet in the VT.
Yeah,
already.
It's
not fast enough.
Yeah, he was a bit quicker, but it's hard, Steve. Sometimes they just flick it over. Adam Bowers now in the Rocket Lane from South Winnie. The Forza Performance and High Performance World sponsored red Commodore there, up against Craig Warren from Revesby in the Holden LJ Tirana Chevy 400. Now this car is a bit of a goer. Also sponsored by Bill's Mechanical, Power Plus New South Wales, and Sydney Scrap Steel is Craig Warren. And for Adam Bowers, High Performance World, and as I say, Forza Performance as well. So this should be a good tussle. If I was a betting person, I'd probably go for Craig Warren in the Aeroflow lane because this car is really, really well set up. Adam's a seasoned campaigner as well. He always turns up at the track for all sorts of events. There goes the little Tirana 039 red, but see, it's only qualifying, so it doesn't matter. And Adam Bowers runs it through for a 12.32 at 114 and a 10.16 at 131 for Craig Warren in that little white Tirana, LC LJ Tirana. Now we've got Martin Stevenson from Wyong in that neat Holden panel van. It used to have, it said he put on his entry form that had a 253, but he's owned up, fessed up. It's a small block Chev, it's a 410. Dave McGlynn from Morisset, very captain consistent, this bloke. Morisset Batteries and Tyres, sponsored, and Fowler's Family Racing. This should be fairly neck and neck. Although Stevenson's probably got the edge here. He has. A 10.07 at 130 against a 10.82 at 122. So was just at the last portion past the 1,000 foot that Martin Stevenson did maintain the advantage he had and got there first. Alan Stevenson from Wungarara in New South Wales, not HQ Holden Ute, but Guy Greenland. You can hear that supercharger whistling away, the great sound, sponsored scrapyard. Chevy 383, he runs it through for a 10.89 at 128 and an 11.33 at 114 for the racer in the Rocket Lane. They haven't seeded them in order of qualifying yet. I don't know. Sometimes some of the classes prefer to be judged by their reaction times. Modified's been doing it for a while, so instead of who's the quickest, they'd rather go on who's got the best reaction time, which makes sure that everyone's sort of at their peak when they come to the start line. Mark Elborn in the Aeroflow lane in the Holden HQ Ute, 4.2 litre, that makes that a 2.53. And Brian Addising from North St Mary's, the Holden VY Commodore LS1. Well, that Mark Elborn in the Aeroflow, a 12.53 with an O. And you got to be quick here. You have to be quick here. That's better. Greg Roberts from Molong in New South Wales in the Rocket Lane, Ford XR Falcon, 427 cubes. Bet it's not a side oiler. Sammy Joe Johnson in the Holden VE Commodore L98, 6 litre. There goes Greg Roberts. 427, which is 7 litres. He runs it through for 11.18 at 118 miles an hour and a 12.90 at 108 for Sammy Joe Johnson in the red Commodore. That tough little Tirana's back again. Peter Violaris from Oatlands. It says Ford Mustang, but it's not. It's the 5 litre little Tirana up against Corey Stutchbury in the Holden Commodore. Oh, is it? Oh, right, okay. Oh, well, there you go. Learn something new every day. Right. There, Corey Stutchbury. Oh, looks like he's got the advantage in the Commodore with a 5.7 litre. Runs it through for a 10.77 and a 10.91 for Peter Violaris. Gee, that was close at the top end. Jim Raptor. Oh, no, Raptors. Dodge Jeep. Blaine Bull. Oh, the Bull family racing. Shire Automotive. Yeah, that's where they come from. And Mark Bull. We've got Blaine Bull here, and I think there's one other. Ford X3 Falcon, Cleveland 411. Oh, watch the Jeep go. So does the 411. Hey, come back. That Falcon, it's gone. 11.23 at 118 and an 11.92 at 115 for the Jeep.
Well, I guess we both know, Les, that the Bull family name is pretty well versed in getting a Ford power plant to go pretty good.
Yeah, that Anthony Bull too. Anthony and Mark. That was the other brother. So it's Anthony, Mark, and the young fella there. So all good to see.
Rodney de Groot in the aeroflow lane in the XE Falcon. 410 Cleveland on board for him. This thing went really quick in the first round of qualifying. Taking on David Matasevic in the DCM Consulting Ford Cortina. Neck and neck, these two. Looks like the Falcon out in front at the moment, and a 1060, 126 miles an hour to a 1074 at 125 for Matasevic in the Cortina. Les, nice, good passer. 300s across the finish line.
Beaut. That's what you like to see.
It was around about a little bit over a 1/10 of a second on the start line, but
is that Rodney de Groot? No, that was the racer beforehand.
Yes, it's Dennis Matzik in the Camaro and Con Aranios.
Oh, see, they've left that over there.
No, that's not right. It's Dennis Matzik in the big block Camaro.
Is it?
Oh, no, he's not even the next car.
Oh, gee, it goes. So, a Chev, and so we'll call it a sheep. Bruce Ritchie, all the way from Lyons. Greyhound's his nickname, and he's still a greyhound. He wears soles on his shoes are metal, so he doesn't float away like a helium balloon. And but he straps himself into that big Chevy. It's 572 cubes up against Richard Matasevic. So Richard's a seasoned campaigner. He's covered more real estate down here. Greyhound's off, drifting towards the wall. He had a red light, but it doesn't count. He runs it through for a 1076 at 126 and a 1080 at 123 for Richard Matasevic. Hadn't Bruce Ritchie red lit, that would have been a good side-by-side tussle, but it's only qualifying, you see. And red lights are free, you don't get penalised. It's just when you trip the beam to the other end. So that's what it is in qualifying. Different story when it comes to elimination. You have to, that's when the rules really start to bite. Shane McGregor from St Helens Park in New South Wales in the Aeroflow lane, the Ford Falcon, 351 Cleveland in that neat station wagon, up against Mark Hopkins in that neat little package there. He's got a Holden LX Tirana with a Holden 312 in it. Geez, that'd be a 308 with a 60 thou bore, 60 thou oversize at 1091 he ran. 1091 at 100 and I think it was 21. Mitchell Gregory from Pendle Hill. Another Chevy Parlour, big block Chev 496. No, you'll have to come back. He's tried to stage on the back wheels. Oh no, he's gone now. He won't get a time. Got to keep your eye on that on when you're driving up to the line. I know it's the Mitchell's probably fairly new at this. Bit of motorcycle action now. Which pits? Oh, that's young Capogna. Lorenzo Capogna. Harley Davidson V-Rod, 1430 cc's up against Michael Riches with the Suzuki GSX-R 750. Oh, Lorenzo, unfortunately, tried to sit it on the, there we go, as we see Michael Richards storm through a 9.879. There, Lorenzo got it going now. .44 miles an hour, but that wasn't the proper. Well, that's not indicative of the performance of that bike. Brian Alvizio from Jim Boomber in Queensland, another Queenslander coming down with the Collins. Kawasaki ZX14, 1352 cc's up against Michael Borg in the 12R. Oh no. Alvizio in the Aeroflow lane runs an 891 at 146, and for Michael Borg over there in the Rocket lane, a 97 flat at 138 miles per hour. Robert Hill and Sean Ricketts, there he is. He's track champion last year in the modified bike bracket here at Sydney Dragway, up against Robert Hill in the Aeroflow lane from Tingira Heights. 1000cc Suzuki, Sean Ricketts, 1199cc ZX12R. He's good, Sean. Oh, I tell you what, Robert Hill ain't bad either. He's gonna get there first. No, Sean rounded him up. A 941 at 141 miles an hour for Sean Ricketts, and a 935 at 151 for Ian Hill. Well, Ian Hill was 151, 10 mile an hour difference at the top end down there. That's why I thought he had it won. Steve Franks now in the Rocket lane in the B modified bike bracket. Suzuki GS XR 1100. Up against Ian Hill, left before the third amber, did Ian Hill, but he'll still get a time. 11.53 at 128. 11.53, and for Steve Franks there, you've got to be quick with these things. Albie Davidson from Rutherford in the CC modified bike, so it's either chemically, mechanically, supercharged or turbocharged. Albie Davidson, double C modified bike. It's a digger. I don't know what a digger is, but I thought it was some trenching machine. Up against Gareth Wilcox. It's close at the top end down there. Wilcox will get there first in the Aeroflow lane, 11.62 at 115 and 11.75 at 117 in the Rocket lane. Wally Hoster, Suzuki GSXR 1000. That's Wally in the red suit. He's got that Suzuki GSXR 1000. Bobby Joe Simmons, Suzuki Hayabusa 1330. So she'd have the big top end, but Wally Hoster, he can ride a motorcycle. Oh, so can Bobby Joe. Look at these two. Wow. Wow, who gets there first? Wally Hoster will get there 911 at 158, and for Bobby Joe Simmons, she gets down there too quick for the... She did 151 miles an hour, that's all I saw. Chris Hocking, Smart Looking Sheds, Australia, Aprilia RSV4, 998cc. Pretty high-tech bike, these Aprilias. Oh, he gets nicely tucked in, quick too. Okay. 9:03 at 149. It looks like the 1,000-foot timers aren't working because they're not giving us any times. But I think it's particularly in the Aeroflow lane, though. We'll see what happens here. We've got Andrew Little in that Camaro, 67 Camaro from Forbes in New South Wales. And that's Andrew in the Aeroflow lane. His brother Michael isn't racing today. Brendan Costello from Mount Druitt in the 61 Holden. Chevy 406. Works at Rocket. Oh, he's having a bit of a go here, is Brendan Costello. Gee whiz. A 973 and a 973 with a 2 for Costello and with a 4 for Andrew Little. 0.02 of a second between those two vehicles when they cross the line, and 0.3 of 1 mile an hour difference. Now, how close was that? Larry Edsel. Oh, that was a super race. Super. Jim Denaro from Engadine in that little Ford Cortina. We're still in Super Sedan, up against Larry Edsel. 2 red lights, 2 red lights. This is astounding. This is astonishing. Jim Denaro sticks his nose out in front there, runs a 946 with a 1 at 141, and a 10.12 with a 6 at 131 for Larry Edsel. 2 red lights, both 0.02 of a second too quick. 0.01 of a second. Dave Gruber now in the Rocket lane. LIT Consulting, also sponsored by Queanbeyan Towing and Specialised Towing themselves, and also Queanbeyan Engine Service. And Victor Satlogianis. Victor there. Over there in the Aeroflow lane, running a 454 in that Tirana. Gets there first, a 932 with a 2. and a 9:38 for Dave Gruber. Yes, the 1,000-foot sensor isn't working in the aeroflow lane, so we'll let the guys know that. And it's okay in the rocket lane. Sean Maher now, multi-time track champion here at Sydney Dragway, especially in the Super Sedan class. Holden HB Tirana with the Chevy 414. It's a little honker. Chris Costello in this, I'd say, newly acquired Isabella Plains, where he's from in the ACT. New lay flooring extra. 48 Ford Anglia running a 454. He got it a bit crossed up previously on his previous run. Wants to keep away from that centre line. Sean Maher goes through 9:31 at 144. And for Chris Costello, a 12:55 with a 9 at 119. Rex Webster. There's a band called Max Webster, Canadian band. Sing some good songs, good music too. It's from the 80s, Max Webster. But this Rex Webster is from Medowie, New South Wales, up there near Long Arm and Nelson Bay, up in past Newcastle there. Aeroflow lane, 7094 is the racing number. Don't have any details, but man, is it a goer. Rex Webster's, he's had to pull out of all. Runs at 10.57 with an 8 at 140 and a 10.319 at 133 for the Aeroflow lane. There's a bit of a David and Goliath. Utes or pickups or tonners. No, they're not pickups. Yanks can have that. When I go over there, everything's pickup. Nathan Cowie, Seven Hills. Cowie Signs, Suzuki Mighty Boys, small block Chevy. It's amazing how this little thing runs as straight as it is. It's got the wheelbase. When you stretch your index finger and your thumb out, it's almost like a smart car. Up against Luke Palumbo. Holden HX Chevy 400. I think might have the advantage here. Runs a 9.36 at 142 and a 9.31 at 144 for Nathan Cowie in the little Suzuki Mighty Boy. Oh, James Barnes, here he is, from Chipping Norton in New South Wales. Zoo Fitness Ford Mustang Boss 440. Up against Joe Zammett. Holden VL Commodore, Holden 383. This will be a good tussle between these two. Both small blocks. One Ford, one Holden, 383. Oh, great lead. 020, 006 for James Barnes. Reaction time. Stretches that lead out. Runs through for an 8.75 at 153. And for Joe Zammett, 10.07 at 131. Oh, this is a Chevy Taylor. Oh, that's what he used to put here, but now it's just Chevy Taylor. Taylor Marine exhausts. Chev Bubble Top, Chev 409. His racing number's 409. And he's got an affiliation with Tilly. Well, Tilly's from that side of the thing there, rightly into Mopars. And provides some great machinery as well, especially when they go in the Nostalgia touring car, or the Trans Am races. Neat to see. Trans Am and, what's the other class there they run? Anyway. Gee, a 002. Wow, that's really good for Carl Taylor, Chevy Taylor. Runs it through there, 10.32 at 117. That's quick for a big car. Okay, now into Supergas, which will pit a Catanzariti. That's right. Oh, it's Joe Catanzariti and Vince Panetta. 990. They both, neither of them have run above 990. They've gone 9877 for Vince Panetta and a 9865 for Joe Catanzariti. Beautiful looking car, that car of Joe Catanzariti, Pontiac Firebird, Chevy 376. Goes hard too. Vince Panetta, Chevy 400. Let's see if they both get above. Yes, Vince Panetta gets above. 992 at 147 and 989, which is still too quick for Catanzariti over there in the Aeroflow lane. Nicholas Polito, Hinchinbrook, Ford Probe, Ford 347. It's even. Oh, where did Dave Gruber go? Oh, well, I didn't see him go. Is that AW? Oh, it's good. There's Roy Romeo, I can see down there. Oh, so he's got another Romeo there. So we've got Luke Romeo and Nicholas Polito. There they go. That's a 007 on the tree for Nicholas Polito. I don't know if he'll get there. He does. He runs a 9.9 flat. Perfect number. A 9.9 flat at 148 and a 9.89. Now we've got Roy Romeo, Burson Auto Parts Narellan. I guess that's what the Burson Narellan is. Our number 4 qualifier in Super Gas in that really neat car. It looks like the old he was a Pro Stock driver when they started Pro Stock here in Australia. I'll think of his name. Bob Reichel's car. Gee, it's set up pretty well. 0.22 reaction time's not bad. Let's see what he runs it through for. A 9812, so it's too quick at 154.79. Now, this is Lee Hartlaw Jr. We're out of Super Gas now. It looks like we're into modified. Lee Hartlaw. Now, this car's running a hot rod style, so the body of this Ford Roadster, you have to have an original part of the car. I think it might be too original, like you've got to have the lights and the grille exactly the same, and there's some other aspect that classifies it as a hot rod, but able to be run in modified Eliminator. So Lee Hartlaw over there in the Aeroflow lane up against Craig Davies. Now Craig Davies has got the front engine dragster, small block Chev 385, and Lee Hartlaw Jr. is in the Windsor 440. So we'll see how they go on this qualifying round. There we go, just waiting for Lee to go in. Oh, a 009 for Lee and Craig Davies an 075. It looks like Lee Hartlaw will maintain that lead. He's got an 804 at 164 and an 833 at 159 for Craig Davies in that little front engine dragster. Small block Chev powered. Mark Bull. Spitzer dragster. Neato Oh, this was one of the other Bull brothers. There's Mark, Anthony, and there's the other Bull that was driving earlier on. So from Bangor. On a day trip to Bangor, Spitzer Dragster, small block Chev 388 up against Jess Turner. Well, Chevy 407 from Epping in Victoria. Also sponsored by Kavanagh Auto Parts, Dominator Converters, Denso Spark Plugs, Wiggins Raceheads, PTHB, I'm not quite sure what that is, and Wild Inc. And for Mark Bull, well, his sponsor is Mark Bull and Shire Automotive, so he's down that way. Oh, close here, but Mark's got away there. He had a 007 red light, so he left before Jess. Mark runs a 791 at 167 and an 823 at 164. Jess Turner over there in the Aeroflow lane. Okay, a bit more dragster action now. One with the engine at the front, one with the engine at the rear. The rear engine dragster, you see backing up in front of you now, is Rocco Romano, Fairfield Mobile Auto Electrical, and Fairfield Mobile Auto Electrical again, and Nick's Mini Skips. So they're helping young Rocco. Peter Carlton in the Aeroflow lane from Bowraville, front engine dragster. It's got a 350 Chevy in it. Sponsored by Swale, Riverview Island. I'll have to see that one day. Rocco Romano is, they don't put any previous performance. They must have changed the system they're using. But Rocco Romano, I think he should be pretty safe with this one. Peter Carlton's no slouch though. Rocco Romano, a 7277 181 and an 8977 146. 65 miles an hour, 146, 65. More modified. Alison Stewart from Queanbeyan, 2620 is the postcode there. Welsh Family Racing, front engine dragster Chevy 400. Jeff's Racing Engines, Cackling Pipes Photography, Madman Productions, and Donaro Chassis. And for Chelsea Smith, so this is a ladies, all ladies affair here, JM Auto Repairs, APM, Lucas Oil, Liquid Clothing, and Tony's Smash Repairs. Chelsea from Albion Park, so I guess they'd be around that Wollongong, Albion Park area down there. Around, I think Shell Harbour might be there, or is it a bit further down? I'll have to check. Here we go. Chelsea Smith gets out first with an 020 reaction time, runs a 778 at 170, and for Alison Stewart at 875 at 149 miles an hour. Gary Durrington, like this. Holden 202. Oh, they raced last time. George Bukarishlev. Front engine dragster running an LS. Racemax Direct, Advanced Product Design, Brian Tui Racing. MSCN as a sponsor. Gary Durrington sponsors himself. Neat little front engine dragster. Holden 202. I don't know why they go real hard. 202 cubic inch, and you get a naturally aspirated. I don't know how that'd go if you hotted up a Barra motor, but we haven't seen one that's not turbocharged. Or they've had Jeff During had a Chrysler Hemi one, but that was a long time ago. George Bukarishlev now. That LS, really, really neat car. Gary Durrington. What? George in the Aeroflow lane 023 reaction time, runs a 789 at 170 and a 999 with a 0 at 131 for Durrington in the Rocket Lane, that little 6-cylinder unit. George there over in the left-hand side. Too much power, but when it's DYO, dial your own, that's the equaliser, I guess. It's two cars with different times, one quicker perhaps than the other, and in theory, with their handicap, they should cross the line at exactly the same time. It doesn't always happen, but that's why it's dial your own. In America, it's a bit different. They have indexes, say these cars would probably run, I don't know, a 6 index, 6 second flat, but only to the 8th mile, because they've been doing that for ever so long. 8th mile racing, very popular in the US. But Brooke Raposada had a great previous run. Big block Chev 640. I thought that someone else had a beautiful dragster like this and they sold it. Beautiful, look at that. Gee, what a nice run. An 829 at 163 miles an hour. Whoa, get that little Tirana a bit sideways there, or is it a Gemini? I can't tell. From here, what does it say? Holden Gemini, small block Chev 367. Nathan Cooper up against Eddie Howich from North Rocks in the Mazda RX-7 2JZ. Oh, that's a bit better. Got a 2JZ in it. Wow, and Nathan Cooper, TS, this is Top Sportsman we're in now, TSAA, so it is Top Sportsman AA, so it does has mechanical or chemical or machine supercharging or turbocharging. Up against Eddie Howick in the Mazda RX-7, it's just got here a TSAA, so it's turboed as well.
I can tell you, Les, the Gemini is supercharged and the Mazda is turbo. The Mazda is also lined up well facing the rocket sign.
Yeah, that's I did the same before. That's what I said, it hit the rocket sign.
Eddie's steering it back, did shimmy around a little bit on the hit of the throttle.
Yeah.
But still a 752 with a 136 mile an hour.
Yeah, I think he backed off a bit there, just past the 1,000 foot. Tony Heisman's from Spring Hill in New South Wales, that's out Orange Way. Chevy Camaro running a Chevy 632, nice shape, like that shape. Western Battery Company and Orange Auto Electrics and Orange Auto One on board for Tony and for George Matter, A Civil, VP Race Fuels, Al's Race Glides and Mr. Digger. Heisman's running a 632 Chevy and so is George Matter. Oh, there go, here's a go here.
Matter away first, Les, but looks like Heisman's keeping him honest.
Yeah.
He's only 100 through the finish line. 811 with a 0, 168 mile an hour for Matter, and an 804 with a 5 for Heisman's in the rocket lane there.
Yeah, but it's good to, you'll notice the sensors at 1,000 foot aren't working in the aeroflow lane.
They won't know that, but I might go tell next door.
Next door, yeah.
And I'll be back. Sorry, I've been putting my other hat on for a little bit. I'll be back.
I'm sort of like good at what I'm doing, flapping the gums. Scott Cousins now from Blacktown, the little green, that's a 1200 coupe, running a Toyota 2JZ. It should be a 3 litre. And up against Leo Georges. Leo, our previous Super Sedan champion, national champion, up at the Winter Nationals, won the whole shebang. Other cars kept on being eliminated because they were breaking out, but not young Leo, ex-bus driver for Action Buses. That's the ACT government-owned Action Buses. Rocky Lamartina and Sons, sponsorship, Queanbeyan Engine Service, Asset Arbour, and I don't know that Scotty Cousins can catch him. He might. No. Oh, there we go. Leo George is there. Red light, but it doesn't matter. An 885 at 151. And Scotty Cousins there, a .905 reaction time. That's almost, like you could have a cup of tea. 7.845 in the ET. And the mile per hour, 178 versus 158. So had that big top end charge. I'm not quite sure what happened at the start line there, but he managed to get it going big top end charge, like 40-something miles an hour difference at the other end. Joe Sorbello, he's the Team Carama Datsun Skyline, LS2, 388 cubes. It is supercharged, up against Pirate Pete Hamilton from Hume in the Profection Performance VH Commodore wagon, wheel stander too. It's a great car. We've got something, there's a bit of a hold up somewhere. I can't, oh, there's one of the track officials, the track walkers there. Just checking the 1,000-foot, I've been saying that it's the 1,000-foot sensors haven't been working over in the aeroflow lane, so we'll see if they've fixed it. Right, just waiting for these two to come in now. Joe Sorbello's in, waiting for the Pirate, he's in. Oh, that's beautiful. He'd make a great Navy pilot, that Pirate Pete. He runs it through for an 845 with the 3 at 159 and a 901 at 151 for Joe Sorbello. Pete Hamilton there, an 019 reaction time, and Joe Sorbello, just a red light, a .127, I think it was, too early. So we've got Joe Gattalari up against Brett O'Connor. Joe Gattalari in the Holden VL Commodore. Exclusive transport. The Mob Detailing and Motor Oil Store for Joe Gattalari in the Rocket Lane. Brett O'Connor from Landilo, Jenkins Performance Engines, and Creative Displays and Joinery. So Brett O'Connor there got that Camaro, big block Chev, 496 cubes. He gets stuck into it too, but you watch this car of Joe Gattalari go. Chevy 555 up against a 496. So I guess when you size the two car up, so you'd expect the Gattalari car to be just a little bit quicker because it's not hauling a different amount of weight. Oh, red light, but don't matter. No. Oh. Gee, look at Brett O'Connor. He backed off. But I tell you what, Joe Gattalari runs through an 856 at 156. And Brett O'Connor there, 933 at 102. Well, yes, the 1,000-foot sensors are working. Good on you, Steve.
I know why and how that happened, but that's okay.
Yeah. Okay, Diane has a party, now running in Extreme Bike, and she's got the pink bits, pink colours on her outfit and also on the machine. Ryan Franks from our Druitt and Suzuki Hayabusa 1300cc, number 5 qualifier, and Diane has a party number 9. They haven't worked out the other qualifying orders yet, so that's why we haven't been able to bring them to you. Oh, there goes Ryan Franks. He's gone. Don't know what happened to Diane, but she's probably waiting. Now she's going to have a go.
Franks runs through. Les Ray, 8.25 with an 8.162 mile an hour run. And Diane rolled the beams there on the start line, so an unrealistic 16.0 at 118.
Ah, is that what it was?
Yep.
Okay.
So normally you could sit there all day.
Yes.
But the problem is she's moved forward, broken the beam.
Yeah.
Timers have started.
So, yeah.
And then she's launched from there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Jeff Gradden from Penrith in the Suzuki GSXR 1300. That's Jeff over in the Aeroflow lane there. And Alex Borg. Well, Alex Borg's been really into it today. Oh, Jeff got away nicely too this time. Wow. There's flames everywhere. Both backing off. Gradden runs a 9.16 at 122. Well, there's the back off. And for Borg, a 9.76 at 100 miles an hour. There's also a back off.
Yeah, it wasn't an ideal parts for Borg.
No.
Spun the tyre and smoked it instantly on the hit. Got back in it, but got loose near the finish line and decided, you know what? I'm out of this.
Yep.
And just rolled on through. Cherie, Buggy, and Ken Colin on the start line now. Colin all the way down from Queensland in the Rascal Race Engines Suzuki Hayabusa in the Rocket Lane. And Buggy on the also on the Hayabusa in the Aeroflow lane. Collins away nicely. 135 to the 60. Runs on through the finish line. 790 with a 5. 169 miles an hour. And again, an unrepresentative 12.34. 153 mile an hour for the Bucky machine. Yeah, wow. That was moving up the top end.
Yeah. Now, young Christopher Colin, Rascal Race Engine, Suzuki Hayabusa, 1540. Has our number 4 qualifier with the 7.96 at 167 up against Brandt, is it? Brandt Oliver? Gilliver. Oh, geez. There's reflection coming somewhere. South Windsor, Suzuki GSXR. Oh, Chris Collins out, unfortunately for Grant Gilliver. Oh.
It's an unfortunate round of qualifying for the extreme bike. Usually these races are pretty consistent and pretty reliable, but
yeah,
having some issues in this round of qualifying.
I'm not quite sure what happened, if it was a chain or...
It was almost an instant thing, whatever it was. I didn't see what happened to Colin over there in the Rocket Lane.
Oh, he'd sort of, he backed right off. He looked around. He got to half track and look around. He couldn't see anybody, so I guess he just backed off. But it backed off a long way, but 13.12. Yeah, maybe there was something wrong.
Anyway, no harm, no foul. There's nothing on the racetrack. Those two races hopefully can rectify the issues they had and come out for racing a little bit later this afternoon. Of course, the extreme bike usually running a Chicago shootout format where they all run. They run 3 rounds. And the points, top 2 points scorers go into the final.
Yep.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget that the track shop is open at the top of the stairs on the Western Mound here at City Dragway. Get all your City Dragway merchandise. Earplugs, sunscreen, caps, hats, shirts, jumpers.
Yeah.
Open till around 4 o'clock this afternoon.
That's another system that Sydney Dragway's introduced there. The yellow cones at the start line is there'll be, when the cars are staged, there are to be no crew members or photographers forward of that line.
Brendan Miglianico in the Aeroflow lane, running for Rams Head Services. Darren Foley, the team bike, also for Rams Head Services, and CHE Precision Auto in the Rocket lane. Yeah, those wastegates fluttering with the turbo boost. Foley loose on the hit with an 039. Miglianico still under power and runs on through for 793. 188 mile an hour.
Yep, that's a gimme.
I'm such a generous person.
Oh, if it was raced next, no.
For that 0.01 mile an hour, people could spend a lot of money to get that.
Yeah, they
could.
could.
Just give it away.
Yeah.
All right, I think that is our last pair of motorcycles in Extreme Bike.
I tell you what, there's a few there, young Steve.
Well, I could tell you there is 11.
10. 11 is
11
it?
entered.
Yeah.
According to our race schedule.
Okay, now we're going into B altered production.
Yes,
and now
super
this is comp.
Now super comp category. There's 5 cars. They'll run in a Chicago shootout arrangement.
And they're running against... they're running against the national record, or are they running against what they've... what it is for BAP?
I will tell you. Give me 2 seconds. Just so happened... Oh, these are track records.
Track records?
No. I said these are track records.
Yeah,
I thought
right,
they were national.
Yeah,
I've got printouts of all the records up here. I thought maybe they...
yeah, well...
but they're the track records, not the...
So we've got...
Peter Mamone in the Aeroflow lane. This is their first round of Chicago shootout. So B altered production for both cars, hence the heads-up start of the 745.
Right. Yeah, heads up. Yeah, for B altered production because the records are the same, 7.213 at 183.77 miles per hour. That's the record.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, Les, looking at the numbers, whether the 745 is a softening of that index because it hasn't been, the record hasn't been broken or something along those lines. You know, like they reset it, even though the national, or they changed the rule, still the same class, but they soften the index.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, I mean, their start off, that's not indicative, and that's not indicative.
Well, no,
this one is.
The 745 is based on here.
Yeah.
Right, so Pete Mamone in the Corona Brothers Restorations Mustang, running for JB Automotive, which is a name synonymous with fast Ford-powered cars, and PM Heavy Vehicle Repairs. And I'm assuming that's Peter's own business in the initials. And Mario Polito over there in the Rocket lane in the Chevy Cobalt for Euro truck repairers. Advanced Ready Mix, MDF. Competition Solutions. This will be heads up, ladies and gentlemen. Polito gets eager on the start line. Mamone way over towards the wall. I think the crew were pretty nervous there for a second. There wasn't much distance between the left front and the concrete wall. The magnetic pull just wasn't quite strong enough.
No, no, although we won't worry about the times and that because they're totally and the speed are totally non-indicative of what these cars can run. So we've got a pair of Kit Hunters from Canberra, but Bruce Leakes from Queanbeyan or Carabao now. Okay, and Kit Hunters from Benithan. So a couple of races from down south. Hunter Engineering. That was, I haven't been there for a while. Maybe he took over from his dad. His dad, terrific fellow. And he had Hunter Engineering. But now it's also sponsored by Perfection Automotive and PPG. That that car is the car that one of the guys from Queensland was the first car to win
Summer Grand Champions. So
Yep.
That gives you an idea how long that's been around. We'll be talking early 90s.
Yep. So it's a very, very neat car, as you can see. I think it won 2 Grand Championships, and I think it's Thomas Leake down there, young Thomas, doing all the guiding for the older fellow, old Bruce. Managed to have an accident and roll it over here a couple of meetings ago. He's rebuilt it. There, runs nice and straight now, so he'll be pleased about that. Usually a pro stock class, but the car runs in. Kid Hunter, that car just makes smoke like it was pumping out of a machine. Kid Hunter. What's he got? Double B APIA. What a mouthful. Lives in Benithan, which is a suburb down in Tuggeranong, in the down there in the ACT, and works. Well, I think he still works at Perfection Automotive with Pirate Pete Hamilton in that green VH Commodore. Gee, I tell you what, that his things are getting pretty high. His wheel stands are getting pretty high. There might be something wrong with Leakey's car.
Well, you can't get any higher when you're dragging the rear bumper on the ground, Les, except if you carry momentum and lift the back wheels off the ground.
Yeah, that's right.
But that normally ends pretty not with a good finish.
No, that's why I said, sort of Pete Hamilton would make a great Navy pilot for landing on an aircraft carrier.
All right, I just got clarification from a race control.
Yes.
The indexes we're using here are the track records.
Ah, the track records.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Oh, that's good.
So if I did actually look at the massive list of records that I have in front of me, I'd probably see that a double B APIA car, which is double B automatic.
P production.
Or, injected automatic.
Yeah.
Hunter away with the red light. Leak is out of the throttle already. And I think, I was going to say, I thought Kid Hunter was out of the throttle too, but he still went 7:03. I'll be super generous here, just under 200 mile an hour.
Yeah, and, he's way under the index there.
Well, he's under the track record by nearly 0.2 of a second.
Yeah, well, that's huge.
Yep. 0.2 of a second in drag racing is a week and a half.
Yeah, that's right. Wow.
I didn't see what happened with Leak's car. I think he might have just got out of the throttle.
Yeah, just past where those two are at the in the burnout pad there. He sort of buttoned it off just a bit past that.
Well, I'm thinking, Les, that he's here to do a little bit of
TNT.
TNT for the Nitro Champs, I'm guessing.
I think your guessing would be he'd be taking a lot of data away from today. I see Tony Zavaris walking up there, the now crew chief for Bruce Leake, because Dicko moved to South Australia. But he does come over here occasionally when there's a big meeting on, and helps Bruce. But anyway, Bruce Leake there. Oh, running B gas. Well, that's B gas. That's good power to weight ratio. Only 400 cubes in a pro stock. Yeah, B gas. Thought he might have been at the bottom of A gas, but A gas is probably.
Well, I think a lot of people say that the B gas is the baby pro stock, I guess, because they're limited to where
Yeah.
A gas would be usually for your bigger cubes.
Yeah, that's right. That's because the pro stock is 400 cubes. I mean, if they were running American pro stocks with 500 cubes,
Are they still 500 or they're
yeah.
more than that now?
No. What's this, IHRA? I don't know what's happened.
They're probably mountain motors with nitrous because they can be.
Yeah, well, I think there's three classes. You get the nitrous, the chemical supercharged, you get the mechanical, and then you get the mountain motors that aren't. They're just mountain motors.
But this is pro mod we're talking about, yeah.
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 Oh, yeah. Well, their pro stock has been.
Oh, even in pro stock.
Oh well, pro stock's has been different in IHRA.
Can't say I follow it, Les. So.
No, I couldn't. I didn't follow what's his name either, Top Fuel. But I know that what's his name, Smiley Face, that was 7 times IHRA Top Fuel champion. He just hasn't been able to, duplicate his success in the NHRA. What's his name? He lives just up the road from us in Tennessee. Dave, I'll get it in a minute. Okay. This is Boosted Outlaw. In the rocket lane we have Chris Reed and Darren Hubbard is in the Aeroflow lane. Now these two cars previously went terrific. I was really super impressed, particularly with the full-bodied car of Darren Hubbard. Holden Monaro, big Aussie flag on it, and some other Aussie wording on it. TFX 521 cubic inch, and for Curtis Reed, it's a Meyer dragster. It's got a KB 500 in it. So, Boosted Outlaws. Darren Hubbard is in a 650 bracket. Curtis Reed is in a 660 bracket. So that's a dragster versus a full body car. You don't see this very often, where you get a dragster and a full body sedan or a coupe running alongside each other in one class. Boosted Outlaws. It's trying to bring the sort of make more of a mix up in the class, in the category. So Curtis Reed's our number 2 qualifier. That's Curtis in the rocket lane up against Darren in the Aeroflow lane. He's our number 3 qualifier. Look at this. Will you take a look at this? Hubbard was an 046 red and still goes 670 at 190.86. Curtis Reed, with a 1.75 reaction time, runs a 662 at 209. 662, his index for this was 660, so 662, he's not very far off it. And Darren Hubbard on his 650, he runs a 670 with a 1, so both cars just into it. Oh, surprised at that Darren Hubbard's car with that Monaro. It's an absolute honker. All right. Well, that might be Boosted Outlaw, I think. We'll see how we're going with for time with the third qualifying rounds, and we'll bring you up to date with all of that information shortly. And I don't think we're having a lunch break today. Oh no, here's a couple of more cars here. We've got the funny car. And probably Brett White out as well. All right. Just see what's going on down here. I'm getting ready to fire it up. Here we go. Cruise Lovering. He's a good peddler, good driver. There's no fuss there, no sideways or getting out of control or out of shape, as they say. He's running against a 6-second flat index. Oh dear, what can I have here? I might have a Mr. Cropper. Okay. Good. All right, got the hatch open, let all the smoke out. Very similar to a top fuel or top funny car. Here we go. Let's see how Cruise Lovering. 6 flat. He's from Caringbah, Dodge Monte Carlo. I didn't know they made one, but it's probably a Dodge engine. Wow! Oh, runs a 5.844 on that 6 at 236.7 miles, 75 miles an hour. Wow, sensational. Oh, got some action down here with some motorbikes. Looks like the third qualify. Daniel Burtonshaw in the Rocket Lane from Albion Park in the Suzuki Hayabusa 1300cc's. It's in the Rocket Lane there, and in the Aeroflow lane, Greg Horadam or Haradam Kawasaki 1441. Pretty close run here, but I think Daniel will get there first. He does. He runs a 10.47 with a 5 at 132 and an 11.10 for Greg over there in the Aeroflow lane. So these guys will be sorting out their Endeavour. That's what it was. The good old British boat that came out here, the Endeavour. And on the side of that Monaro there with the big Aussie flag on it. Fantastic. Good. Here they go. It's Ross Vanderhoek in the rocket lane. And Angela Phipps. Oh, Angela's gone. Runs 10.23 to 142.55. And for Ross Vanderhoek, a 14.20 at 99.18 miles an hour. Angela Phipps, by the way, is our top qualifier in this street bike bracket. Mick Withers on that big Harley-Davidson M8 Super Glide. But Robbie Gilb gets down there with a 10.65 at 127 and 14.32 at 91.75 for Mick Withers on that big Harley-Davidson there. And Robbie Gilb over in the rocket lane got there first. Ran a 9-second run. Jesse Barnes, Chipping Norton, Yamaha YZF R3. 320 cc's. 320. Street bike. Looks bigger than 320 cc's from here. Red light by Stavala. Oh, big closing speed by Jesse Barnes. Runs a 10.08 at 141. And Stavala there a 10.132 at 132.7. Gee, that was a big top-end charge by Jesse Barnes. Stuff everywhere here. All right. Solo pass by Cole Northcott. The Ducati Diable, 1198cc. He's got the wrist going there, the wrist action for the accelerator. 10.37 at 132. It's better than his 10.598 qualifying, so he'll have to fiddle around with his dial in as well. You get a bit of cloud cover over, and if it's warm in the morning, it keeps the heat, just the right amount of heat on the track surface, and it doesn't get too slippery. It's what they sort of call perfect conditions for racing when it's cloudy, particularly on a hot day.
I'm back, Les. Sorry.
No, you're right.
I'm running between here and next door. But anyway, Let's see what Brett White can do in Carlos. He's come out. He's scheduled just to run Toby Austin there in Supercharged Outlaws, but I think he had a couple of issues, so I believe we'll be doing this pass, and that'll be the last pass of the day for him and the team.
Yep.
Just Brett running alcohol funny car. Car not wanting to go into reverse by the looks of it. Of course, the issue is everything getting hot down there.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Those things are, you think they're pretty light with, like.
Well, they probably are pretty light, but they're not that light.
No, it's it's very deceptive because you think you open them up and there's a couple of little rails and an engine and that, so the engine's virtually carrying its own weight because there's not much left in the car. But if you've ever tried to push a car, don't ask the people to turn the steering wheel, because it comes about 6 times harder to push a car through a turn than it does just pushing it straight ahead.
And that's even with an open diff as well, of course.
Yeah.
And Brett, don't forget, has probably 15 or 16 inches times 2
yeah.
of hot sticky slick as well. The front wheels would be providing no resistance, but the back
ones,
certainly on that hot racetrack, it would be doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing and sticking to the rubber. So let's see what Brett can do here on these last pass that he left the start line. I don't think went much further than the 60 foot. Bring that engine up to around the 8,000 or 9,000 RPM launch.
Gee, good run. Good
Sub
run.
1 second, 60 foot, shoots out right on the finish line.
Wow.
580 with a 7, 242 mile an hour.
Wow. Hey, that's great for the young fella.
580 with a 7, 242.
I don't know if that's. I haven't seen that his car in action for a long, long time. Must be two or 3 years for me.
If I can judge off the crew's reaction, they were very, very pleased with that. So still high fives and back padding going on down there. So obviously a step in the right direction for Brett and the team.
Yeah, that's great to see. And I just always like to know what, a lot of guys, I like to know what their personal best is, or he or she or whoever's racing it. I don't care if it's Lassie the dog, but always like to know the best, their personal best. So it's always good to find out.
Alrighty then.
Yes, well, it would appear, young Steve, that there's going to be junior either bike or junior dragster on next. Bike. So they're getting the safety equipment. Yes, this is a little procedure that in Australia we have to do this. It's just for safety, so anything to keep the young kids, they need a lot of protection, and so it's been determined this is one of the best ways to do it. And I think it's about the only time anyone stands in the centre line, you'll see an official stand in the centre line there, that while the race is on, he's the only person that's allowed between the start line here and the end of the track right down the bottom. So he's standing at the quarter mile there and or being joined by somebody else, but they wave, they make sure that the juniors know where the exit is, and there is a barrier down there against the corner where the opening is, the
edge
where
of
you
the wall.
face it.
The edge of the wall.
Edge of the wall, and the leading edge of the wall, because all the other edges are going past you. So that's the leading edge that where the opening is, and there's a buffer down there. If that's Josh Burtonshaw, he looks about 19.
He's certainly a much bigger frame than Lincoln in the Aeroflare lane.
Yeah, for sure. Here we go. So we've got a 300cc versus a 125cc. But we'll see what they dial in when it comes to eliminations. Oh, Josh there, 002 red. And a Lincoln Delios, Honda CBO 125. He runs it through for a 12.12 at 53.8. That's not even, I was going to say 100 and something, but it's not even in kilometres. That's not 82 kilometres or something per hour. Anastasia Lucky now. From Barry in New South Wales. Is Barry the bloke that went electric?
Only because it was a Toyota.
Yeah, that's right. And then everyone goes, oh, boo. Yamaha R15, 150cc's.
I think that's a little bit of a dig on the car model starting with a T, I think. But
yeah.
Or the other car model starting with a T.
Yes, that's right.
You know who I mean?
Yes, I do.
11.33 with a 6.58 mile an hour there for Anastasia Lucky.
Yeah.
Nice pass for her on that pass. Again, getting quicker. I noticed Lincoln was his quickest pass was that third run as well.
I tell you what, that Josh Burtonshaw machine gets going. Once it gets off the line, it gets going. I don't know what it's like at the top end, unless it's geared. They've got to run certain gears. So Anastasia Lucky, our number 2 qualifier in this little junior drag bike. Or she's a B junior drag bike, but this is a what's his name? This is the she's already gone down, but we're just
pair. So the next pair will be the Rafalo brothers in this last round of qualifying for the Western Weekend at Junior Dragster.
Yeah,
we've already touched on that. This is Zach's last race meeting in Junior Dragster. So I think,
the young fella.
I think deciding to race each other for one last time. And we got Alex in the rocket lane.
Yep, that's right. And Zach in the Aeroflare lane. Zach is the one that's retiring. Yeah, even from back here, you have a look at the. Yeah, I see what you mean about the engines. It's getting, like there's a lot of action going on behind the driver now. Look at all that chrome and glitter on this one down here.
Everything's all polished usually.
Yeah, and I guess a bunch of anodizing as well.
Yeah, I will say though, from what I've heard, people talking, and I'm sure the people that are putting these machines together know that the humble junior dragster engine isn't what it used to be in terms of cost either. To get these things to a sub 8 second 8th mile is a reasonable investment. I'll put it that way.
Yep.
But certainly a whole bunch of fun and an awesome way to meet people, get involved in the sport, hone not only your race skills but your
well, it teaches you to be alert.
Yes.
You know,
your presentation skills of your car, yourself as an individual, approaching sponsors, giving speeches, all that sort of stuff are all life skills. So it looks like Alex will take the win here. 8:001 at 80.39 mile an hour for Alex Ruffalo there.
Yes, well, that'll. I think that will cement, unless someone did go 8 flat.
Oh, did they?
Yep, they went 8 flat while you were out. Oh, you missed a couple of other good races too. They were exact reaction times, exact finishing times.
Yes.
But it was like 0.02 of a second.
Yeah, wow. Always good to see tight racing.
Oh, it's great. Now we've got Tegan Smith from Albion Park in the Rocket Lane up against Georgia Leafnick. So it's still the ladies out there trying to get up that true. Oh, Tegan goes at 7.91 at 81 and a 9.013 for Georgia Leafnick, so she's pretty safe. But she's in B Junior Dragster and Tegan Smith's in an A Junior Dragster. We've got Johnny Lucci from Menangle in a B Junior Dragster. It's Johnny over in the Rocket Lane and Jacob Longo from 5 Dock. Also in a B Junior Dragster in the Aeroflow Lane.
So on paper, Longo should get there first on this pass.
Yes, being the, having in their qualifying position, Steve, Jacob in position number 10 and Johnny Lucci in position number 11. It's pretty tight. There's not much difference between them. But, oh, gee, Johnny Lucci gets there first. 3/8 and a 4. Oh, well, that was it. That was pretty good.
Yeah, timing switched over pretty quick there.
Quick there, yeah.
All right, Savannah Condello and Daniela Axiak on track now. Savannah in the Aeroflare lane, sitting in 8th qualifying spot with an 8.04. And Daniela in 4th qualifying spot with a 7.95.
Yes, that's right. Number 4 qualifier in Daniela Axiak in the Rocket Lane, and number 8 is Savannah Condello in the Aeroflow lane. 2 A Junior Dragsters. It looks like Condello. Oh, no, gee, it's crooked here. Daniela in the Rocket Lane there gets there first. So I'm just waiting for the person, the racer that had the 000. Well, that looks like a Rayco car down there. Oh, it's Chloe Rayco from Albion Park. Our number 4 qualifier. And Savannah Lucci. So this is, we had Johnny Lucci previously. Now we've got Savannah Lucci. She's our number 6 qualifier with a 12.014 because she's running C Junior Dragster. So, and Chloe Ray go over there in the aeroflow lane. You'll see her scarper off because she's an A junior dragster. And Savannah Lucci there, that's limited to 12 seconds flat for qualifying, and she's run a 12.014 and a 12.079. So that 12.014, she's getting very accustomed to running on what she's permitted to run on. Well, there goes Chloe Rako, a .133 reaction time. And she runs it through for a 7.96 with an 8 at 81.62 mile an hour. And Savannah Lucci there, 11.99 with a 7, 0.003 of a second under, 53.39 miles an hour. Well, they're getting quick.
Brianna Boscovich in the aeroflow lane running for Bosco Racing. She's currently in 10th spot with an 8.93. Taking on Liam O'Neill over there in the rocket lane. Liam running for the Race Wide Open podcast. Of course, Rusty Gregory's latest incarnation, I guess you could say.
Oh, is he?
Yep.
Oh, good.
Princey Motorsports also the principal sponsor for Liam O'Neill. He's qualified 5th with a 12.05. But he's running nice and consistent with a 12.09 as well.
Is that Joe Princey down there?
Yes, sure is.
Really?
He's the godfather of junior dragster. Been around the sport for
wow,
near 30 years in junior dragster alone. Then alone what he did in racing before this. But fantastic to see Joe still around the sport. Started many races careers. 8.89 with a 0 for Boscovich in the aeroflow lane to a 12.05 with a 2 for O'Neill. So he's done 2 runs identical. I think that's going to make it very easy for that team to pick a dial in for round number 1.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm thinking 12.05. Zane Condello, our next racer out in the aeroflow lane in that all-black half-scale junior out of the US. Brand new delivery. Only a month or so ago.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh.
Piper Bennett in the rocket lane, also in the half-scale car. Running the McGee power plant.
Oh, an 0.23 for Zane Condello. Reaction time in the aeroflow lane. But Piper Bennett there with an 0.98 reaction time. Runs an 8.043 at 80.72 and an 8.406. I didn't get them all now. But anyway, you've got to be quick here. It's only the quicker the dead. Benjamin Attard in the rocket lane from Greystanes in New South Wales. Jeff McNiff from Warrington Downs, St Mary's engine sponsor, because his dad owns a business. And Benjamin Attard, ITF Hire and Pro Towie.
I think we've got some of the ITF team down here in the trackside viewing. See them all in their black shirts.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
All out here to, I'm guessing, to support Benjamin. I'll say that anyway.
Yep.
And fantastic. A 1.33 red light for Ben and a 1.28 red light for Jeffrey in the aeroflow lane. Looks like Jeffrey will get there first. 62 with an 8, 74 mile an hour to a 917 with a 9 for Adict over there in the rocket lane.
Wow. Oh, now we've got a couple of young guns here. We've got Alex Rottenbury from Picton in the rocket lane. Our number 4 qualifier with a 8006. And in the opposing lane, alongside, in the Aeroflow lane, is Harry Rako, junior dragster. BNS. Is that a Briggs & Stratton 210? Yeah, it is. That must be a sort of like a fairly well put together engine, because it goes really quick because he's number 2 qualifier.
It does, but I don't think anyone actually uses the Briggs & Stratton anymore.
No.
As I said before, they're all billet bottom ends. Some of the C juniors probably still run what I'll say is an aftermarket Briggs & Stratton style engine where it's a cast block, but to my knowledge, nearly any one of these cars running in the low 8s would definitely be a billet block. So machined much like a KB Hemi out of a single piece of billet aluminium. And when you think about it, somewhat relatively straightforward to machine. There's no water jackets. There's only one bore. There's 2 valves. The side plate's usually removable, obviously to get into the internals. But once you develop a program for that, I want 500 of them. Bang. So definitely the billet engine is the way to go to get the reliable performance. 802 with a 0 for Rako on that one, 81 mile an hour through the top end to an 803 for Rottenbury, 7 10,000ths of a second across the finish line. 7 10,000ths, not 7,000, 7 10,000ths of a second, the margin across the finish line.
Yeah,
what a cracker of a race, Les.
Oh, it is when you have to go to 4 decimal points. Was it the $1 million race in Huntsville in Alabama, and we had to go and check the computer because they were equal at, this is for sedans for the $1 million.
Yeah, the lazy $1 million resting on it.
Yeah, and so everyone, so the hell these guys come down to the to where the computer was stationed. That was back in 1997, but it had to go to 5 decimal places, and there was only 2 whatever you come into, hundreds of thousands or whatever. There was only 2 of those different between the 2 codes. That's how they had to get it.
Wow.
That's the only way.
So it was nearly to 6 decimal points.
Yeah,
wow.
nearly.
Imagine picking that with a
the
flag marshal back in the day.
Yeah. You pick. No.
You couldn't even pick that on a slow-mo.
No.
Because you'd have to zoom in so much that the picture would become so pixelated you wouldn't tell.
Well, I've seen in HRA races where they had to revert to not the lights and the wind lights. They had to revert to the photo finish camera to see, and you can see that it's one. They gave it to this car, but it was like the length of a fingernail difference, but you could see it.
Yeah, wow. All I can say is thank goodness for electronic timers, eh?
Yeah, that's about. Yeah, well, electronics have. They're wrong. Well, if you put, like rubbish in, you'll get rubbish out. Well, as I say, BS in, BS out. That was a pretty tough little race there. So that's 4 decimal points. I think this other one went to 5. Junior dragster. So we're getting through.
I would say off the schedule, our next category will be Street Fighter.
Street Fighter. Yeah, that's all right. And then lunch break, time permitting.
I think that's...
it'll be out the door.
It's not happening.
No. So...
considering we are running a little bit behind here, but we will do our best to make it up.
Yep.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget that the track shop will be open until about 4 o'clock this afternoon, Les. So you've only got about an hour and a half to get up there. Do you want? I can give you some time now, and you can go up.
Oh, can I please, sir?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I'll just take it out of your pay.
Yeah. Yeah, you should have said, but there is a hitch.
No, I'll just be upfront.
Straight out.
If you do wish to go, you can go, and I won't.
I'll go
I won't
upstairs.
charge you anything.
Yeah,
Honestly.
good on you, mate. You're a good bloke.
Yeah. All right, the third and final qualifying session for Street Fighter getting underway. We have Pietro Tallarico and Steve Hersler on the start line. Hersler in the green utility. Tallarico in the purple model. Of course, the V6 on board in the airflow lane. As you would expect, the SS gets out in front, takes the win. 13.61 with an 8.101 mile an hour to a 14.7 at 94. Next up, we have Con Esther in the Falcon, taking on Bill Hatsey in the HQ utility. Oh, not too much in this one off the start line. 0.53 on the start line for Con Esther to an 0.93 for Hatsey. And looks like Bill Hatsey will take it in the rocket lane at 13.79 with a 5 to a 13.98 with an 8. Next up, Jack Matasevic in the airflow lane in the Ford Falcon. 4-litre Barra on board, taking on Michael Zara in the rocket lane in the Holden Statesman. .077 on the tree for Matasevic in the airflow lane to a 1.52 for Zara. Matasevic leading the charge here. And a 14.41 with a 0.97 mile an hour to a 15.88 with a 5. It's actually very catchy, Ben. I'll have to tell Les that his phone's rung. Sean Dartnell in the airflow lane in the Hyundai i30. 1.4-litre power plant on board, taking on Jesse Barnes in the XR6 Falcon. 4.1-litre Barra, 4 litres, the Barra power plant on board in that car. Running for Pro Tune Motorcycles. And Jesse will get there first. 14.62 with a 4.95 mile an hour through the finish line. And a 16.95 with a 9 at 80 for Dartnell in the i30. The Battle of the Glens, once again on the start line. These three, every round so far in qualifying, they've raced each other. We have Glenn Featherstone in the aeroflow lane. Left first with an 010 red light. He's in the Commodore, runs on through for a 15.55, 89 mile an hour. Glenn Gutlick in the Falcon Utility in the Rocket Lane. Our last car for the round will be Ben Roberts from Quakers Hill. And he'll run through for a 14.61 with a 7.96 mile an hour there. Next up, we'll move into Super Street. We've got Craig Warren in the aeroflow lane, of course, in the City Scrap Steel Tirana, taking on Martin Stevenson in the drag van over there for Power Plus Race Fuels. Warren's car way over towards the centre line. 0.68 on the tree for Martin. Warren will get there first. 10.201, 31 miles an hour to a 10.07 with a 4 at 131 for Stevenson. Next up, we have Guy Greenland and Semi Joe Johnson on the start line. Semi Joe in the red Commodore. Big red light there for Guy Greenland, 3.45 on the tree. Sammy Joe, a 1.42. The Supercharged LS will get there first, 11.59 with a 7.126 to a 12.97 with a 4 for Sammy Joe in the Commodore. Brian Attersing in the VY Commodore from North St Mary's, taking on Alan Stevenson. Stevenson also racing for Power Plus Race Fuels in the little HB Tirana. Looks like Stevenson out in front here. And runs on through for an 11.41 with an 8, 119 miles an hour. To 12.50 with a 7, 108 mile an hour for Attersing. Next up, Adam Bowers in the VT Commodore, doing battle with Mark Elborn in yet another Power Plus race car. This one, the HQ Utility with the 253 on board. .002 on the tree for Bowers. Nice reaction time for him. Looks like he's out in front of Elborn at the moment. Only just. And a 12.30 with a 1 for Bowers to a 12.52 with a 9 for Elborn in the Rocket Lane. Next up, we have Con Aranios taking on Bruce Ritchie. Ritchie in the big Chevy Bel Air. Aranios in the Holden Commodore. And Ritchie gets there first, 10.72 with a 1, 126 miles an hour to a 12.82 with a 5 for Arrhenius in the Commodore. Next up, we see Corey Strutchbury in the Holden Commodore taking on Rodney de Groot in the XE Falcon. .016 red for Strutchbury on the start line. And the Falcon looks like he's going to come around him at the top end. 10.62 with a 4, 127 mile an hour for de Groot to a 10.78 with a 9 at 125 there for Strutchbury. Next up, we have Mark Hopkins and Chris Zammit on the start line. Hopkins in the Tirana. .068 on the tree for Hopkins to an 0.57 for Zammit in the Rocket Lane. Looks like the Tirana will get their first 10.82 with a 7, 124 mile an hour to a 12.18 with a 3 at 112 for Zammit in the Rocket Lane. Next up, we have Dave McGlynn from Morissette, running from Morissette Batteries and Tyres. And the Fowler Family Racing, taking on Blaine Boole for Shy Automotive. And Shy Performance Engines and Machining. 057 on the tree, red for Boole. 12.29 with a 9 for Bull in the Rocket Lane to a 10.81 with an 8, 122 there for McLean in the Aeroflow lane. On track now, Robert Matisic taking on a Jimmy Raptus. Looks like one or both those cars out of the throttle. 10.71 with a 9 for the Camaro, only 108 mile an hour to 12.06 for the big Jeep. Greg Robbins and Shane McGregor doing battle now. Pair of old school Falcons racing down the quarter mile. Robbins out in front and will take the stripe. 11 with a 4, 119 miles an hour to a 12.37 with a 1 at 111. That doesn't look like a t-shirt, Les. You said earlier, don't send you down to the TAB to place bets on horses. He's come back with something edible. I won't say what, because just in case his wife is listening to the live stream. David Matasevic taking on Peter Violaris now. Matasevic in the black court, he gets there first, 10.76 with a 7, 126 mile an hour to a 10.85 with an 8. Sorry, I'm just going to compose myself for a minute. Don't know why I'm still laughing. Richard Matasevic now in the Aeroflow lane in the modern style kitchens utility. 434 Cleveland on board for him, taking on Mitchell Gregory in the Chevy Impala. Both very, very nicely presented vehicles, and certainly not one that you'd pick a race with if you knew. If you really knew, you wouldn't pick a race. Matasevic out and gone with a 001 reaction time. Runs on through for a 10.79, 124. To an 11.44 with a 4 at 118 for Gregory in the rocket lane. Next up, we're moving into a modified bike, and we've got Lorenzo Capogna now in the Little Tokyo backed VP Race Fuels Powerhouse Cycles machine. Of course, in the rocket lane on a solo. And a 9.19 with a 3, 143 miles an hour there for Capogna. Next up we have Michael Riches in the AMS Water Meters Suzuki, of course in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Gareth Wilcox from Rutherford in the Hustlin' Hedgehog YouTube channel. Backed Kawasaki. Lots of RPM on board for Richards. He's going to take this one out. 0.98 on the tree. Runs on through for a 9.82 with a 3. 138 miles per hour. To an 11.15 for the rocket lane. Next up we have Robert Hill taking on Bobby Joe Simmons. .174 on the tree for Robert Hill. Looks like Bobby Joe out in front here. And will take the win. 9.34 with a 9. 152 miles an hour in the rocket lane for Bobby Joe to take that win in qualifying. Of course, the next time we see these riders out on the start line, it will be for the sheep stations. They will be in eliminations. Next up, Albie Davidson and Stephen Franks to do battle. Davidson in the Aeroflow lane. Running for TD Motorsports and Western Smash Repairs. 0.10 on the tree for Davidson. And it looks like
Franks might get it here.
Well, he's left, he's left way too early, so unfortunately no time recorded there, Les.
Okay, now Stephen Franks from Havisham. The Suzuki Juicer XR 1100.
That's the previous pair, bud. So Davidson took the win there. 11.59 with a 5. 119 miles an hour. And there we go. Christopher Hocking in the Smart Looking Sheds Australia. Back to machine in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Michael Borg over there in the Kawasaki from Pendle Hill, just down the road.
Yeah, not far from here. But Michael Borg has been a long time racer here. Wow. Hocking got out of there really, really fast. He left before the third amber, but he still ran a 9.31 with a 9 at 150. And Michael Borg there, a 9.66 with a 9 at, what was it, 140. Just a little bit slower.
Next up we have Wally Hoster and Brian Alvizio. Alvizio, another one of our Queensland competitors down here today. It's fantastic to see you guys and girls making the long trek down from Queensland. 0.37 on the tree, plays an 0.18 for Hoster. I think Alvizio is going to take the win though.
Yeah, he does. Good pick. good pick. Runs an 8.95 with the 7 at 147.36 and a 9.09 for Wally Hoster at 158.
Next up, Ian Hill now and Sean Ricketts. Ricketts in the Rocket Lane, running for Heavy Duty Magazine on the Kawasaki. Hill in the Aeroflow Lane, running for Pensioner Racing on the Honda CBR 1000.
Oh, look at that. Ricketts out with an 0.26 in the Rocket Lane. He streaked out in front. Hill crossed the line first, runs a 9.36 with a 2 at 142 and a 10.73 with a 9 at 128 for Ian Hill. Now moving into a Super Sedan. Yeah, we've got a couple of quickies here. Well, we've got Larry Etzel. He came out first for the first qualifying run. He was lined up down there, but 87 Nissan 300 ZX, Mopar 408 power. That's him in the Rocket Lane. Sean Maher, a multiple track champion here, in the little HB Tirana, running a Chevy 414.
Not too much in the reaction times here, but I think Ma has the performance.
Yeah, he's got it there.
9.28 with a 0, 145 mile an hour to take the win over a 10.11 with a 0, 131 for Etzel in the Rocket Lane there.
Ah, right. Okay, now we see this Sean Sorbello. So he was one of these unnamed drivers before. Sorbello Homes, Marsden Park in New South Wales. That thing is really, really quick up against Brendan Costello from Mount Druitt, New South Wales, the Aeroflow Lane in the 61 Holden EK with the Chevy 406. So this will be a good run, but yeah, watch this Sean Sorbello car go.
Well, it is double SAA, so telling us he's got some sort of performance adder, either nitrous, turbo or supercharger.
Yeah. No. Oh, big strong end, big top end. 10.26 with a 7 at 130 for Sorbello and a 9.71 for Chris Costello. No, that's the next pair.
Yes, Brendan in the last one, in the EK.
EK, that's right, yeah. Brendan, yeah, that's right. Now, Mick, I just ran into Mick Sutton. He's with Chris Costello. He's volunteers his service for the crew chief up against Victor Satlogianis from Birong in the 75 Holden LH Tirana running a Chevy 454. Nice little package he's got down there. Chris Costello is, I don't know where he picked this car up from. But
South Australia.
Did he?
Yeah, it was on a number of different sites. I'm sure it was out of South Australia.
Right, okay.
Big block Chevy on board.
Yeah, 454. He's had Fords. He had a Cortina. He had Cortina, and then I think he went to bikes next. No, I think he had another car. I'm not quite sure, but anyway, he's got this one now. Once he gets it going, it should be fine.
.077 red on the tree for Costello, getting close to the centre line. Satlogianis will take the win though, 9.31 with a 7, 143 mile an hour through the finish line. Costello there in the Anglia, 10.28 I think it was.
Yeah, at 128 miles an hour. That's all right for Chris. That's probably the fastest he's ever been, which is good. Andrew Little now in the Rocket Lane from Forbes in New South Wales, 67 Chevy Camaro, running a Chevy 350 up against Lou Palumbo. And from Hinchinbrook and the Holden HX Tube, what's that, Tubular Bells, that song, that tune. But it's all business down there on that Holden 1-tonner. and it really flies. But Andrew Little, there we go. I think Lou's got his measure.
Yeah, I think so too. 9.45 with a 0, 142 through the finish line for Palumbo to a 9.65 with an 8 at 137. In the rocket lane there.
Okay, in the rocket lane now is James Barnes from Tipping Norton, Ford Mustang, Boss 440. Joe Zammett, as Steve alluded to earlier and pointed out, that a very hard-charging racer, and the car goes with it as well. He's been a track champion for a couple of years. There we go. Oh,
005 to a 007. Barnes with the red light on the start line though.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, you still get a good ET at the top end. 8.80 with a 0, 152 mile an hour to show the win light in his lane to a 10.60. I think it was for Zammett in the Aeroflow.
Yeah, 10.60. We've got Dave Gruber now over in the Aeroflow lane, sponsored by LIT Consulting, specialised towing and Queanbeyan towing, and also Queanbeyan Engine Service. That's his nephew, I think. It's one of those.
You got that text message too, did you?
Yes. Chevy Taylor alongside him in that big Chevy 409 in the rocket lane.
004 in the tree for Gruber to an 081 for Taylor. Gruber's car is leading the way.
Oh.
9.36 with a 6, 141 mile an hour for Gruber to a 10.25 with a 3 for Chevy Taylor.
Yeah, that was a fairly decent run too. Rex Webster from Dowie. Rex used to had a couple of really nice street machines. He had a really nice FJ. It went to America actually, and then he had a little Carmen Ghia, which was very, very sweet. And so he's a bit of a handyman, this young Rex. Austin A40 Ute running a Chev 540. He had it in a Holden 1-tonner before that. Nathan Cowie from Seven Hills. 0.38 reaction time. He's running a Chevy small block. It looks like he might have poked his nose in front. Close. A 9.22 at 144 and a 9.82 at 136 for Rex Webster.
I think that was our last pair in Super Sedan. Les, we're now moving into Super Gas. And of course, the fixed index 990. Pro Tree heads up. We have Vince Panetta in the Aeroflow lane for straight line paint and panel in the Tirana, taking on Roy Romeo over there in the little Ford Hot Rod.
Yeah, I think that's, it looks like the ex-Bob Reichel little black hot rod that he raced here, made a bit of a comeback.
Actually, all these Bob Reichel's cars were that silver, black and red, weren't they, I think, from memory?
Yeah.
I don't know if it was his car, but
yeah,
certainly a very similar paint scheme.
This will be close at the end. Whoa, look at that, a 9.89 with a 7 for Roy Romeo, up against a 9.91 with an O. Over there in the Aeroflow lane. There's Super Gas Racing's getting closer and closer. Well, this got to sort out the times. They've got to adjust to the track conditions to try and get as close to that 990 as possible.
Yes, I missed the second round of qualifying for these guys. I saw the Polito team jump around with the high fives, and I can see why, because they went 9.90 with a 0.
Yeah, that was
like the Holy Grail. I think we've seen that. We've seen the perfect pass once in Super Gas here at Sydney Dragway that I'm aware of. And when I say perfect pass, it's a 000 light with a 9.900 time.
Yeah.
Oh, Polito went 001 red.
Oh, 001, yeah. Look at that, Nicholas Polito. But he still runs a 9.97 at 147, so that's good for him. Well, he knows that he can slow down a bit. Well, now he knows he can speed up. The other guys had to slow down. They were all running 980s. Joe Catanzariti now. Lonesome solo in that Pontiac Firebird. Chevy 376. So 376 in that big car would have made it probably a B gas or a C gas even.
.002 on the tree for Catanzariti.
Good. Oh, look at that. 990 with a 6 at 161.57. That's not too bad.
Yeah, so his total package is 0.008 of a second.
Yes.
It doesn't look any better than
No,
what we look at
no, that doesn't matter which. If they come up there this side or they back down, it's still really damaged.
All right, moving in to modified eliminator now. We have Alison Stewart in the Welsh Family Racing front engine dragster. Running for Jeff's Race Engines, Crackling Pipes Photography, Madman Productions, and Denaro Chassis. She's taking on Jess Turner in the rear engine dragster for ETS Race Fuels, Kavanagh Auto Parts, Dominator Converters, Denso
Spark
Plugs, Higgins Race Heads, PTHP, and a Wild Inc. A fantastic list of sponsors on both cars. This machine of Turner's has gone into the 6-second zone at over 200 mile an hour. Not 100% sure if he's running the nitrous here this event. Does not appear to be.
No, I don't think so. No.
822 with a 4, 161 to an 871 with a 6 at 150 mile an hour for Stewart in the aerofoil lane there.
Well, like everything else, nitrous is probably banned in Victoria, so couldn't get it.
Don't you mean Canberra?
No, close. Running. Missed by that much, Chief. Peter Carlton in the aeroflow lane up against Lee Hartle-Law Jr. And, well, I hope it's Lee Hartle-Law Jr. So, Lee Hartle-Law in the rocket lane. And in the aeroflow lane, it's Peter Carlton, front engine dragster running a 350 Chev. And the Roadster's got a Windsor 440 in it. That's a Ford Windsor.
Yeah, the front engine dragster is one of my favourites. Very old school. There's the small block 350 stack injection on it.
Yeah, it's
very traditional styling, wide front end. Not a massive tyre on it. 002 to a 007.
Gee, that's... Wow.
Hartle-Law will take the stripe. 804 with a 4, 165 mile an hour. To a 891 with an 8 at 148 there for Carlton.
So is that George over there and Gary Durrington? No,
that's
Craig Davies.
Davies. Yep.
That's right.
So we've seen a little bit of a resurgence of the front engine dragster.
Yeah, I was saying before, you know, there was like 6 of them.
Yep.
3 pairs.
Great to see.
Yeah.
A lot of different combos too. Like we see Gary Durrington here with a very traditional 202 Holden power plant. Now the theory behind this is nowhere near as much horsepower, but you build the car smaller, physically smaller. You can see the difference in the width of the car and the size of the tyre.
Tyres, yeah.
And the car's also shorter, so it's a lot lighter in its tear weight.
Yep.
So therefore needing less horsepower to get down the racetrack. Gary, rarely the quickest car in the field, but certainly this class is seeded by the reaction times in qualifying. So he's just got a chance to get that #1 qualifier as the fastest car in the field.
Yeah, right. That's right. I did mention that they in modified that they qualify on their reaction times, not who's the quickest. in the ET. Elapsed time. Brooke Raposada. Wow. Gregory Hills, front engine drags. I thought that might have been one of the preen cars, but there was another one, and someone else turned up with that car. I'd like to say it was someone very similar to the Exisa we've got racing here today. And I thought it was their car because it's a beautiful green one.
Well, that is one of the Blake family racing cars.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
yes.
they're Blake.
So,
that's right.
Brooke Raposada's been racing this one for a little while now.
Okay.
Does that solve your question?
Yes, it does.
Go. 036 on the tree for Raposada on the red side. 041 for Rocco Romano, and the ET 726 with a 9 for Romano. 830 with a 6 at 162 for Raposada in the rocket lane.
Yeah, 726 for Rocco at 182, and for Brooke a 830 with a 162, so 20 miles per hour difference over the finish line there. And gee, that's going to be interesting when we move on to eliminations after this. George Bukareshlev from Bass Hill in the front engine dragster, running an LS 365. And Advanced Production Design, Brian Tui Racing, MSCN, and RaceMax Direct. And Chelsea Smith from Albion Park, JM Auto Repairs, APM, Lucas Oil, Liquid Clothing, and Tony Smash Repairs, assisting Chelsea in her efforts, driving that 489 cubic inch dragster she's piloting down there. Red light, 003, red light for Chelsea. Gee, this is she's going to drive around George. Oh, she takes the win there. And a 7.833 at 171. George, a 009 reaction time, 7.88 at 170.78 miles an hour. So not much difference in the mile per hour. Just, gee, not even half a mile an hour. Well, Mark Bull on a day trip to Bangor. That's a song, I forget who sings it. Someone like Wizard or someone like that. Shire Automotive, Spitzer Dragster, small block Chev 388. Nice to see the, I'm sure Mark wasn't driving it this morning, but never mind. Gets out, 0.130 reaction time. Straight, gee, gun barrel straight if you don't mind. 782 with a 2 at 167 miles an hour. Nice effort. Oh, this will be a really good run. We've got the that Mazda RX-7 with the 2J in it. And we've got, it looks like from Spring Hill, John Heisman's, is it? Tony Heisman. Tony
Heisman's in the
Chevy
Camaro.
Camaro, Chevy 632. And Eddie Howick, Enviro Waste Mazda RX-7. 2JZ. He'd be, mate, I'll give you a place that you should check out. It's called Parliament House in Canberra. There's a lot of Enviro Waste coming out of there.
Wow.
The only thing missing from the hill there, the Parliament House, is the tent. I know they've got all the clowns and performing seals and everything there, but they're just missing the big top tent. That's all, and then it could be just a true circus. We'll see how Tony Heisman gets out of the hole. Eddie Howick, he gives that Mazda RX-7 with a 2J in. There goes. Oh, gee, and I nearly saw the whole side of that car, Steve.
Too. I was watching, that's why I took the breath. And a 647 with a 212 mile an hour, thank you very much. 647 with a 107 to the 60. And Heisman's an 8.03 with a 7, 172 mile an hour. But the Howick team absolutely pumped with that.
Yeah, oh, that was
6.47.
But, you know, like at just at 3/5 track there, it got a bit crissy-crossy, and I thought, oh, no. But he's a good peddler, good driver. Nathan Cooper in the little UNI and Gemini, small block Chev 367, up against the Pirate Pete Hamilton in the Aeroflow lane from Hume in the ACT. Well, that's where his shop is. Holden VH Commodore running a Chevy 366. Now, watch the beautiful wheel stands. He's got it down pat, young Pete. If the car lifted that up, I'd be up there on the brakes and everything. So he's guided that car nicely. Not this time.
He did that last round, Les. The first 2 rounds of qualifying, he stood it on the bumper, and then after that, it was like, yeah, no, we're playing serious now. And probably just dialed down the nitrous a little bit. Still ran a 8:39 with a 1 at 160 mile an hour, and an 8:61 with a 4 at 152. I'm going to say for Nathan Cooper in the Gemini.
We've had a lot of gimmies today.
Yeah,
50, you know, 99.99. So you've been like Santa Claus, handing out all the presents.
Just letting it rain, mate. Just let. Oh.
All right.
Get in trouble for saying that word.
Joe Gattalari from Cecil Hills, the Holden VL Commodore, running a Chevy 555. And Scotty Cousins. Yeah, that's a good car too. Scotty Cousins from Blacktown. Datsun 1200 Cooper Toyota 2JZ as well. I wonder if Scotty Cousins came down from... originally was worked and lived in Dubbo, because there was a Scotty, well, there was a Cousins up there, Cousins. Wow, Scotty Cousins there, and 7.911 at 176, and for Joe Gattalari an 8.53 at 158. Boy. Oh, this will be the that racing Camaro. Brett O'Connor, Landilo, Jenkins Performance Engines. I wonder if it's a Grumpy Jenkins engine. Could be. Creative Displays and Joinery. George Matter, A Civil and VP Racing Fuels, Al's Race Glides, Mr. Digger, and that neat little LH Tirana running a Chevy 632. Brett O'Connor, big block Chev 496. He gets mobile in that big Camaro. Creative Displays and Joinery, and Jenkins Performance Engines, of course. Our racing should be very, very interesting at the when we get into eliminations. Oh, O'Connor, a 004 red. Look at it go.
Yeah, that big Happy doing its thing at the top end.
734 with a 4 at 194. And for Matter, an 8495 at 168.39 miles an hour. So 2 very, very quick cars. This is Top Sportsman we're running now. Oh, here comes the flying carrot. Bumped into him too while getting that T-shirt. And Joe Sorbello there from Team Karam. There we go. Now it's Leo coming up. There you go, 1, 2. Joe Sorbello's in. Oh, red light for Joe, 005, 5,000s. Oh, I think Joe might take this out, I think. No! 886 with a 3 for Leo Georges at 152 and a 902 at 153.18 for Joe Sorbello. He had a 005 red. Leo Georges a 019 green reaction time. Well, I can see when the two starters start walking this way, young Stephen Bush, it means that I don't think we'll have a lunch break, but we'll see.
That's a good point. We might just take this opportunity to just grab a quick word from some of our sponsors. Les and I will be back with you very, very shortly with the start of a racing, I believe, for round number 2 of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway. Les and I will be back with you very, very shortly.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for races, street machines and hot rodders.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance. Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
I told you we wouldn't be gone too long. You can see some of our bike crews out on the start line here at Sydney Dragway, which tells me they're not too far away from coming out and running their first round of Chicago Shootout. That is, of course, Extreme Bike. We have 11 bikes entered in that field, but we did have a couple of bikes that, that didn't necessarily do well in the last round of qualifying. So whether that number's been reduced, we'll have to wait and see whether the crews have been able to repair any said damage, or if they've decided, you know what, we need to go back to the workshop with that.
Yep, for sure.
But our first pairing out will be Deanne Azzopardi Racing on the Suzuki Hayabusa, taking on Alex Borg, also for Azzopardi Racing. Now, Borg, we haven't seen the 6-second 200+ mile an hour performance here today, but in saying that, still 776 with a 9, 159 is his best. Where Deanne's best is a 1038. At 132.
That was backing off too from Alex Borg to get to 159. He's usually around the 190s.
Yeah.
197.
200+ sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
But in saying that too, I've also seen that bike drive very, very hard to not have him riding it anymore, I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
But the bike seems to be handling the launch much better these days.
Now, are there two Borgs here? There's Alex. He's a sort of, well, he like that. But you see the other Borg that rides the bike. He's,
Michael Borg.
Borg, yeah.
Don't know if they're related, mate.
Oh, right.
All right. So we hear those two machines fire into life. All right, burnout's done, Les. It's race time.
Yeah, so this is Chicago Shootout. So it must be all heads up, isn't it?
Yeah, so Extreme Bike, there's no handicap there. Pro Tree, I think. Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
so
Deanne
has got away.
Beautiful.
Out in front of Borg at the moment. Borg with a much better reaction time, but the bike just lazy off the start line. But I tell you what, Only a tenth of a second across the finish line. It looked a lot closer than that.
Yeah.
The closing speed was 172 miles an hour compared to 128 for Dejan. So I wonder if Dejan thought, oh, I've got this, and Alex just getting past at the top end of the racetrack.
Jeez. Oh, okay, we've got Cherry Buggy from Bungendore in their Suzuki Hayabusa 1441. Oh, that's a palindromic number too. 1441 one way and 1441 the other way. Ryan Franks, the Suzuki Hayabusa 1300cc. So you get maximum points for first. So everyone's in the Chicago shootout. Everyone wants to come first. Ryan Franks has done a great job here, I think.
Still out in front?
Yeah, he's still out in front. Runs an 853 at 157.5 and an 87 with a 0 at 150 for Cherry Buggy from Bungendore. They both had 0.2 reaction times at 2.207 and a 0.213, so not much difference there in the reaction times for the start. Ken Collin now and Jeff Gradden. Gradden in the rocket lane and Ken Collin in the Aeroflow lane. Hayabusa versus Suzuki GSXR 1300. Oh, Ken Collin. Whoa! Gee, look at Ken Collin, 780 at 170.62. Jeff Gradden there, an 886 at 146.62, but he got nearly wheels up at half track.
I dare so that's where all the boosters let go there, I reckon.
Yeah, I think so.
Now, Gradden's best pass of the day there, but Colin just drove away from him.
Yeah. He's, he's... for a bloke that's, that survived cancer and stuff like that, he's done really, really well. And a hell of a nice bloke.
All right, Chris Collin now on the start line for Rascal Race Engines, taking on a Brant Gilliver for Mick Hone Motorcycles in the rocket lane. Looks like Collin will take this one out too. That's 2 for 2 for the team.
That's it. Look at that. It runs a
798 with a 2, Les. 166 through the finish line.
Yeah, and a 149 and 143 for Brant Gilliver over there in the rocket lane. So I'm not quite sure. They'll probably get, I don't know, 3 points for first and 1 for second. Not sure. But anyway, they'll all come out 3 times. So you get to see it. That's the good thing about the Chicago shootout. And now we've got Brendan Miglianico. So he'll get maximum points, 1340cc Hayabusa. There he goes. Look at that, a 768 at 191. 191.48. 7682 for Brendan Miglianico. Well, that was a nice test and tune for him. But always drive it out the back, or right, this one here, ride it out the back door.
All right, I believe that is the end of qualifying here for round number 2, the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway. We're going to have a short break and we'll be back with you with racing from now on in this afternoon's schedule. Our first category off the list will be Super Comp with their second round of Chicago Shootout, then Boosted Outlaws. Then we get underway with the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters, Street Bike, Go Logistics Super Street, Modified, Top Sportsman, Extreme Bike, Super Sedan, BikeReview.com, Modified Bike, Super Gas. Then we start the list again for second round. But Les and I will be back with you very, very shortly here at Sydney Dragway for the start of racing for all of our sportsman categories here today.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicone hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Racers, race fans, pit crew, and anyone else that's around. It was a great qualifying session. We managed to squeeze all three in. Now we're into eliminations. Mick Withers dialed in at 14:30 and a .329 reaction time, but Cole Northcott was a lot quicker. And he'll come through. He'll take the win, a 687 at 130 for the win, and Mick Withers a 14.36 on a 14.30. So he didn't do too bad on his dial in, but a .329 reaction time just ain't going to cut it against these guys here. So Mick he can probably go home and watch the rest of the practice for tomorrow's Formula One. Robbie Gielb now from Wandandian, young Robbie, ex-Canberran as well. Kawasaki ZZR 1100. Dialed in with the 1065. He got the handicap start against Stefan Stavala. Stefan's gone past him. Gee, there wasn't much difference. Oh, a 10.13 for Stefan at 122 and a 10.71 on a 10.65 for Robbie Gielb at 129 miles an hour for the lose. Wow. Daniel Burtonshaw dialed in at 10.40. That's Daniel in the rocket lane. Ross van der Hoek from Indenza Park. Kawasaki 1900cc. Is that possible? Oh, yours is about 1800, isn't it? Yeah, so that young Benny up here, he's got an 1800 bike, and I thought 1900 cc's. But anyway, he stole in with 1380. 1380's a heap slower than Daniel Burtonshaw's 1040. So he'll get the handicap start over here in the Aeroflow lane. Oh, Ross van der Hoek's gone through. Automatic win to Daniel Burtonshaw. I'm sure that's the second time today he's done that. Van der Hoek. Anyway, Daniel runs through a 12.081 at 125 for the win. We'll just have to wait until Ross van der Hoek gets right to the end of the at the turnaround up there. He's probably halfway along. Waiting now. Oh, up against Angela Phipps. She'll have to do the chasing here. I don't think she'll make it. She's top end charge was huge. 11.10 on an 11 flat for Greg Horridon at 125. Angela Phipps on a 10.17 run at 10.38 at 141. Both of them didn't have exceptional reaction times. Actually, one negated the other, so any time that they had in front of them was negated. So I thought Angela, if it had been maybe 10 or 20 metres longer, she probably would have rounded him up. There we go, Jesse Barnes now. Ah, 000. I have to write that down. 000 for Jesse Barnes. Wow. Okay, well that was the bracket for the bike class. Now we've moved into Pat Furiolo. Pat driving that car. Oh, gee whiz. Must have got rid of the Holden Montana. He's certainly stepped up here. This is a Super Comp. Now, Pat Furiolo is running against an 830 index and Peter Mamone a 745. So now that they're going to get, those are the numbers they'll be shooting for. So Pat Furiolo in the white car over here, that white Camaro in the Aeroflow lane with 402 cubes on it, will get the handicap start because 830 is slower than 745. So Peter Mamone in the rocket lane, he'll have to wait till the tree comes down. He'll have to wait a while, let me tell you. Probably nearly a full tree difference between the two. So let's see how they go here. So Pat Furiolo will get the handicap start, so you'll see the white Camaro take off first. It's all down to reaction times here. There goes Mamone. Furiolo's an 061. He'll get it. That's a great whole shot win. 061 reaction time against a 0.218. So Pat Furiolo there, 842 at 160 miles an hour, and a 771 on a 745 at 175 for Peter Mamone. Oh, Pat Furiolo. Well, that's, as I say, the last time I called him running was when he had that dark blue Holden Montana. Bruce Leake, sorry. From Carrabah in New South Wales, the Pontiac GXP. His index in B gas, which this is the equivalent. It's a pro stock car, but it's a B gas car for the purposes of today because we're not running a pro stock class. Chevy 400, so it's a full pro stocker, but it's slotted into B gas now. Bruce has got to go quicker than 739. Oh, well, he can't lose because the index will stay the same. He can just go down. He can just saunter on down as slow as he likes. Next, young Thomas, one of his sons there, adjusting the wheelie bars. Here we go. So Bruce Leake at the helm. Solo run. The only way he could lose is crossing the centre line or tagging the wall. So this is one of the instances where there is no winner. He backed it off. He didn't. Oh, he runs a 724 on a 739, so he's gone under his index. So they might have to re-look at that. 724 with a 9 at 156. So he has gone 6 seconds previously in the Pro Stock class at a lot quicker than 156, let me tell you. It's like 193 or 194 miles an hour instead of 156. But on a solo. All right, Boosted Outlaws. Pitch Toby Austin from Wall's-End in that really neat Chevy Camaro. BAE 521, our number one qualifier, 659. So his index is a 658 with a 0. And it's also the same for Curtis Reed, so it's a heads up here. It's 1 versus 2. Number 1 qualifier is Toby Austin over here in the Aeroflow lane, and in the Rocket lane will be Curtis Reed, our number 2 qualifier in this class. Wow. Not a big burnout, but... Oh,
because you need a little bit more RPM.
Yeah.
Easy for me to say, of course.
Yeah. Wow.
I guess you got a wealth of experience in the rocket lane over there for Curtis Reed in terms of crewing, but he's only fairly new to the driver's seat of this rear engine dragster.
Right.
Where in the other lane you've got Toby, who's been driving this car for, I want to say, a good 2 years now.
Right.
And doing a very good job at it as well.
Oh no, he's got Peter Lay Custom Imports as a sponsor. Jeremy Camaro, Brad Anderson, Engineering, a BAE 521.
Well, I know Toby's run earlier today was dead straight with a 6:59. .069 on the tree to an 096. Anybody's race at the finish line. It will be Toby Austin, 661 with a 212 miles an hour through the finish line, to a 666 with a 207, backing up the 4.6s that he ran before.
And here he's got the reaction times is an 069 and an 096, which is the reverse numbers.
Correct. So only around 700ths across the finish line. That was a cracker of a race from two young gentlemen there.
It was even at the, I guess, the 1,200 foot mark, it was still neck and neck.
But how good for Curtis Reed there to do 2 runs within a thousandth of a second with all the variables that you have with that car to run the thing so consistently, to be a thousandth different. You know, there's a couple of shift points in there. There's all the tuning changes that you could make. But well done to Toby Austin for taking the win points in that race.
Yeah, and one good driving also by Curtis Reed for staying with it, sticking the foot right into it and making it such a classic drag race. Beauty. Heads up. Gotta love it. Brett White now in the rocket lane. Oh, another heads up here, Steve-O. Cruz Lovering in the Aeroflow lane, up against Brett White in the rocket lane, both 6 flat. Oh. Gee, this is a tough call, this one.
Now, Brett's rolled into the water and stopped. It's probably not his normal procedure, where Cruz has come through the water at speed. And we both saw that, they're asking to shut down Brett White, the crew telling him to switch it off. Obviously something not quite right there. Saw a cracker of a run out of that car in the last time that he faced the starter, but...
both cars have... candles are out.
Yeah, I don't know if Lovering couldn't get reverse there, I dare say. He's pulled up from the burnout, and that's where he stopped.
Yeah. Okay, you guys, pit crew. Hut, 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 hut.
Yeah, we saw Brett White's team have to push him back after the I think it was the second time out this morning.
Yep. The bloke walking down there should stop where he is and wait till the car comes to him instead of him going to the
It's
car.
not how a team works, Les.
Oh, but my team was, I'll do it. We'll
Work as
all
a
work
team
as
and
a team, but we'll do it my way.
Yeah, I'm sure that's how a lot of teams work, actually.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, particularly when.
What
there's
did your
a-
hat say the other day? You were the super.
Yeah. Oh well.
Anyway, it's a
gee,
little
we're
bit-
getting back to the old me and Rusty days. It's actually it's good to be there, back there.
Well, unfortunately for both those races, had to shut
Yeah,
those cars
but,
down.
yeah.
Of course, lots of little things that can happen with these machines that mean it's either not ideal to run them, or something's telling you that it's not a good idea to run the car. And
exactly.
Yes, today is a race meeting, but it's not a national championship event.
Yep.
So why risk doing damage to parts of cars and humans just to prove a point. So I'm sure those two teams will take those cars back to relevant pit areas, do what they need to do.
Yeah, we might see them come out, both of them again.
Correct.
Later on in the program.
Now, we didn't see the Darren Hubbard car come
no.
back.
No. Might be all of them out of the there's 4 of them there, so we've only had.
Well, there was 4 out of the 6. There was 6 entered.
Mm.
So Hubbard was one. And
Yeah, that's right.
Who was the 6th one?
6th one was no. Was it a dragster? Cruise Lovering. Is it Sainty? Oh, was it that Monaro? The black Monaro?
That's
That's
Darren
another
Hubbard.
class.
That's Darren Hubbard.
Is it?
Yep.
Yeah, right.
All right, so we shouldn't be down for too long. We've assembling all of our sportsman categories in the staging lanes. They shouldn't be too far away. And it looks like we will be having junior dragsters for their first round of qualifying. A big field in juniors. There was 20 entered. So there is going to be a number of rounds of racing there to get a finalist there. And wish all of our junior competitors good luck in racing.
Well, I guess
pick dial-ins and get the tune-ups right and run right on those on the dial-ins and good strong reaction times.
Yeah, well, it's each time the cars face each other, the field drops by half. So you get 20 junior dragsters out, and in the first thing there's 20 of them, but in the second round there's only 10 of them, and then only 5 of them. So that's how it. And it's if you get into the groove. No pun intended there. If you get into the groove and the meeting's going well like it is today, well, except for that unfortunate incident with Steve Willis, there is an end.
Yes.
It's not like some people get into a situation where it only goes from bad to worse, and there is no end. So. But anyway, I philosophise, and we'll be down just for a short period because we have to get they're placing the safety barriers in place now for the junior dragsters.
All right, what we might do just very briefly, Les, is just throw up to our big screen for a couple of ads from some of our supporters, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bank shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
All right, so here we are. We were just waiting for basically the dial-ins, I think, to be put into the computer. The bottom end looks to nearly be completed in the switchover, and we'll be kicking off with our first pair of junior dragsters here for the Western Weekender Junior Dragster category. Round number 2 of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway.
And for all up-to-date information, I suggest that you have a look at the usual amount of W's.com Sydney Dragway and find out what's all the events that are happening. There might be something on here that you might want to see even during the week, because sometimes they have test and tune days, and I'm not, if they have a private track hire, I don't know if the public can just come in and have a look.
Usually not for a private hire, but certainly we have our Race for Real Wednesday nights. Every Wednesday night here we have a roll drags here once a month.
Once a month on a Thursday night.
Thursday night, correct. Also many test and tune type events usually on a Saturday. There's also the Diesel Dirt and Turf show happening very soon. I can't tell you the dates off the top of my head, but that's obviously a static display happening down in the pit area for anything to do with the civil works, I guess, is the majority of that. The Diesel Dirt and Turf Expo. It's been here at Sydney Dragway for a number of years. It's fantastic to have them back.
Yep.
The amount of machinery in that gets delivered here is quite mind-boggling.
Yeah.
And the big tents and marquees that get put on display from all of our fantastic, I suppose, vendors, suppliers, trade
suppliers to the trade. Yeah.
So there's always something going on. There's the track holds the All Ford Day here at the end of July, which of course is another static show. Many drag racing events. There's Motorcana. There's a Motorcana club that hold a event here once a month, where they do a series of I suppose tactical driving, I guess you could say, around the venues. Make their own little track up and that. And of course, don't forget, we've got the burnout pad. There's the burnouts happen.
That's right.
Most Wednesday nights that aren't theme nights. We also have the fairly major sort of burnout comps, like the one happening on this Friday next week. Of course, is our Good Friday burnout event. So there is always something going on here at Sydney Dragway. Our first pair of juniors just going through their burnout procedures right now in the airflow lane. We have Zach Grafalo dialed in with an 819, taking on Chloe Reiko dialed in with a 797. Now, as I said before, this is Zach's last race as a junior dragster driver.
Yes, it'd be interesting to, if we could just sort of preempt of what he might do. I mean, nice young fella, very polite, and we wish him well, whatever he does. And but it'd be nice to see him back here in in competition in another machine. But
I'm very sure that will happen. The Rafalo name has been around drag racing for quite some time.
Yeah.
There's a number of different Rafalos. I don't know whether they're related to Zach, but certainly we see them out here at the drags. He'll be around, obviously, with his brother, who will be coming up in a later pairing, of course. So it might be a little while before we see Zach's name back on a car, but I'm sure in the near future, when the time's right, or someone is kind enough to offer a seat.
That's right.
He'll be in it for sure.
Could be.
Let's just see how the day pans out for him. Leaves the start line with an 0.64 light, but an 0.26 for Chloe Rako. Zach's got a race on his hands.
He sure has, but oh no.
And it looks like Chloe has taken out the win. 8.01 with a 4 and a 7.97 dialing. Got there by about 0.08 of a second. Rafalo an 8.27 with an 8.77 mile an hour through the finish line on his 8.19.
Yeah, and it was an 0.24 reaction time for Chloe and an 0.64 for Zach Rafalo in the reaction time. So you just had that, like that. It doesn't sound very much like 0.20 to 0.60, but in drag racing, that's a couple of revolutions of the wheel, and both cars are accelerating. It's really, really tough. Okay, Georgia Leafting now in the Rocket Lane, dial in at a 9.01, up against Savannah Condello in the Aeroflow Lane, dialed in with an 8.02. A 1.04 reaction time for Savannah in the Aeroflow Lane, the 1.71. Who gets it here, Steve?
And will be Georgia Leafting takes it here by 0.02 of a second. 9.04 with a 6 on a 9.01. She takes the win over Condello, who went an 8.14 with a 3 on an 8.02. So just probably giving away a little bit too much on the dial in there for the Condello machine.
Yes, it's hard, if you want to, like, she dialed in with a 790 something, and, if your opponent dials in, this happened, a 790 against an 819. So if you go an 820, can you afford to give that fraction of a second away? And sometimes it ain't. Sharp drivers will, they'll get us really, really close, if not bang on.
And next pairing up, Harry Rako from Albion Park, dialed in with an 8.01, taking on Charlotte Leafting now. Let's see what can happen, Les. Can we see both the Leafting cars through?
Yes, the Charlotte's there, an 8.27. She'll get the handicap start over Harry Rako in the Aeroflow Lane. An 8.27 is slower than an 8.01, so she'll get the handicap.
Well, Harry's got 900s up his sleeve here.
Yeah, he'll take the win.
Yep, does do. 8.10 with a 1. Ford was able to back off, get off the right off running that dial in. Moves through to the next round, so that's both Rako cars through and both Leaf.
That was a Leafting there.
Benjamin Adard now and Liam O'Neill to do battle. Adard in the Aeroflow Lane, dialed in with a 9.16. Running for ITF Hire. Pro Tilt Towing also on board. Liam O'Neill in the Rocket Lane, dialed in with a 12.04. Running for Princey Motorsports. Race Wide Open podcast. Check that podcast out. I've listened to quite a few myself. It's not bad. It's pretty good. They cover all sorts of motorsport, drag racing, speedway. Talk to a number of different races. 170 on the tree for Adard, a 133 for O'Neill. Ada takes the win, goes 9.20 with a 1. 68 mile an hour is 9.16 to take the win. O'Neill just slowed to a 12.31 with a 2 on his 12.04, I think it was. All right, our next pairing out, Jacob Longo and Daniela Axiak. Longo in the aeroflow lane, running for RMJ Mechanical Repairs. Dialed in with an 8.85. Daniela Axiak in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 7.91. .097 red on the tree for Longo's hand. The win to Axiak, who runs on through for a 7.95 with a 1 on a 7.91. She'll take the win, move into the next round. Next up, we have Zane Condello and Savannah Lucci to do battle. Zane in the black car in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 8.38. Lucci dialed in with a 12 flat in the rocket lane.
Well, she's been going, she's the one that's been in the C Junior Dragster, so she can probably go 11.90, and she's dialed in at 12 flat. She's been 12.01 and a 12.014, and I think a 12.012. Oh, there's a best there, sorry. So it's a 12.014. That was a best. So she's in a good position to dial in at 12 flat. Now, young Zane Condello there, he can chew on a Milky Bar or something, and while he watches Savannah Lucci disappear into not quite the sunset. Oh, she's a lot of pressure on the young lady. So automatic win to Zane Condello.
And at 8.42 with a 2, 75 mile an hour through the finish line for Zane to take the win.
Yeah, you'd be the type of bloke, Steve, that if that happened to you, you'd go, can we have that run again? She must have been distracted or something like that. No, only was it
no.
That's why I asked the question. Oh, Benny in the background. He's like the bloke in the Muppets.
What did you expect me to say? Do you think I'd be paid the same
no.
courtesy back? No way.
No.
Do you think Sebastian Vettel or the F1 driver Philip
Albert
Park this weekend goes, you know what? I'm a little bit faster than you guys. I'm going to wait on the start line and let you have 5 seconds, then I'm going to chase you down.
Well, if you said, yeah, I would have said, see, that's just the kind of guy you are.
No.
Oh, rightio. Okay. Win at all costs.
No, it's not. No, it's not win at all costs.
Well,
it's race by the rules and play fair is what it's about.
Yeah. But I'm asking, would you go that much further for a person in a junior?
Well, don't forget, I would have to be in the same boat. So, no.
Yeah, right.
No,
that's all right.
Would you?
Sometimes I think I would. Because when I played football, we had a lot of islanders at school.
Yeah.
And when they came running at you, like the big holes, I'd let them pass and I'd say, after you, sir.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah.
Because you didn't want to get hurt.
No, that's right.
So Jeffrey McNiff now and Piper Bennett to do battle. McNiff dialed in with an 8.50. The truth comes out, Ben. McNiff dialed in with an 8.58. In the Samaria's engines backed junior dragster. Bennett dialed in with an 8.03 in the Stratusform half-scale machine with the McGee power plant on board. She was our number 6 qualifier. McNiff down the field a little bit with an 8.53, but has been cutting some pretty good lights here. I hope I just...
Oh, there's something wrong. Is young Jeffries pulled over to the side. So something wrong with the machine. There you go. The official's going over. He must have seen something.
Jeffrey doing exactly the right thing. He's been taught well. Of course, any of the races out there, you realise that there's something wrong with your car. Just pull over to the side of the racetrack, closest to the wall when it's safe to do so. Let us check it out. Make sure you're not dropping anything, fluid, parts or otherwise. And that way, the cleanup is minimised. But very rare to see a junior break down.
Yeah,
it does happen, but
it does.
Not very often. So, I guess the beauty of them, if it is dropping fluid, back in ye old day, they held less than a litre of oil.
Yeah.
So there's not much fluid plus the fuel, and the fuel being methanol would evaporate. So it would only be a maximum cleanup of a litre.
10 seconds flat.
Yeah. So hopefully nothing major gone wrong there for Jeffrey and the team. I know the engine in that car was relatively fresh, so hopefully nothing major going on, and maybe it's just thrown a belt or a chain.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's the bane of a lot of incidents where something has happened. You can look back and you can see where the person is walking down the track. There, it looks like a baby snake or something, but it's the chain.
Exactly right. So we shouldn't be down for too long. All the rest of our competitors waiting patiently for their run, their first round race, of course.
There they go. It's good that roller idea to put on the rear, and they go so slow that they don't. The young kids don't panic and stuff like that. They know in the first 10 feet that the car travels, or 3.014 metres, that they're not going to get shoved along at 60 kilometres an hour. Yeah, look at that.
All right, our next pair will be Brianna Boscovich and Tegan Smith. I think these two raced each other in the first round of qualifying, if my memory serves me correct.
Yeah, we did. They were in the same things too, the same lane.
Brianna's dialed in with all the 8s, 888 on the start line.
Oh, yeah.
And, Tegan in the rocket lane, dialed in slightly faster with a 799. Of course, running for JM Auto Repairs, APM, Power Cruise Promotions, and Lucas Oils. Been a fantastic supporter of that team the whole time they've been here at Sydney Dragway, I'm pretty sure. All those sponsors on board.
Oh, yeah, well, it's Power Cruise Promotions. They have a Power Cruise at, what's the track in...
They're everywhere. One here, they've had one here only a couple of weeks ago in Sydney at Sydney Motorsport Park, and another one up at Willowbank Raceway. I don't know if it's still called that, but the one next to the drag strip, the Willowbank Queensland Raceway.
Yep, that's right. And they have one that Jeff Lutz goes to, is in it's in Minnesota, the Brainerd.
Okay. Same deal or different people?
Same deal. Yeah, same deal as here. So sometimes you'll see on Jeff Lutz's Street Outlaws car, he's got Power Cruise on the top of the windscreen.
I was not aware of that.
Oh.
Yeah, I bet they did love it. It's something completely different. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have many.
I know one thing for sure, it's certainly a popular event here in Australia.
Yeah, well, what the last one, just recently, a couple of blokes had a few issues.
Yes, you could put it that way. All right, looks like that car is off the racing surface. doesn't appear to be any attention needed to the racing surface, which is great.
Yeah.
And as I say that, the two cars below us fire into life.
Yes, well, that'll be Tegan Smith and, of course, Brianna Boskovic. Boskovic in the Aeroflow lane and Tegan Smith in the Rocket lane. 7.99 is Tegan's dial in, so that's pretty quick. It's quicker than Brianna's 8.88, so Brianna Boskovic in the Aeroflow lane will get the handicap start. And Tegan Smith to do the chasing.
I think we've only got the one Boskovic running here today.
Yeah, I haven't seen Josh.
There's usually if Josh is in top sportsman, but even in juniors we've had multiple Boskovic's.
Oh, is there?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So Charlie's now racing hamsters and anything else that he can race.
Is it?
He's done in juniors, I'm pretty sure. And I can't think of his name.
Charlie?
No, Charlie's eldest.
Oh, right. Must be a heap of them down in Wandandian. They must grow out of the Cabbage Patch. Cabbage Patch Kids. Tegan Smith now. And just waiting for her opposition, Brianna Boskovic, to trip the lights. Fantastic. There they go.
That's who it is, Archie. I knew it would come to me.
Right.
It knew it would come to just had to dig back a little bit further. Oh, unfortunately, Boskovic leading the red light, 050 red on the tree, handing the win to Smith. Gets the opportunity to run it out the back door. 797 with a 1 on a 799.
Yeah, that's a breakout, but first is worst. So if your opponent collects the wall or is red lights, it's first is worst. And even if you break out at the other end, it doesn't matter. There's got to be a winner, except when there's perhaps an accident involving both vehicles, which we hope never happens.
So on the start line now, our number one qualifier in junior dragster went 8.001, 1,000th of a second away from the ideal pass that you chase in qualifying in an A junior. Alex Rafalo for Sydney Waterscapes leaves the start line with an 022 light. He's got a free shot at testing the dial in at the other end of the racetrack. Let's see what he can do.
Oh, 8.088. 8.08 with an 8 at 79.42 miles an hour. Yeah, that sounds, I don't know. It's 8.08 on a 799. Or maybe he didn't want anything to go wrong.
Yeah, we went 8.03 with a 5 and an 8.04 with a 0 in qualifying, and then, of course, ran that little bit quicker with an 8.001. But, maybe just got out of the throttle a little bit early, but not too sure either way, not too far away from the other runs that he's done today. So I think that concludes the first round of Junior Dragster here today, and we'll just remove all of the safety apparatus there. And I think of our schedule, Les, we are about to move into street bike. Is our next category
street
out?
Bike, yep.
In the meantime, I'll just throw back to our big screen for a couple of words from some of our sponsors, and Les and I will be back with you very, very shortly.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates, and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
All right, as I said, we wouldn't be down for too long, did I? I didn't lie. All right, as I said, our next category out will be street bike according to the schedule. And it looks like we have cars down there. So we're going to get underway with What are they, Street Fighter? Yes. No, Super Street. Super Street. So they're coming through the lanes. They've mixed the schedule up with me just to make a fool out of me. Of course, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Nitro Champs happening here at Sydney Dragway. First weekend of May. Should be an absolute cracker of an event over 3 days. We will see top fuel dragsters. We will see funny cars. We will see Pro Slammer. We will see Pro Mod. All of our Sportsman categories as well. And I can't wait to be part of that event as well here at Sydney Dragway. Of course, part of the NDRC Championship Series. And that is the 3rd to the 5th of May. We will also see Pro Stock and Top Bike there as well. All right, round number 1 of Super Street kicking off with Sammy Joe Johnson in the Aeroflow lane in the VE Commodore. Dialed in with a 12.58. Sammy, one of our hard-working officials here at Sydney Dragway when she's not behind the wheel. Also a regular competitor at the Aeroflow Race for Real events every Wednesday night. She's taking on Alan Stevenson, who's in the Rocket lane for Power Plus Race Fuels in the HB Tirana. Sammy Joe away with an 085 light. Stevenson away with the red light. Unfortunately, he'll take no further part in today's racing. Sammy Joe gets to test the dial in. Goes 12.51 on a 12.58 at 115. Would have been a breakout, but Stevenson had already lost the race on the start line with the red light.
Okay, back into the full action, full commitment here, young Steve-O. Here we go. Yeah, that's what I'm after. Adam Bowers and Con Iranios.
Iranios in the Rocket lane, dialed in with a 12.80. He'll leave half a second in front of Adam Bowers, but Bowers just made a bunch of that up. 0.41 light to a 3.75.
Yeah, he'll probably take it out unless he breaks out. Oh,
well, Iranios broke out trying to make up the difference. So a 12.32 with an 8 on a 12.30 for Bowers. It takes the win at both ends.
Yeah, pretty seasoned campaigner as our Mr. Bowers.
Yep, it's not his first radio.
David McGlynn, another seasoned, I won't say veteran.
Both competitors on the start line, they've seen the Christmas tree a few times.
Yes, yeah.
Matasevic in the Cortina away with a 1.11 reaction time. He's got a little bit of work to do, McGlynn.
Yeah, McGlynn
away with an 0.45. I think the Cortina, he's out of the throttle. And McGlynn just walks away with it at the end.
Yeah, 11, 1, 2, 3 at 104.
I hope no issues for Matasevic there, because that is one tough little Cortina. And not like him to not run it out the back door. But anyway, Bruce Ritchie on the start line in the Chevy Bel Air, dialed in with a 10.78. Taking on Martin Stevenson in the drag van, dialed in with a 10.05.
Come on, Greyhound. You get past the first round. Then you're right, you're home and hosed. So it'll go down in favour of Bruce Ritchie.
Oh, Ritchie over towards the centre line. There's a lot of car to start moving around.
Yes. Stevenson might get him here.
He does, right on the finish line. Oh, look,
but he got there first.
Stevenson got there first across the finish line by a hundredth of a second. Ritchie stayed in it and broke out, trying to make the difference up. There was a little bit of a gap in the Christmas tree.
Yeah, there was.
So Stevenson will move into the next round. Our next pairing out, Peter Villaris in the Go Logistics. Holden Tirana taking on Brian Attasing in the VY Commodore. Brian also has worn the official Sydney Dragway officials shirt on occasion.
Has he? Oh, right, good.
Good to see out there taking on the racetrack. Violaris with the red light there. He too moving way over towards the centre line. Addising away with an 0.99 light. Let's see what he can do at the finish line. 12.61 with a 3 at 1.08 on his 12.48. He'll be back for round number 2.
Yeah, well, that's good. Violaris there, perhaps an 0.31 red, and he goes at 10.90 on a 10.85. It would have been a really, really close race. Rodney de Groot in the Ford XE Falcon Clevo 410. This is a quick car up against Corey Stutchbury in the Holton Commodore 5.7 litre LS1. Oh, well, it might not be. It might be, no, it wouldn't be a carburetted car. Like a 5.7, it wouldn't be a 350. Not in that one.
I'd be surprised.
Yeah, well, that place is full of surprises, isn't it? You know, you get all sorts of things inside. And some of those motors, but why would you go back to a carby when you've got fuel injection? From the factory, Rodney de Groot, 10.61. That's pretty quick. Not much difference between these two, actually. Corey Stutchbury, there is in the reaction time, though, an 0.20 for de Groot and an 0.54. Oh, no. Stutchbury put his foot on the brake. He's judged it perfectly, and he had the slower reaction time. Wow.
Sounded like one of that we heard. I just heard in the track mics there, Les. It sounded like one of those cars. It just touched the limiter as they shifted into gear. But
right.
maybe our eagle-eared listeners will hear that better than I do. But of course, Super Street racing here today, brought to us by Go Logistics. It's fantastic to have them on board as always. Fantastic track sponsor as well. Been around for 13 odd years, grown from just having an idea to a very strong customer base. Or the big Impala of Gregory getting all crossed up in the aeroflow lane. McGregor has left the cherry dangling on the Christmas tree, handing the win to Gregory. That's not hard, is it? Gregory and McGregor.
Oh, it's a big good tussle too. Rob Matesic from Shell Harbour in that Camaro. That is a real honker. He knows how to drive it, but that's exactly the same situation he's going to face. Craig Warren, he's exactly the same. These guys will have a good reaction time, and they'll put on a great show. A 10.52 against a 10.12. Craig Warren to do the chasing, and a 1-2-3. Oh, Rob Matesic might just keep it because he's got a better reaction time. I think it'll break out. No, the win, he doesn't break out, but 10.68 on a 10.52.
There would have been 4 10,000s in it roughly if the reaction time was the same. So it just goes to show the importance of the reaction time there. The Camaro with the better light, and he held that same distance effectively nearly all the way down the racetrack. So both cars performed similarly to their dial-ins. It was just that the reaction time was the difference at the top.
Was the decider. Chris Zammett in the Rocket Lane, the Holden VT, running a Chevy 350, dialed in at 11.82. He'll get the handicap start. Oh, Greg Robbins with a 5.08 reaction time.
Unfortunately, that's going to be very difficult to overcome.
He'll break out if he does win. 12.09 with an 8 at 89 miles an hour for Chris Zammett in the Rocket Lane. And Greg Roberts on his 11 dial-in ran an 11.010, but reaction time 0.5. That's half a second, mate.
Yeah, no, that's...
not even in this category.
Might have been distracted or something, not sure, but neither. Anyway, the result was the same. Next up, Mark Hopkins taking on Mark Elborn. Hopkins in the Tirana, Elborn in the utility. The Ute dialing with a 12.48. The Tirana, he'll have to wait with a 10.82 dial in.
Yeah, it's over 2 seconds.
Nice light for Hopkins, an 0.17 on the tree. Should see the Tirana's win light appear, and yes, we do. Gets there by 51 10,000ths of a second, though. There's not much in it at the top end.
At the top end,
10.95 with a 2 on a 10.82, I think it was.
Yeah, very, very tough there. Guy Greenland now, guy from St Clair in the Rocket Lane in that hard-going VX Berliner, up against Richard Matasevic. Now, Richard's dialed in with a 1078 in that yellow ute, and Guy Greenland is 1088, so there's 1/10 of a sec. Now, is that possible that Richard Matasevic could get a red light? I've never seen him.
It's possible, but it's rare.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've never seen him. Well, good on Guy Greenland.
1090 with an 8 for Guy to take the win. Test the dialing. He left with an 087, so not a bad light for him in the first place.
Yeah, not too bad, yeah. Oh, Blaine Bull. And Jim Raptus. Oh, this is the meep, meep, the Jeep. Jim Raptus there, dialed in 1195. With all that, you know, like mumbo and all the gadgetry under the bonnet, he's still got to get a head start. And Blaine Bull, that Falcon goes really hard. Oh, this is going to be closer, but I think the Falcon will get it. Oh,
yeah, Raptors.
But he got there first.
Raptors got there first, but broke out, handing the win back to Blaine.
Yeah.
Margin of victory, 5/100ths of a second.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
So it wasn't a big breakout there, but he had a little bit of ET up his sleeve with a better reaction time for Raptors.
Yeah. Alison Stewart in the Rocket Lane, dialed in 869, up against Lee Hartle-Law in the Aeroflow lane. Hartle-Law's dialed in with an 803. 803 is quicker than 869. So you'll see the front engine dragster there with Alison Stewart at the helm. She'll get the handicap start. It's good to see the twins and their older sister all helping with the efforts for this. There's Kerry. I can't remember. Jackie is the eldest one. She's the one that's guiding her in. Real family do.
Yeah, definitely, and it's fantastic to see. Yes, at least second generation racer, aren't they? With Doug, I don't know whether there was any further back from Dougie, but a very colourful character.
Yeah, very. 869, Allison. Oh.
039 on the tree for the dragster. 015 for the yellow hot rod.
Yeah,
I was just trying to look at the numbers. 400ths of a second for Hartle-Law to take the win there.
Yep, and
808 with a 6 on an 803.
At 161, 876 on a 8.
Just goes to show how tough modified is, doesn't it? There's like
yeah.
nothing wrong with the run there of Allison's, but just outraced, I guess, you know?
Yeah.
Hartle-Law just a little bit closer on the dial in and a little bit closer on the ET in the reaction time as well. And just see the win light appear. Next up, we have a pair of front engine dragsters doing battle. Gary Durrington in the Aeroflow lane with a Holden 6-cylinder, dialed in with a 988. He's taking on Craig Davies over there in the Rocket lane, who's dialed in with an 832. Of course, the small block Chevy, 385 for Summer Ranch race cars. Ice ignitions, Victory transmissions, Revolution race gear. Durrington away with a red light, 077 red, 059 green on the tree for Craig Davies.
Oh, gee, that's a good time. On his 832, he runs an 834 with a 6 at 153, plus the bonus of a 059 reaction time. But Gary Durrington, unfortunately, he'll want to give himself an up. I'm not saying tell him to give himself an uppercut, but that's what he'll probably think. Well, 7,000ths of a second, but it's just, it takes longer than that for the brain message to go to the foot.
Yeah, but I think sometimes if you don't, you got to throw the dice. Durrington would have known that he'd have a tough race in CJ Davies. It's not his first time here at Sydney Dragway either. And that car, is run at every opportunity that it can get. So very well versed in all sorts of different conditions, and I'm sure Durrington was aware that he'd have a pretty tough race on his hands.
Yeah. That's right. Hey, you want to be sort of alert, and you think you want to get the jump, but like you can't just time it right all the time. It just doesn't happen.
All right, Brooke Rapazada in the aerofoil lane, dialed in with an 8.23, leaves with a 004 light. Has a day and a half on Romano's 143. It will be the Rapazada car to take the win. 8.28 with a 5. 163 on an 8.23. What a cracker of a run for that team. 7.27 with an 8 on a 7.26 for Romano, but he will be pretty dirty with himself on that reaction time.
Yeah, well, it's one of these last qualifiers. He had a terrible reaction time. It was like 2.76 or something like that, which is very...
It's not like him.
Not at all.
He's been away from racing for a little while, but he took home a trophy at the round number 1. I can't remember if it was a win or a runner-up, but a very good racer. Came out of juniors, moved into Super Street, I think, Street Fighter, then purchased this rear-engine dragster with his father and did very well with it. Yeah. Went away from the sport for a bit, but great to have him back. But unfortunately, his racing for today is done. He'll have to come back for round number 3 on the racetrack now, Liz. They keep coming.
Yep.
And luckily, at least they're doing burnouts. Give us a bit of time to talk.
Chat about things.
Mark Bull in the aeroflow lane, running for Shire Automotive in the Spitzer Dragster. He's running the... Am I reading that right? He's got the small block Chev on board. I thought these guys were Ford through and through.
Yeah,
anyway.
Well, if he's bought that as a package deal, that's probably what it came with, eh?
Yeah, but still, you'd change it, wouldn't you? 782, the dial in for the Bull machine. And taking on George Bukareshlev in that gorgeous front engine dragster. 787, the dial in. Oh, there's 8,000s in their action time. It will be anybody's race at the other end. I think Bull is in front at the moment.
No!
He wasn't. We both thought the same thing, didn't we? Bukareshlev got there first. He takes the win, 792 with a 3 on a 787. Moves into the next round.
Yeah, Bull dialed in with a 782 and ran a 792. But Chelsea Smith gets the bye run. Good time to test everything here. She's dialed in with a 783. Now, this is a good opportunity. There's no pressure on her. And you just want to get everything, your reaction time right. Good.
Yeah,
that's number 1.
A45, straight down the rocket lane so far. And a 790 with a 2 on a 783.
That's not too. That's pretty good on a 783 to run a 790. That's really good. That's only 700ths.
Really like the stance of this car for Jess Turner. I think it must be the single stand wing and the narrow rear end with the big tyres. Of course, we do see this car running nitrous oxide from time to time. I don't believe they're running the nitrous today. I haven't seen the purge happen.
No,
certainly not carrying the front wheels and running into the 6 second zone. And the 821 dial-in would suggest it's just on the trusty carby today. But still would be a whole heap of fun. Probably a little bit less maintenance, I dare say.
Yeah.
I don't know how big a shot of nitrous it's taking, but when she does run it.
But 004.
Yeah, wow. Good lead there for Jess and the ETS Race Fuels drag. So let's see what she can do at the top end. Looking for an 820, 824 with an 159 miles an hour through the finish line. As we listen to that very strong burnout from Scotty Cousins in the little Dado Coupe, or 2J Power.
Yeah, it's an 8. I thought it might have been Gary Halpin. But,
no, his car, I don't know if you've seen it, it's been through a complete revamp.
Yeah.
It's not a. It's more in the realm of what we see on the racetrack with Scotty Cousins, where prior to being rebuilt, it was. I'll say much more a street car appearing in that it didn't have big tyres on it. It wasn't super low, and I think that was a little bit of its undoing in the incident that he had, where now being super low, the centre of gravity allows it to handle better. And I think Halpin he's run that car pretty hard, but wheels up launch, up and down there for Scotty Cousins. 008 red on the tree for the Datsun. Handing the win to Sorbello, who goes 9.03 with a 3 at 151 miles an hour. Sorbello, a pretty strong pass from him, left with an 0.15 light. I'm pretty sure Cousins realised that he needed to do something there to try and mitigate any damage on the reaction time. Sorbello is here every Wednesday night.
Yeah,
he does 3 or 4 passes at least every week. All right, on track now we have Pete Hamilton in the VH Commodore wagon, dialed in with an 836. Leslie's taking on Joe Gattalari in the VL Commodore, dialed in with an 851.
Yeah, Gattalari there in that rather sharp-looking VL Commodore. Pete Hamilton, that car is... I remember when he first he came here, he was treading water for a while, but once he got the hang of it, he was unstoppable. They really got it honking now. Tough race. Look at that, an 8.56 for Gattalari on an 8.51 and an 0.53. He had the slower reaction time, but got there first. Peter Hamilton dialed in with an 8.36, an 0.47 reaction time, and very, very close to his dial-in time, but Gattalari just snuck past him. Oh, what? It's a torturous game, drag racing. If you're not up to par with everything you say and do, you'll get left behind on the heap. Tony Heisman's dialed in with 8.03. That's Tony in the rocket lane. In the starting up there, we have we're pushing back the car. I forget his name.
It's one of the Mattet cars for A.
Yeah, Matter.
Heisman's gets the solo. Block Chevy Camaro. Let's see what he can do. 8.03 with a 5 on an 8.03. So 5 thousandths, and he did leave the red light, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah.
Next up, Brett O'Connor in the Chevy Camaro.
Oh yeah, he's he's dialed in with a 7.05 in that big car, and in Top Sportsman up against Leo Georges in the Flying Carrot in the rocket lane. So lives at Long Beach, California. No, that's not right. He went to Long Beach, California, but he lives at Long Beach in New South Wales, down south near, I think it's Durras. And he's dialed in with an 8.84 in the rocket lane. Brett O'Connor, a 7.05. Brett O'Connor will have to sit and wait while Leo Georges gets that little escort panel van.
Urge of the nitrous there for O'Connor in the aeroflow lane.
Yeah.
Just making sure there's no oxygen bubbles in that line. Make sure that on the head of the throttle, the car gets only air, nitrous and fuel.
Fuel, yeah.
In whatever ratio Brett and the team have deciphered that to be. Because if any one of the ratio is not right, it's not pretty.
No, we've seen a couple of explosions in our time. Let's see how we go.
Well, Georges over towards the wall on the hit. O'Connor away nicely, but he's over the centre line.
That's it.
And there's one of the timing blocks on the half-track mark.
Immediate disqualification.
Yep.
That's a safety infraction. Even if he'd got there first, if he'd overtaken Leo and got there first, the fact that a safety infraction nullifies any other infraction.
Anything and everything.
Yeah. So, which is good. It makes you sort of aware that, you know, like which side of the lane you're supposed to stay in. But gee, he sort of cleaned it up pretty fairly quickly too. But it never looked like coming back straight away, did it? It always was heading for that the cone, the reflector there. Lucky it's sponge. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, I thought Brett O'Connor. I thought it'd be pretty hairy car, but oh, there's that nice dragster. Yeah, just Turner. Her little car. Someone broke out. Well, they both broke out, but Eddie Howick in that little Mazda, he broke out by the least amount. So Nathan Cooper there, he did get there first, but he got there too quick. And when I say too quick, way too quick. And that's why the when you get a double breakout like that, it goes to the car that broke out by the lesser amount. So that's how that works. Diane as a party, and she's on, she's up against Chris Collin, and they're both 7 seconds each. Chris runs it down for a 7.97 with a 1 for the win at 166. And Diane there, a 9.037 at 136 miles an hour. Wow. Yeah, Chris Collin there. Now, what are these guys on? Jeff Gradden and Ryan Franks, both on 7 seconds flat. So it's heads up, of course. This is the round robin. Chicago shootout. Very similar to a round robin. I think a round robin plays, you get points for first, second, and even though there's only 2 cars in there. So you get, I think the points are different. The amount of points you get for a win and for a lose. Ryan Franks there. 8.24 on his 7. At 161, and Jeff Gradden there 960 at 141 on his 7 seconds flat. So both nowhere near the 7 seconds. So that'll be good for both riders. But getting Jeff Gradden didn't get maximum points there. Ken Collin now, Uncle Ken from Bellbowrie, Queensland. up against Brant Gilliver. No, Ken Collin, he's gone. He's gone. 773 on a 7 flat and an 889 on a 7 flat for Brant Gilliver. So on the Chicago shootout, Ken Collin will get maximum points there. And now we've got on 7 flat, we've got Brendan Miglionico over there in the aeroflow lane on the Suzuki Hayabusa 1340cc. Cherry Buggy from Bungendore on the Suzuki Hayabusa 1441. So Cherry's been our number 6 qualifier and Brendan our number 1. So this is heads up. So you would assume that Brendan will, we'll take the win. Gee, it goes quick too. A 759 on a 7 flat at 191, and Cherry Buggy there an 884 at 156 on her 7-second flat. Index there. And we've got one more to go, and it's Alex Borg, young Alex from Holgate, New South Wales, as a party racing Suzuki Hayabusa. Running on the national record of 7 seconds flat. That's just the record they've been running to. I mean, probably a lot of them are maybe 750. Could have been an index, but Alex Borg now will give it his best shot. Oh, good. 0.74 reaction time. Oh, it's crackling and gee, it's honking. 782 at 185 on that 7 second. Oh, now a bit of sedan racing here. So Alex Borg, our second qualifier, number 2 qualifier in the bracket there, will get the maximum points. Andrew Little from Forbes, 67 Chevy Camaro, dialed in with a 963. Andrew's in the rocket lane. Sean Sorbello, 96 Holden Commodore V8 6 litre. That's that quick car, dialed in at a 1020. Well, 1020's slower than 963, so Andrew Little will have to do the chasing. Sean Sorbello will get the handicap start in the aeroflow lane. A bit of pressure for the young fella, so Sean Sorbello. The win goes to Andrew Little. Sean Sorbello, a 0.53 red light. Oh, here's a couple of Canberrans. Dave Gruber from Gilmore in the ACT down in Tuggeranong, the division of Tuggeranong. Chris Costello from Isabella Plains, also down in Tuggeranong. Now, Chris Costello's dialed in 1010, so he'll get to go first. Dave Gruber dialed in with a 934, so he'll have to do the chasing. He's running for Lit Consulting, Specialised Towing, Queanbeyan Towing and Queanbeyan Engine Service. All those down south, living down that way in Canberra. Go and see those people. Oh, Chris Costello, red lights, giving Dave Gruber automatic win. But I think there was a bit more to that. Now, this is what I was, this is another part. Dave Gruber, never in my life have I seen him having a reaction time of a 1.39, a 1.30. Chris Costello, a good mate of his. Anyway, that's an argument for another day in another country. Anyway, Dave Gruber gets the maximum points, and unfortunately for Cosy. But his son, Brendan, here, he's got a hard task because Victor Satlogiannis has had a better reaction time and he could win it on a hole shot. He does, a 9.32 on a 9.29 for Victor in the rocket lane. And for Brendan Costello on his 9.69, runs a 9.74. But Victor Satlogiannis had a really, really cracking reaction time. Lou Palumbo over in the rocket lane up against Sean Maher. Now these two, there's a couple of guys. Michael Little isn't racing today, but and neither's Tommy Rako. But those sorts of guys are always at the pointy end of the field, and it's a real battle at the end to see who wins at the end of the day.
I don't recall commentating this Sean Maher fellow much.
What's his middle name and what did he have for breakfast this morning?
I don't know either of those questions, but he's here all the time.
Look at that.
Very experienced racer and very, very tough in the other lane, of course. He's going to take the win, 9.20 and 9 with a 2. 138 mile an hour there for Sean Maher in the Tirana with an 0.19 light.
Yeah, well, you see, one was an 0.19 light and the other one was a 0.91 light. So we've got a couple of symbolic numbers there if you're into numerology, which just about 99.78% of the country isn't.
That's right. This Jimmy Denaro fellow in the Aeroflow lane, another racer I'm not too familiar with.
Oh, he lives down at, see where it says Engadine? That's where he lives. That's where he's from.
Right.
So, and he's driving a Ford.
0.18 reaction time. Has a massive hole shot over James Barnes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that Mustang has been running really well today for Barnes. 8.74 with a 3, 153 under the dial-in, but Denaro takes the win. 9.49 with a 5 on his 9.44. He'll be moving into round number 2 of Super Sedan.
Super Sedan, yeah. Double SA. Larry Etzel now in the Aeroflow lane. Dialed in with a 10.11. That's Larry's little 87 Nissan 300 ZX. Up against Chevy Taylor, Carl Chevy Taylor. I don't know if that's applicable these days. He's written here, it's got here Chevy Taylor, so I'll just call him Chevy Taylor. From Freshwater in New South Wales, Taylor Marine Exhaust, Chevy Bubble Top. Really nice car. It's about a 63, I think. 63 or 64, running a Chevy 409. Very distinctive engine. Next time you have a look at the rocket covers on it. Oh, good one.
Etzel, 007 on the tree. Giving Chevy a race. 0.32 for him off the start line.
Oh, he drove around him.
10.29 with a 9 on a 10.24 to take the win. Got there by a 10th, so unfortunately for Etzel, something must have gone away a little bit in the car on the run.
Yeah, I'd be the driver, it wouldn't be the engine. Joe Zammit from Claremont Meadows in the Holden VL Commodore. Dialed in with a 10.05 in the rocket lane up against Nathan Cowie. That never ceases to amaze me. Suzuki Mighty Boy, small block Chev 400. Dialed in with a 9.24. He'll chase that Commodore down.
If only they came out of the factory like that.
Yeah, wouldn't that be super?
I mean, you can't carry much in them anyway, but certainly even less with big set of 15-inch wide tyres in them.
Yeah.
But much more fun. Zammit's going to take the win. Cowie left the red light on the start line.
And broke out. But first is worst. He got himself evicted from the racing surface. Nathan Cowie. Yeah, Joe Zammit there. Captain Cool. Chris Hocking. Smart looking sheds on that Aprilia RS V4 up against Michael Riches. Now, Riches, like he might be rich. Suzuki GSX-R 750, he's from St Ives, so must be doing something now, right?
I think you're connecting the dots. 0.62 on the tree for Michael, 0.87 on the tree for Hocking. I think you're right, and you're correct. Richards takes the win, goes a 986 with a 4.
That's a big margin.
137.
That's a big margin for the difference between the reaction times. Richards just, Chris Hocking never looked like it.
Well, see, Hocking's 2/10 away from the dial in there.
Yeah, plus, yeah, plus getting when he took off. Okay, Bobby Joe Simmons. And not on file. Well, we should have had, looks like...
Alex Borg?
No, Mick Borg.
Oh, sorry, yes, you're right.
Oh, we're in a modified bike now. So Mick Borg's given it away, a double barrel, a red light and a breakout. Bobby Joe Simmons there, nice and clean. 011 reaction time on the 9:31. She ran a 9:49. Well, she saw the lights flashing, so didn't have to strain anything. Sean Ricketts and Ian Hill. Ricketts in the Rocket Lane, dialed in at a 9:32. Ian Hill on the Honda CBR 1000 in the Aeroflow Lane, dialed in at 1070. 1070 slower. So Ian Hill in the Aeroflow Lane will get the handicap start. Sean Ricketts in the Rocket Lane will have to do the chasing. Now it'll be up to reaction times here. Ricketts will probably draw up alongside about the 1,000-foot mark. I tell you what, it's close. Oh, 10.682 on a 10.70. That's Hill there for the breakout, and Ricketts clean green and clean everything else. Robert Hill now, and Gareth Wilcox. Gareth Wilcox in the Aeroflow Lane, Robert Hill in the Rocket Lane.
Yep, Wilcox dialed in with 11.07. Hill dialed in with a 9.04, so the Rocket Lane will have to wait, but he knows he's already won the race. Courtesy of a Wilcox red light. And Wilcox runs through for a 9.50, 166.
Well, he before he even got started, Hill even got started, the lights were flashing already down there.
Knew straight away. Knew straight away.
Yeah, that's it. So
next up, Wally Hoster in the Aeroflow Lane, dialed in with a 9.15 in the red leathers. He's taking on to Stephen Franks in the Rocket Lane, who's dialed in with a 10.60. Running for GSF Engineering.
Oh, that was a rather strange start.
Sounded like the bike balked a fair bit on the start line there, though, Les.
Yeah.
And Hoster takes the opportunity to test the dial in, goes 9.09 with a 158 miles an hour on his 9.15.
Yeah, he runs a 9.09 on a 9.15, so he may advise of his bracket marshal that he wants the dial in to be different next time. Brian Alvizio from Jimboomba in Queensland. He's been running hard all day as well. Dialed in with an 8.90 this time, up against Lorenzo Capogna. Now, Lorenzo in the Aeroflow Lane, dialed in. Oh, nothing in the reaction time. This will be a damn good race, Steve.
The only 6,000 through off the start line, and Capogna takes it. Les goes 9.23 with a 0, 1.43 across the finish line. Got there by a bit over 0.04 of a second.
Yeah, that's leaving it at a long time. Albie Davidson now from Rutherford, New South Wales, Western Smash Repairs. A Digger TL 1000S. Now a TL, I think it wasn't a Honda.
I think it is a Honda from memory.
Is it?
He did let us know at one point, but
I think it's a V-twin. TL. Anyway, I'll Google it later.
Or I could Google it now if you want to focus. I will have an answer. So for the second round, we know.
Yes.
Knowledge is power, as they say, Les. Knowledge is power.
Power, that's right.
It's just a shame that every time I learn something, I forget 3.
Yeah. You're not Robinson Crusoe there, buddy. Okay. Moving into their Chicago shootout round of Supergas, which has been pretty interesting this in today's event. We've got a couple of good cars in there too, a couple of good races. Roy Romeo now in the Rocket Lane, up against Vince Panetta in the Aeroflow Lane. Good. I like the bracket so far as to say that it's a fixed index, so that it's heads up every time, all day, every day. But anyway, we don't keep the score. Someone downstairs is keeping the score, the point score. Oh, Vince Panetta just came second. Just came runner-up in this duel. Roy Romeo ran a 9.89 with a 1 on a 9.90. He's gone under, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't count. First is worst. Panetta left a big red cherry at the start line. Nice Firebird here. Joe Catanzariti. Pontiac Firebird, Chev 376. Number 2 qualifier ran a 9.90 with a 6. So that's a fixed index. Pro Tree, no deep staging. There's one more attribute. Anyway, yeah, heads up, Pro Tree, no deep stage. There was 4. Anyway, you get the picture.
Oh, another red one.
Yeah, look at that.
Luke Romeo this time. 3,000s too soon.
Ooh.
Also goes 3,000s too fast.
Yes, and Joe Catanzariti had a clean green 0.31 reaction time, but broke out at the end. But that doesn't matter. First is worst. He'd already got to the points before he broke out. He was already a winner. Nicholas Polito, the Ford Probe, Ford 347. Well, 347 might have been back in those days. In the Ford Probe days, it probably would have been about the size, average size.
Well before the 400 cubic inch capacity.
Yeah.
I think it was more on a weight break, wasn't it, as well?
Yeah. Well, it was always around that 350, 360 mark.
013 on the tree this time around for Nicholas. Already run 1990 here today. Oh, he's done it again.
Wow.
Wow, it is your lucky day, Nicholas Polito.
Yeah. Maximum points, everything. Oh, gee whiz. Isn't that good?
So that's the second most Supergas races raced their whole career, chasing a 9,900, and he's done 2 of them in one day.
Well, that's the equivalent, folks, to 2 holes in one for a golfer.
Yeah, pretty much, yes.
Now Super Street, we're into elimination round number 3, I think, sir. Would that be right?
Round 2.
Round 2?
Of course, brought to us by Go Logistics.
Go Logistics.
If you need anything transported or same-day service around Sydney, check out Go Logistics.
Well, my son's a logistician, so one of my sons.
Not in Sydney, though.
No, in Canberra. Brian Adder Singh, dialed. There he goes. He's already left. Oh, he's won now. He's a winner. He can do whatever he likes here, except tag the wall or go over the centre line.
Just watching Strutchery's crew down there on the start line. As soon as he left the start line, it was hands on head, unfortunately.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. It's one of the cruelest motorsports.
Well, I guess you get all of this anxious build up to it, and then all of a sudden it's just this release of, damn. Yeah. Anyway, he'll be back again.
I wouldn't like to see the inside of that car or hear words spoken if there's a tape recorder.
Yeah, the fly on the wall sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you get really angry at yourself. I mean, you only got yourself to blame. You can't blame anybody else.
0.39 on the tree for Sammy Joe in the Commodore. Dialed him with a 12.48. Martin Stevenson off in hot pursuit, but he's got some work to do. 1:17 was his reaction time. He got there first, but broke out, as you said it, just as he did it. You've seen this a few times before. Sammy Joe, a 12.62 with a 3 to take the win.
I can just tell. You can just see at the pace there and the distance they're gaining each revolution of the wheel. You can see, and that's why I say, you know, he's going to break out if he gets there first. Sure as eggs. Robert Matesic in that tough little Chevy Camaro. Chevy 454 up against Blaine Bull.
Yeah, Bull with a 0.16.
Yeah.
Matesic with an 0.47.
He'll have to do it here. Oh, I think your man will get it. Oh, double breakout, but he broke out about the... Robert Matesic got there first, but he broke out by a lot more.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
So Bull will move through to round number 3 of the Go Logistics Super Street. On race track now, we have Mitchell Gregory and Adam Bowers. Gregory in the Chevy Impala, dialed in with an 11.38. Bowers in the Rocket Lane, dialed in with a 12.30. The red VT will be chased down by that big American muscle car.
Yeah, well, see the Bowers there got the snail hanging out of the left-hand headlight area. And so 48 for Bowers, and he might have let himself down, Mitchell Gregory.
Yeah, or we've talked him up and given him the curse, either way. Either way, Bowers will take the win at 12.33 with a 2 on a 12.30 with an 0.48 light. He would have been tough to beat anyway, but unfortunately there for Mitchell Gregory. Breaks out in the process of trying to chase down the Commodore, but all given away on the start line.
Oh, I like these two, watching these two races well. Dave McGlynn in the Rocket Lane, dialed with a 10.82 in the that Holden Monaro. Guy Greenland from St Clair in the VX Berliner wagon, dialed in with a 10.90. Not much difference between these two. You hear that? Oh, you can hear it when it goes past one of our sound receptors down there. Guy Greenland looks as if he's got it. He does, a 10.90 on a 10.90 with a 9. Dave McGlynn there, he had the better reaction time. He ran a 10.94 on whatever it was. Too quick.
Our next pairing out, Mark Hopkins in the Tirana. He's dialed in with a 10.87. He's taking on Chris Samet in the Commodore. In the Rocket Lane, dialed in with an 11.87. 86, I beg your pardon. So a second head start going to the Rocket Lane here.
Yeah, Chris Hammett with the Chevy 350. It's been, he's a fairly regular competitor too, is Chris.
Yeah, both. Hopkins took out, I think, the runner-up spot in Super Street this year.
Oh, right. Oh, I think Hopkins, but the weight there.
Yeah, one of them was on and off the throttle. I think it might have been Hopkins. Got there 10.90 with a 6 on a 10.87. Got there by 700ths through the finish line.
Finish line, yeah, good.
And I think that concludes
Super Street, I think. Do we get a fingers up with fingers up? Do we get a hand up there with that assumption there, Benny?
Well, I can see our Chevy,
what's in the background?
Chevy Camaro that's been running with super stock. With running with super comp.
Oh, super comp, yep. Yes,
it's been a pretty action-packed day so far here at Sydney Dragway. I guess we wouldn't expect anything less.
No, or particularly when you've got a classy field that we've got in fields that we've got here today. There's quite a few races here today, which is super terrific. The next remember Pat Firiolo? He used to race a Holden 1 tonner, really dark
blue one. Yes, that's right.
Remember that? Well, now he's got a brand new Camaro. And Peter Mamone from Badgerys Creek. Probably lives pretty close to the airport then, or he hasn't moved yet. So, Corona Brothers Restorations.
I wonder if Pat's, and I'm sorry if I've got this wrong, but I'm pretty sure from Chev in the US you can buy, what is it, the Capoco?
Oh,
Capoco?
No, just a Copo.
Copo.
Yeah.
It's close.
Central Office Production Order.
I'm not a Chev guy, remember? So
Nah,
it's
neither
close.
do I.
You know what I mean.
Yeah.
You can buy a race car from
from
Chev just like that, but I think from memory they have like a big block in them where this is only a 402 cube deal. I'm just wondering if that was what Pat's managed to grab himself, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, well, those...
Just throwing the idea out there.
Well, in 1969, might have been even 68, Chevy started running Copo cars. It stands for Central Production Order.
Well, when we were in the US, that was their 60 years, was it?
Yes.
It was.
Yeah,
they did a... Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was, yeah. That's right. When were we there? 2018.
17.
17. Yeah, 67, yeah. Oh, that's it. Yep. Greyhound's got one of them as a street car.
What, a 67 or a...
No, he's got that big Bel Air, no, the white one.
Yeah, no, but he's got a new Camaro or a genuine old one?
No, new one.
Okay.
Yeah, same as white like that. I don't know. Because they went from LS to LT now.
Well, my boss has got one of the R1 race ones.
Yeah, right.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's either an RZ, R1.
Yeah, RZ, I think it is.
Yeah. Or over there, it's an RZ.
8:30, the index for Friolo. 7:45, the index for Mamone in the Corona Brothers Restorations Mustang.
Oh, nice one. Nice
Friolo,
one.
a bunch up his sleeve here. I don't know if Mamone's going to be able to catch him. No, he's not from there. No way. 8:42 with a 162 mile an hour on the dot for Pat Friolo. And a 770 on the dot for Mamone, 175. So definitely chased him down, but...
yeah, big top-end charge. But it wasn't good. It's too much to make up from an 0.53 to a 0.203. Reaction time, it's too much. Curtis Reed now with this Meyer Dragster, KB 500. And the index he's racing to here today is a 658.
Car not wanting to fire into life there, but was squirt a bit more fuel down the injector nozzle. Get that starter motor back on there.
Yeah.
Ooh, or not.
Sounds as if the oil pump bearing's got a little bit of a squeak in it. The water pump bearing. Oh, well, they're not having much success here, young Steve. Bit intermittent.
It's firing, but not sounding like it's getting any fuel past that initial.
Yeah, it must be pumping it, but not enough of it. Might be something wrong with the bellows inside the pump. Oh, well, if it's electric, it probably won't have a bellows in it. My young bloke is a part-time DJ. He's into all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you very much, Mates Gaming Channel. I do know Dodge used to have a 2012 Challenger pack with the 8.4 Viper V10, just what you want.
Oh, yeah, it was.
And Ford had the Cobra Jet Mustang as production cars that you could take to the strip. Yeah, so only in America we wouldn't probably get that passed on from our road use over here.
No.
Dodge Challenger with the Viper V10 in it.
Yeah, well, that's...
Mind you, I think the conversion rate in the dollar would probably pull a lot of people up for something like that.
It's going to pull me up, let me tell you. That's why I'm only going for 3 months instead of 6.
Sorry, just get some commentary work over there while you're there, and you can stay for another.
Sure, there might be someone. Be someone from the embassy here.
Another day or two, or 5 minutes.
Internal revenue. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, more like a day than 5
Well, they
minutes.
mightn't give you money. They might be able to give you.
Well, they do.
They might be able to give you accommodation left.
Yeah. Oh, or food. You see, you go into a shop there and you say, oh, look at that, $7.99.
Yep.
And then you come here and then you say,
$15 in tax.
No, but they're a pound. There's 2.2 pounds to a kilo. So if it's $7.88 or say $7.50, and you come here and it's of our money, like it's $7.90. But theirs is by the pound. They've got to multiply it by 2.2. And then our slumping, the Pacific peso has plummeted. Oh, dear.
I love your word skills, though. It's fantastic.
Mate, 77 years. Yeah, and all that time I've got, I've got a great head start on you blokes. It's like getting the jump on you at the start line.
Yeah, you've got the whole shot. You're at half track already.
Yeah.
We're just thinking about leaving.
Yeah. Never mind about the edge of the cliff at the end.
Yeah. Don't worry about that till you're there.
Yeah.
Yes, it looks like we're about to get underway with our next round
Yep.
of juniors, and it looks like our bike races will be out next. We have Lincoln Delios in the Aeroflow lane and Anastasia Lucky to do battle. Delios is dialed in with a 1224 in the Apollo batteries. LA Cycles and Preston Civil back to machine.
I must say that Anastasia there is, you'd never miss that outfit. No. If it went past you, it doesn't matter how far you're away from it. Good for riding at night, very smart.
Yes, yep.
Yeah, so her dial-in's 1120, and then Lincoln Delios over in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in at a 1224. So Lincoln will get the handicap start. A 3:08 reaction time for Lincoln up against a 111 from Anastasia. Oh, I don't know if she'll get him. Yeah, she does. What happened there? Get the camera out. Well,
looks like both races went a fair way away from their dial-ins there. So, 12.53 with a 4 for Delios on the 12.24. Anastasia got there by 500s, only 500s there through the finish line. I thought with the reaction time advantage, she would have got there by a fair way, but maybe didn't shift gear right or something. I don't know. I didn't pick up a limiter or anything like that, but
no, I didn't.
In any case, she still took the win and the round points. On the start line now, on his lonesome, Joshua Burtonshaw. For Devil Designs, VP Race Fuels. 141 reaction time. Looking for a 944, runs through for a 964 with an 8. So I wonder if the weather conditions just changing ever so slightly out there and not favouring these small capacity power plants. Let's see what happens with the junior dragsters.
Okay, it's Alex Ruffalo now from Vineyard and up against Piper Bennett. Piper in the rocket lane, dialed in with an 803. And Alex Rafalo in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 809. There is 4.400 between each light, so I think Piper Bennett will have to wait 2 lights. No, that'll make it 7. No, 1.5 lights. Oh.
All right, Rafalo into pre-stage now. He will leave first. 0.06 of a second. Head start. 0.24 to a 1.42. Rafalo with the advantage here. And Rafalo moves into round number 3. 8.14 with a 2.73 miles an hour on an 8.09. And Bennett, an 8.05 with a 6, so closer to the dial-in, but just gave away a little bit too much on the start line there.
The start line, yeah. Well, they're looking at that little spill they cleared up, but it seems to be fine.
Was that from the Rafalo car, or was it?
No, it was before what that was there, and the Rafalo car was there, and the captain of the ship said. So lined it up
steer, I don't know which is port and starboard, but steer to the left.
Port has got how many letters?
4.
What does left, how many words?
4. Right, I see I learned something now. You've just cost me another 3 things. I'm in trouble. Right, so he said steer to the port, so that's what he did.
Yeah, steer to the port, that's it. That's when you say clear to port. Well, then you know to look up.
Okay.
Here we go. Daniela Axiak. Oh, red light by Georgia Leafty.
Yeah, 17 thousandths of a second too soon for the Speedflow car. Axiak moves into the next round, 7.97 with a 6 on a 7.94, 82 miles an hour through the finish line.
You know, you see there Georgia Leafting 017 and Daniela 071.
We've seen that so many times today, but I think we're really looking for it too.
Oh, well, when it doesn't appear, well, I'll interject. Okay. You got to have a bit of your smile, a bit of a smile on your face wherever you are. Even if you're absolutely chewed out or someone's chewed you out, just smile, it costs you nothing.
All right, our next pair, Chloe Reiko taking on Zane Condello.
Oh, Miss Reiko's been, she's been pretty damn sharp. Zane Condello, let's see, he's 13 and she's 18. And they're both A junior dragsters. Oh, this will be a tough one.
Yes, I don't know what happened with Reiko. I'm wondering if that dial-in is correct. 7.99, the dial-in. She qualified nowhere near that with an 8.89.
Yeah, well, this will be...
The dial-in seems right for Zane. He was running the 830s, 840s.
Yeah.
So maybe an oversight there for Reiko in the Aeroflow lane. We'll soon find out, Les. Zane's thrown the red light up.
Let's see what she runs anyway.
There we go. 807 with an 8.
Yeah. They
79.
should look at the dial-in board before they accept a green.
Well, no, but it was 8.0. So, yes, the dial-in was right. It was just that there was such a difference between...
Oh, 7.99.
Yeah. She qualified with an 8...
880 something.
Yeah, that was all. That was just us thinking we were observant, but what do we know? We'll just commentate what we see.
Yeah, that's right.
Just commentate what we see. All right, so Benjamin Adab, the next car in the Aeroflow lane, he's dialed in with a 916, running for ITF Hire and Pro Tilt Towing. And taking on Alex Rottenbury, who's had this car on a string today, running for Hunter Race Engines and Quintino Ag Supplies. our number 2 qualifier with an 8006.
So, young Alex Rottenberry, Burry, from Picton, 804. We'll have to do the chasing because Benjamin Adard is in a... Oh, there's only nothing in this.
There's a race in this one. I thought Rottenberry might have been a lot closer to an O light, but he'll take the win. 805 with a 1 on his 804. Much closer to the dial-in.
Yeah, 804, 805, and 925 on a 916.
Just over 800ths of a second. The margin across the finish line.
Yeah, 800ths.
All right, Reiko Harry this time dialed in with an 802, taking on Tegan Smith in the Rocket Lane. Both from Albion Park. I wonder how far away they are from each other.
Yeah.
$7.96 the dial in for Smith in the Rocket Lane. It's our last pair of juniors for the round as far as I can see.
I think the next round must be a semi, isn't it? Or is this a quarter? No, we should have... How many have we gone down? Oh, it says
this
there.
is 2 of 5.
2 of 5, okay. The next round's a quarter. Oh, good leave. 001 for Tegan Smith.
Harry's in a little bit of trouble here, I think.
Yeah, she does on an 804, on a 796, I should say, 8046 at 79 miles an hour, and Harry Reiko 805 on an 802 at 80.75. So he was generally a bit quicker, but a .124 reaction time was a bit unfortunate for the young fella, but it was great for Tegan Smith.
Yes, as I said, that's our last pair for junior dragsters, of course, brought to us by the Western Weekender. Our next car out will be Curtis Reed. I think the team think that they've solved the problem with the car starting, and hopefully they can get down and do a pass here in Boosted Outlaws. Doesn't look like... I'm not sure what's happened to the rest of the field in Boosted Outlaws. So only the
only one left.
Never mind. Anyway, Les and I will be back with you very, very shortly with Curtis's attempt at the quarter mile here at Sydney Dragway.
Okay, folks, we're bringing you another round of Street Fighter, which is very popular here today, and at meetings it's becoming more and more popular. It's not a national designated class. There's no Street Fighter class in on a national basis. But Jesse Barnes here in the Rocket Lane in the Ford XR6, dialed into 1460, up against Glenn Garlick. Well, Glenn Garlick dialed in at 1560. He's got the better reaction time. I think he'll cruise on through. He breaks out. So Glenn Garlick got there first, but he broke out in trying to keep some distance between him and the hard charging opposition next door, and so he can go and cook sausages and stuff like that for the rest of the crew. Okay, Danny Stadelmeyer in that rather hot Kluger. Oh, he's got an automatic win there. Michael Zara in the Holden Statesman. Red lit by 0.109. And Danny Stadelmeyer a 1.55 reaction time, but he's already got the win. I tell you what, he's not far behind that Stato, you know. Not very far at all. Now, Steve Hirschler over here in this from Carrabara in New South Wales. Actually, it's part of the Queanbeyan city limit, and he's within that in Carrabara. And I think he's lived there for, as long as I've known him. And Con Esther, Steve Hirschler in that green ute has dialed in 13.58. There's nothing in this at the start line. It's anybody's race from here on in. Whoever gets there first and doesn't break out will end up in front. It looks like Con Esther, but he's going too quick, I feel. A double breakout. He got there too early. Steve Hirschler broke out, gets the win because he broke out by the lesser amount. Let's say, I got to the finish line and I lost, I spilled 4 eggs. And so, I got to the thing there and I only spilled 2 eggs. That's how it works. The one that breaks out by the lesser amount, Sean Dartnell from Roos in the Aeroflow lane. Hyundai i30, 1.4 litre. I think he's going to maintain a pretty healthy reaction time too. Yeah, he did. He deserved that. He did everything right. And Pietro Tallarico, just way too slow, 0.337. Jack Matasevic in the Aeroflow lane from Bringelly, the Ford Falcon, the Barrow 4 litre, dialed in with a 14.36. Benny Roberts. Oh, Jack, 6,000ths of a second too quick. 6,000ths. Benny Roberts with a 0.317 reaction time. Look at it, it would have been neck and neck anyway. But the win going to Ben Roberts right from the start here. Both cars got there cleanly, except for they didn't break out or anything, is what I'm getting at. So Benny Roberts there does get the win. Glenn Featherstone and Bill Hatsey. Bill Hatsey in the Rocket Lane dialed in with a 13.75. Glenn Featherstone from Carlingford in the Holden LJ Tirana. That's not a Tirana, it's a Commodore of some sort. So that's the white car. We're going back somewhere. Something's wrong. Oh, he must have spilled something. Oh dear, Glenn Featherstone there. A 0.768 reaction time. He's going to mosey on down there. Dialed in at 15.48 and he runs a 16.302. He just sauntered down, I think. So anything left. Yeah, it's probably got a bit of fluid on the track, probably out of the overflow bottle, can, or whatever you've got. I forgot you have to have them. Anyway, he'll be into the next round of street fighting, will Glenn Featherstone. Way over his dial in, but he didn't. All he had to do was get to cross the line virtually. That's all he had to do. Christopher Varillis, the Ford Falcon Barra 4 litre. Nice looking car too, 15.10 dial in, 077 red light, but he's on his own. He can do what he likes. He could have got to the line and probably not even waited. But he runs it through. Bit quicker than, he runs a 14.991 on a 15.10. Now, that's a pretty substantial difference there. So you might want to start hovering around the very low 15s. Oh, it's just the very low 15s rather than the really high 14s, because he's 991. Okay, round 2 street bike now. We've got Colin Northcote, Cot, in the Rocket Lane, dial in with a 10.35, our number 5 qualifier, and Greg Horadam, 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 from Wiley Flat, New South Wales, Kawasaki, 1441, dialed in at 11 flat. He'll get the handicap start, well, young Greg, over in the Aeroflow lane. He'll get the start. Colin Northcott, and he's done it on the previous race. He's going to have to work for it. Horderam's not going to just, not a lay down misère, but he's going very quick. He's Greg, but he's run on an 11 flat. He's run 11.11 at 131, and hence got their first, got a good reaction time too, but of course they take it away. Jesse Barnes now and Daniel Burtonshaw. Oh, this will be a good race. It's number 1 qualifier, Jesse Barnes, up against Daniel Burtonshaw. Burtonshaw's number 4 and dialed in at a 10.50. Jesse Barnes is dialed in at a 10.05. So there's approximately 1 orange light before they get the green. Oh, up comes the front wheel of Barnes's car. That'll cost him, his bike. That'll cost him. Daniel Burtonshaw runs through, does take the win. Runs a 10.62 on a 10.50, and Barnes there with the wheel up in the air. It's best to have, you can go quick, but you can go a lot quicker if you've got 2 wheels on the ground. Oh, Stefan Stavala on the Harley-Davidson Night Rod. Dialed in with 10 flat. Solo. Pretty good run here by Stefan. Gets out 0.90 reaction time, runs it through a 10.10 on a 10.00 at 132 miles an hour. That's pretty good. Oh, here's the really quick Ford, this Bull. One of the Bulls. And Guy Greenland. Yeah, he's all sticking up the scrap yard. Blaine Bull, that's right. So Guy Greenland in the Rocket Lane, he's dialed in with a quicker 10.90, and Blaine Bull is dialed in with an 11.19. So the Red Falcon in the Aeroflow Lane will get their handicap start. Guy Greenland in that rather quick station wagon will do the chasing. Red light from Blaine Bull. via Greenland broke out, runs a, he was 5,000ths of a second too quick, but first is worst. Commander Bull there, Blaine Bull there, committed the first sin by red lighting Adam Bowers and Sammy Joe Johnson. Sammy Joe in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 12.52. Adam Bowers in the aeroflow lane, dialed at a 12.30. There's not much between these two either. Good race here. Oh, Adam Bowers had a better reaction time. So I thought Sammy Joe was going to break out because she was making up too much ground. She broke out, handing the win to Adam Bowers at the finish line. On his 12.30, he runs a 12.34 at 114. Sammy Joe Johnson on a 12.52. Mark Hopkins in that sharp little Tirana with the Holden 312 in it. In the aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 10.86. Brian Addising in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 12.60. 12.60 is way slower than 10.86. He'll get the handicap start. Mark Hopkins to do the chasing. Don't need to. Red light. Oh, well, Brian Addising there has hit the double barrel. He's got the red light and the breakout. So Mark Hopkins on his 10.86 runs at 10.88 at 123.95. His reaction time wasn't too great. He wanted to sharpen up against a couple of the other guys still left in the bracket. So that might be, I think that was the quarterfinal for Super Street. So don't forget, folks, on the if you want to find out what's happening here at Sydney Dragway, sydneydragway.com, and I'm not quite sure for some of the old Castlereagh type veterans there, even if you put www.wsid.com.au, I don't know if that, it did last for a while, but I think it's more appropriate to put Sydney Dragway. And you go straight to the website, find out what's happening here at Sydney Dragway with the upcoming events. We've just spent a lot of money here resurfacing the track and updating the wash and the ablution blocks there. They're fit for a Park Royal or a Marriott or something there. Very, very suave inside. Very good. But have a look and you'll see what's coming up. And sometimes there might be, well, like this expo with dirt, diesel and all the rest. It's a big show for that makes... you can come down whether you want to buy a bulldozer or things like that. Oh, thanks, Steve. Oh, gee, what a great service here. And they got cranes, earth moving equipment, trench digging. Wow. So keep your eyes posted. So it's not only drag racing that's happening here. There's learner driving. There used to be a drift school that they'd set up barriers and make a bit of a circuit. That was, I think, that's done over the back there now because they've got a bigger parking area there or a bigger area for that sort of thing. Anyway, Josh Burtonshaw, 960 in the rocket lane. dial in. He's chasing Lincoln Delios.
Yeah, Burdenshaw definitely got that launch down pat today. 093 on the tree. He's broken out, though. Got there first by 3.5 tenths, but a little bit too fast. 9.54 with a 0 and a 9.60 to hand the win back to Lincoln, who ran on through for a 12.24 with a 3.
Yeah, and it's always difficult because then as soon as your opponent takes off and then you sit there and you think, oh, I've put the wrong dial in. And but then if you put a quicker dial in, you run the chance of breaking out. So Anastasia's taken off. She's dialed in at 11.20 and runs an 11.487 at 57 miles an hour. So that's all nice and fair and above board. Right, junior dragster time. Daniela Axiak in that sharp little white and there's a purple. And junior dragster from Luddenham, 475cc, dialed in with the 796 up against Tegan Smith. Now, these two ladies have been really at the top of their game today. We've got Tegan Smith, number 8. Running a junior dragster, and Daniela Axiak has been. She another one here. She's best was at 8.895, and now she's dialed in 1 second quicker than that. So we'll see how this works out. Daniela in the Rocket Lane will have to chase down Tegan Smith. She won't get that much of a head start, but reaction times are just priceless at the moment for these two. So Daniela a 3.6. Too much to give away to Tegan Smith.
Yeah, very much unlike Daniela to do that. Oh, the car runs just under the dial in 795 with a 5 on a 796. Tegan Smith will take the win. 797 with a 1 on an 804.
No, the win went that way.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Daniela.
Tegan went under by too much, yeah?
Yeah, she should have backed off a little bit. Okay, Alex Ruffalo up against Chloe Rako. I think this is, if this is a quarter final. So we've got Daniela Axiak, one of these two, Alex Ruffalo or Chloe Rako. Once again, the ladies are coming to the fore. Yeah, this is a quarter final. There's still a couple of others to go. Oh, and now someone's got a solo here. So it'll be Daniela Axiak. She's one of the ones that are in the semi-final. And so is the driver back here, and one of these guys, Alex Ruffalo, dialed in 807 in the Rocket Line, and Chloe Rako an 806. The win, she broke out. But Alex Ruffalo, he got there clean and neat, and he got there first anyway. It just points out that Chloe Rako broke out.
Yeah, she had nearly a tenth to make up on the start line, and had to push herself there.
Yeah, so it's Alex Rottenbury in the semi, Daniela Axiak, and the winner out of that race.
And Ruffalo there. So the three cars will move into the semis then.
Semis, and then there was just two, and that'll be the final of Junior Dragster. There we you go, Alex Rottenbury. He gets to do anything he wants here.
Pretty much. 8:02 is what he's looking for in the ET, running for Hunter Race Engines and Quintino Ag Supplies. Car was on a string in qualifying. And 8:06 with a 9 there. Backs up his 8:06 in qualifying. Sorry, it was 8:006 in qualifying.
8:006, that's right.
So probably...
Oh, he's got to get that reaction time.
Yeah, maybe just didn't push himself there, but all good. He's into the semi-finals with Rafalo and Axiak. Not quite sure who the solo will go to in the semis, but I'm guessing...
I think it's the quickest qualifier, isn't it?
Well, that would be Rafalo, if that's how the seeding works.
Well, he'll get... or if there's... let me see. Yeah, I think it's... Yeah, who the buy run is the one that was closest to... that had the lowest qualifying time. That's what I would say, but you watch it'll probably be a little bit different.
We shouldn't be down for too long, and we'll be back underway with Street Fighter, it looks like.
Street Fighter, yep, and that... oh, that'll be pretty...
Okay, so Ben's telling me the gate's already closed, so they were on a mission down there at the top end.
Maybe one of them has got a hotel to book into as well.
Well, tonight, of course, is the Rio, the first race meeting for Eastern Creek Speedway under new management. So that should be a fantastic night. Hopefully, there's been a lot of positive talk on social media for that around the Speedway.
Well, there's about...
Which, of course, if you know where Sydney Dragway is in relation to the Speedway, if Les and I were on the top of the building, we could nearly watch, but we're one level down. And we wouldn't see much from here in saying that. We're a good 500-600 metres away from it. We will see the duster perhaps a little bit later on, and the lights will come on.
The lights,
that's
lights
probably about it.
Yeah, the lights will be the big giveaway.
Our next pairing facing the starter, Ben Roberts in the Aerofo lane. Dialed in with a 1460, taking on Christopher Villaris. Villaris from Strathfield in the Barra-powered Falcon. Looks like Ben Roberts will take the win. Goes 1478 with a 284 mile an hour through the finish line to a 1527 with a 3 in the Rocket lane.
Yeah, on a 14-something dial-in. Now, Danny Stadelmeyer, this bloke, does he only use car yard? Because he's every time I see him, he's got a different car. But
he's raced this one before. He just has a lot of cars. He got rid of the little Echo. I think I haven't seen that for a while.
No.
Normally running the AU, the yellow AU, but
so he's not bad on the reaction time.
Well,
either.
The thing is, they would all react so differently to each other.
Yeah.
So Dartnell's away with a 118 reaction time.
Pull back.
Yeah, he's listening there. Oh, too much. He still broke out though. He still broke out. Oh, Captain Les, he wasn't quick enough.
No.
Dartnell takes the win, courtesy of a Stadelmeyer breakout there.
Oh, Danny. Oh.
Ford versus Holden battle on the start line right now. Steve Hersler in the SSU taking on Jesse Barnes in the XR6 Falcon. Barnes dialed in with a 1462.
A classic Ford versus Holden. Did you know the last Ford versus Holden we had here was in 2007? That was the last one we had here.
Oh, as an actual meeting, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say. We see Ford versus Holden every week here, but that's okay. Yeah. You mean like a full-on race
Yeah, that
meeting.
was the feature. Oh, Steve Hersler.
It looks like Hersler's got there first, and Jesse Barnes had to push himself, go under the dial-in to try and get in front. But Hersler took the win fair and square on that one.
And he'll be up against Glenn Featherstone here in the final.
No,
there was
it's the
other
semis.
two cars.
That's the semi. So
yeah, that was a yeah. So it'll be Steve Hersler and this guy in one round of the semis, and hang on.
Let's just see what unfolds, eh?
Yeah. There we go. A nice win for Glenn Featherstone. On a 15.48, he runs a 16.56, so Captain Casual there. Oh, is that RX-7? Oh, no.
No, it's a pair of motorcycles down there in the water box.
Yeah. Street bike. Wally Hoster. Gee, my brain scrambles.
915. Well, let's just take a break, mate. It's all right. 915, the dial in for Wally Hoster for PBC performance on the Suzuki GSX-R 1000. Robert Hill in the Rocket Lane also dialed in with a 915. So we have a heads-up race. They're both in red leathers. They're both on Suzukis.
Yeah, and that's the national record. They're both running against the national record. Oh, automatic win to Robert Hill. Wally left too early. An 0.46 red.
Of course, modified bike brought to us by bikereview.com.au.
Yep.
Check out that website if you're looking to purchase a motorcycle. Doesn't necessarily have to be a speed-related bike if you're not into racing. If you're just looking to buy a bike to get around, all sorts of product reviews on there as well.
Yeah. It's a pretty good magazine.
Next pairing out is Michael Richards, 980, the dial in for Michael. Sean Ricketts in the Rocket Lane, dialed in with a 930 on the Kawasaki. Richards away with an 0.47, but an 0.28 for Sean Ricketts.
Oh, this is going to be close. Very close.
And Ricketts takes it 9.32 with a 9 on a 9.30. 141 mile an hour. Got there by 100th of a second.
Yeah, very good. Now we're into, these guys racing. Lorenzo Capogna. That's Lorenzo over in the Aeroflow lane. So the A-modified bike are national records because there is 915. So that's what he's running against. And Albie Davidson, his the Digger TL 1000S is 1171. So that's what he's been given to run against. There goes Albie Davidson. Oh, Lorenzo, red light. 058 red. See, no matter what sort of bike you're on, as long as you always think, gee, I better not let him get that far in front, and then you red light.
It's a Suzuki.
Is it?
According to Google, it's a Suzuki. So the Suzuki will move into the next round for Davidson. Bobby Joe Simmons on the solo here for Reed Carpentry and Simmons Mowing out of Bligh Park, just down the road from myself.
Oh, there we go. I haven't seen the Robert. Simonator.
Robert.
Yeah.
He raced last meeting, I think.
Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a really good rider. Nice and steady. Bike's starting to honk right now. Look at that. 944 at 153 on that 931 index. $931. I wonder what that is, if that's the... This is now
moving
extreme
into
bike.
extreme bike now, Les. We've got Ken Collin in the Aeroflow lane, running for Rascal Race Engines, taking on Diana Zapati, running for Azapati Racing, of course. Diana on the Suzuki Hayabusa, as is Ken Collin. Ken's been into the sevens on nearly every pass today that I recall.
Yeah, and his Hayabusa's 1630 cc's. Diane's 1299.
Dion with a better reaction time, but Ken Collin is gone.
Oh, has he ever?
Yeah, 8:27 with a 6, 168 miles an hour. Dion through the finish line. Time's gone, unfortunately. Next pairing out, we have Ryan Franks on the Suzuki Hayabusa in the white leathers. He's taking on Brent Gilliver in the Rocket Lane. Gilliver running for Mick Hone Motorcycles and Extra Soy Candles.
Yeah, I think this is this must be their this is their third or fourth round they've gone. What does it say on there?
I'm out of count, unfortunately.
Oh, right, yeah.
All right, Franks into stage second. 168 on the tree for Franks. 027 for Gilliver. Franks is going to get there first. 802 with a 5. His quickest pass for the day. One of those bikes running way past the finish line on the accelerator. No, both pulled up easy though. So maybe just my imagination, but it certainly sounded like that was on the throttle a long way past the finish line. Next bike out will be Brendan Miglianico in the Aeroflow lane, of course, running for Rams Head Services from Oran Park. All way over towards the wall for Brendan. There's one line at one time mark right out there. I would have been well off the throttle well before then. 789 with a 6, 159 miles an hour for Brendan. It's a big arc from the start line. It headed past the scoreboard and just started to turn. And Brendan just casually leaned it over.
You could hear me scream over at the noise of that bike, even if I was headed to like that cherry buggy. 666 Race and Custom. That's Mick Withers' number, so it must have something to do with that.
I've seen the 666 Racing Custom, I think, on Anastasia Lucky's bike as well.
Oh, yeah, right, okay. Well, Cherry here, but she's up against a 7-second flat on that Hayabusa. Runs a 915 with an 8 at 156 against that 7 flat. Okay, Chris Collin now. Yeah, young Chris.
Doesn't sound like it wanted to shift properly there, but still on the power. 838 with a 3, 161 miles an hour for Chris Collin.
Yeah, look at that on a 7 flat, and 8383. Mopo number there. And if you needed, if you had another 8 or a 3 behind there, if it went to 4 decimal points, you'd have a full house in poker. Here we go. Oh, gee. Andrew Little. Oh, and he's up against Joe. There he goes, Joe Zammit. Couple of good season races here. Andrew dropped out of racing for, must have been 5 or 6 years, while his daughter was running junior dragster.
Yeah, I think they did occasionally run the 2 cars, but definitely took the choice to focus on Claire's racing.
Yep.
And that Camaro looking absolutely splendid in the cherry red.
Yeah, it's just a well built and it runs really, really good.
Moved around a little bit on the hit. 022 for Andrew Little. 040 for Zammit in the rocket lane. anybody's race, and it will be Andrew Little to take the win. 9.70 with a 137 miles an hour.
A breakout by Zamet, which handed the win. He got there first too, but he sort of like said that was it. So Andrew Little into the next round. Joe Zamet there handed the win over with a breakout, and he got there first. Well, that
003 on the tree for Dave Gruber in the strip rat. 9.23 his dial in to an 0.18 for Victor, and Gruber takes the win. 9.33 with a 2 on a 9.29. The victory margin 27/10,000ths of a second.
Yeah, when you hit that, like the double thousands, 27/10,000ths of a second, that is so minuscule.
Who are these two, Les? I'm not sure who they
Sean
are.
Marr and Jim Denaro.
Yeah, we've got Sean Marr in the HB Tirana for St Mary's. He's
Over there.
dialed in with a 9.24. He's in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Jimmy Denaro, our current champion in the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series. Took out the win for 2023. Here's running for Denaro race. Shazzy's Western Auto Picks, 1320 Web Design, and AAP Performance Automatics. Dialed in with a 9.44. He will leave first, and Sean Marr will chase him down. Jimmy went 007 red. Marr went 009 green.
There we go. I think it might be looking like a Sean Marr and Dave Gruber final.
Well, no, because we've got another.
Yeah,
that could be your prediction.
But
there's
yeah,
another,
that's my prediction.
There's another round yet.
Yeah, but that's what I said I'm looking at.
You're hoping for.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
Oh, well, it's, like if someone else wins, that's it. But that's what they're the two most consistent races. Oh, Carl Chevy Taylor, or Chevy. Oh, good one.
It's a little bit red, but that's okay.
Yeah, he can do that. He can do that.
Looking for a 10.20 at the other end.
Oh, 10. Oh, gee. Only another 2. Oh, no, a bit more than that. Another 2 would have made it 190. Oh, gee, that's a... No. So he needed 22. Right, it's Daniel Burtonshaw, Albion Park, Suzuki Hayabusa 1300cc, dialed in with a 1050. That's Daniel in the rocket lane, up against Stefan Stavala in the Aeroflow. Harley Davidson Night Rod Special. That's the only Harley Davidson I'd have.
One that runs 1010s.
Yeah, or quicker.
Or quicker, yeah.
Oh, I love them night rods. I reckon they're terrific. Especially the night rod with the orange stripe over it. Oh, this is going to be a 1050 and a 1010. Daniel's going to get the
head start by one light, exactly. Stefala with a better reaction time. Not by a lot, though.
Nah, he might break out if he doesn't hit the picks.
12,000ths of a second too fast for Stefala. Got there first by 800ths. Of course, very easy for us to say sitting up here.
Yeah.
We're not in the heat at the moment.
No. That's right. We can dial in any race we want to, and we can win any race we want to. So, but still, it's someone has to lose. So, unfortunately, it's a long way to come. Through beating all those opponents, and then you run a bit harder. There goes Greg Horadam. 438, you want to sharpen up there. He's running on against an 11.10. Oh, 11.787. Pretty good.
All right, moving into modified eliminator now. And we see Brooke Rapazada in the front engine dragster. Dialed in with an 826. She's in the aeroflow lane. I need to be more specific because they're both front engine dragsters. In the green, the two-tone green machine. And George Bukareshvili in the rocket lane. Dialed in with a 786. So again, 0.4 of a second head start. The aeroflow lane will leave first, and George will have to chase Brooke down.
Look at that. Yeah, 786. 786. Well, what's this? What's 786? Oh,
Well, it's dial your own, so it's
Yeah.
it's just a personal handicap. So the record is 670
with an 8.
Yep.
Yeah, for a modified dragster. Yes, I see. 786. Oh, I see. Yeah, good now.
Rapazada with a red light, 019 red. Handing the win to George Bukareshvili. He'll move through to the final, I think, or the semis.
It was them two, then these two. Are there any more?
Yes.
Yeah.
I can see
so
Trent down there. So
that's quarterfinal.
Yep. It's Bukareshvili into the semis.
Yep. Dave Gruber there being towed back. Got good sponsorship from Queanbeyan Engine Service and LIT, L-I-T, Consultancy, that's right, yeah.
All right, so on track now, Les. We've got Lee Hartelaw in the yellow roadster. He's dialed in with an 803. Taking on Jess Turner in the rear engine dragster. Turner dialed in with an 822. She will leave around about 0.2 of a second, so half a light on the Christmas tree. The head start for the rear engine dragster.
Yeah, I see Lee Hartelaw Senior standing there just this side of the dial-in boards. Oh, he's got a win. Jess Turner. She's no.
Threw it away with an 012 red.
Yeah. Well, Lee Hartelaw, Lee had cut a pretty good light anyway. If she'd have made, if that was on the green side, then it would have been a really good race. But mate,
I think modified is just one of those categories where you have to be on your best every time you come to the start line.
Yeah. Yeah, well, mate, it's just a case of sometimes you're the dog, sometimes you're the fire hydrant. And you've just got to pick, you've got to do your best at the best moment, but then so does the person next door. But that's what drag racing's all about. It's sometimes it's very personal, but sometimes if you're like a bloke like John Force and that, you can make a living out of, you know.
Yeah, a very good living actually.
Yeah.
From a guy that went from having 80 cents to his bank account to
yeah.
be worth around the 15 mil mark nowadays, you know.
I was parked. I didn't realise until after the photo came out. He was at Castlereagh and he hopped out of a HQ, the back seat on the passenger side. He hopped out of a HQ in the going into Castlereagh.
All right, both races into full stage. 068 on the tree for Craig Davies. 088 on the tree for Chelsea Smith. Who will it be at the top end? It will be Craig Davies to move through to the next round. Smith got there first, Les, but she broke out. Went 810 on an 7810 on a 783. So breaking out by 200ths of a second, yes.
Oh, the Flying Carrot, sponsored by Lamatina Carrot Ranch down in Victoria. Young Leo dialed in with an 884 in the Flying Carrot in the rocket lane. That car is a rocket. Queanbeyan Engine Service, Asset Arborists, and Askanov Constructions. Rocky Lamatina and Sons. So they're, I think they sponsored the paint and provided them with carrots. It's got good eyesight though.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Especially at night time. 046 on the tree for Sabello, 068 on the tree for Leo Georges. Who will it be at the top end? Les is pointing to Sabello well before the finish line, and that's where it went. 902 with a 0 on an 899 for Sabello to move forward into the next round of racing.
Well, we've just got a single here for Tony Heisman's. He's a good racer, this bloke. I liked him when they had Stewart. He's gone into top sportsman now. Anyway, Chris Corbin. Someone said he passed away.
Well, I haven't seen that little Tirana you're talking about.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that for a long time.
No. Anyway, Tony Heisman's there. Auto One Orange at Western Battery Company and Orange Auto Electrics. Helping young Tony with this Chevy Camaro, running a Chevy 632.
Looking for an 802. He's out of the throttle early. Deciding to save the car. Of course, the next round, I think, or the next two rounds, if he gets to the final, will be in fairly quick succession of each other.
Oh, Joe Gattalari now from Cecil Hills and the Holden VL Commodore. Which was the Gattalari that had the HQ with the 454 in it? That was a Gattalari. It might have been, Joe.
No, that was Anthony.
Oh, Anthony
in the yellow one.
Yeah, yellow one.
Yep.
I was going to say it'll be a that should be Matasevic yellow.
No, it was a little bit more chrome yellow than the bright yellow.
Yeah.
But there was also a Gattalari that ran like an XY Falcon with a black XY XW Falcon.
Yes, that's right.
I don't know if that's the same Gattalari.
Yep.
That was many years ago, many years ago.
Well, we've been doing it. How long have you been here? Benny's up 11, for 10 years.
11 years or something?
11 years. Oh, okay.
I'm talking across the road when they used to race over there.
Oh, right, okay.
That's 20 years ago. Plus.
Yeah. Plus, because it's 20 years this year that this opened. And that shut before, a while before this opened. There we go, Joe Gattalari left before the third amber.
Yeah, left well before the
But
third.
it doesn't matter.
No.
He's on a solo run, like I say, like we say. You can do whatever he likes here. There are some allowances where when the program gets to the pointy end, if you're in a semi-final and and your other opponent doesn't appear, you can just accept the green light. I think you have to trip the beam, but some places say that you don't have to move, you just have to accept the light when it comes down green, and if you're the only one there, you can stay there. But when you go to the US, they make stipulations that if you get a bye run, you have to go hard, and you have to be within a certain amount of your dial-in. So that's how they do it over there. It means that everyone
I don't
hates
know
it.
if I really agree with that, but yeah, anyway.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I don't.
What's the advantage of getting a bye run other than you actually get a win? So.
Yeah, but I think it puts the onus that all cars go full strap down the thing. So if someone
but not testing your dial in and going bang and then stopping.
No,
that's
it's because you don't run it flat out.
Yeah, but that's a disadvantage too in not testing the dial. Ooh, O'Connor's car very loose at around about 150 feet. Went straight over towards the centre line, and Brett deciding, you know what? No, I'm not going to stay in this. Yep.
That run there, that's what I would do at a track that stipulated you had to go hard. You go hit it, just turn the steering wheel just a little bit.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty risky.
Oh, yeah, I don't mean you just go like that.
Yeah.
You can drift over. No one knows what's going on inside.
Still wouldn't do it. Because my luck is it'd bite me in the backside.
Yeah, well, mate, you sit next to the bloke that's got the luck of a dead cat, so you know you've got to, but like you said, you don't sort of like trust yourself, like to do anything like that. And there's other blokes that pretend they're going to jump off a cliff and stuff like that, and some of them actually fall over, but they grab a tree or a branch just at the last minute. That happened in the United States. A lady was at the Grand Canyon, and she said, I'll take a photo, just move back. Instead of her moving back, she moved the lady back, and she slipped on the snow and fell into the canyon.
Oh, no, that's no good.
No.
No good at all. All right, Les, what do we got next? If anything, down there, I can hear something running. It sounds like
No, they're little bikes.
Ah, junior bikes.
drag bikes.
Junior bikes. So I was looking down at the top end, and we're just putting the safety apparatus out down there at the moment.
Well, what was Brett O'Connor?
I think
that must was
a test run. Yeah,
test.
Because there's no dial-in or anything on the screen.
Oh,
so
right, okay. And I thought, he's can't have a solo, he's out. Out comes the safety equipment for the junior drag bikes.
And there is our first pair of the round. Anastasia Lucky.
This isn't the final, is it? That they're running on a round robin shootout system. There's got to be a tyre sponsor in there somewhere. Oh, Josh Burtonshaw out with an 0.26. Anastasia out there with an 0.95. It's going to be close, I think. Oh, Anastasia might have... no. Josh Burtonshaw got there first and runs a 9.51 on a 9.48. So that's safe and sound. So there's just one more bike left. And that'll be Lincoln Delios. Well, that's good. Here we go, Lincoln Delios running against a 12.10. That's his dial-in. Here we go, coming up to the finish line. We're out now. 12.42 on a 12.10. That's pretty good, 52.71 mile an hour.
Every run is another run, more experience.
Yep. Well, that's probably a bit quicker than... I've had a little Honda Scamp with a 360 in it, and it'd do that time over a quarter of even 60 foot. It'd be the same time as they do an eighth. Alex Rottenbury now, a junior dragster, up against Alex Ruffalo. So this is for a position in the semi-final. It's pits 1 against 2, first and second. Both qualified. Well, Alex Ruffalo qualified with an 8001, and Alex is in the Aeroflow lane, and he's dialed in this time with an 807. Alex Rottenbury in the rocket lane has dialed in with an 804. Alex Ruffalo will get the handicap start. Alex Rottenbury to do the chasing.
I think this is their semi, Les. There's only 3 cars down there.
Is there?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yep. Well, one of these cars will be racing. Oh, that's a neat. That's that. Is it Axiak?
Yeah. So Daniela Axiak will be in the final. She's got the solo, by the look of it, into the final.
Yep.
The other half of that final will either be an Alex. I can tell you that the similarity. We've got Alex Ruffalo in the Aeroflow lane, or Alex Rottenbury in the rocket lane. Ruffalo in the blue machine, dialed in with an 807. 804 on the tree for Rottenbury. Nothing in the dial-in difference. It'll be whoever has the better reaction time, and of course closer to the dial-in. Ruffalo leaves too soon. Rottenbury went too quick as well. 022 red, but Ruffalo had already done it.
Yeah, first is worst. First is worse. Okay, so both Alexes, both the surnames start with R, but it happened to be Alex Rottenbury that is going up against this young lady, Daniela Axiak. She was our number 19 qualifier, so there you go, folks. You don't have to be number 1 or number 2 to win every time. She's done a sterling job today. Great job. And I take it that's Dad there. Maybe you be a proud man at the moment. 097, that's good. On a 796, she runs a 795 with the 6, so 4 thousandths of a second too quick. So, well, you can take it or leave it, I guess, with 4 thousandths of a second. What do you do?
I would probably leave it, but depending on if that was flat out or whether she got out of the throttle a little bit, obviously it would have only been marginal, if anything.
Yeah.
So, and depends whether the weather conditions change much in the next 10 or 15 minutes or half an hour. So I think that concludes the semi-final of the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters here this weekend.
Yeah, so it'll be one of the Alexes there, not Alex Ruffalo, the Alex
Rottenbury.
Huh. Oh, it's been a really, really good day.
Yeah, we had strong entry numbers across all of our fields here today, which is fantastic to see.
Super duper.
Seen a lot of close racing, some spot-on racing from some of our Supergas competitors, running right on that index. And speaking of Supergas,
they're up next, are they?
Looks like they're pushing. Well, I can see the Nicholas Polito machine in the back of the staging lanes is probably now under the tunnel. But I think we have Street Fighter next, yeah?
Street Fighter? Oh, good.
Yep. Because there's Catanza Reedy at the back of the staging lanes too. Or back of the tower, I should say.
Oh, back of the tower. Oh, yeah, good. There's my man, Danny Stadelmeyer, is he down under there? He could be.
Can't see him clearly from here, Les.
Mm.
Anyway, there's a little bit of a nervous excitement down there for all of our competitors at this point of the day.
Yes, the old flutterbys and the Mexican jumping booms playing their part in the in them getting all hyped up.
All right, moving into Street Fighter and their semi-final. We've got Ben Roberts in the Falcon dialed in with a 1460, being chased down by Stephen Hurstler. Hurstler takes the win, 1370 with an 8 on his 1350 dial-in at 101 mile an hour. And Roberts a 1479 with a 3 on his 1460. The other half of the semi-finals will be Glenn Featherston taking on Sean Dartnell. Dartnell dialed in with a 17 flat. In the I-30, Featherstone with a 1548. He will do the chasing by close enough to a second and a half. .046 on the tree for Dartnell. He's got near enough to 3/10 up his sleeve. I don't think Featherstone will get there. Just my gut feeling. Dartnell got there by 3/10. 1721 with a 1 on his 1720. I dare say he probably backed off a little bit there to 1572 with a 6 for Featherston. Semi-finals for Super Gas on track now. Nicholas Polito in the MPS Ford Probe in the airflow lane. That car has been on a string today, taking on Roy Romeo in the rocket lane.
Yes, Roy there from just down the road just a little bit, and Hinchinbrook. Well, is that up the road up there, or is that Hinchinbrook?
I think Hinchinbrook's over towards Liverpool.
Oh, righty.
South.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. Oh, yes, I see. I get mixed up with
Oh, Polito's thrown it away. Went after the light when 003 red. The crew walking away in disgust. And A 978 with a 5, just to be sure to be sure. 990 with a 3 in the other lane, though, for Romeo.
Gee, 990 with a 3. Good, 3,000's over. Fantastic.
Solo run here for Joe Catanzariti in the Pontiac Firebird.
When he had that little Tirana with all the checkers and everything at the back of it, the LCLJ, he was unstoppable, this bloke. In Super Guest.
Not much has changed. He's still pretty competitive in the Firebird, let me tell you.
Yeah. 011 reaction time. $985 with a 3. It's under, but he's still a winner. So he'll get maximum points there on the if they're still running the Chicago shootout. So I don't know who we'll see in the final. Oh no, there's a couple of that's modified, I think, where the two Lee Hartle Law and the black car.
We're up to semis, I think, pretty much in all of our of our categories now.
Yeah, good. Then there'll be finals and then the presentations. Sean Ricketts and Bobby Joe Simmons.
Yeah, there's a tenth difference in the dial-in. Simmons to lead first on a 940. Ricketts will chase it down with a 930 dial-in.
So it's up to the reaction time will decide the winner of this race. But barring any other breakouts or red lights, but these two are pretty seasoned. So, but I'll shut up from here on in because I don't want to curse either of them.
You'd already said it, Les. I tell you
what,
what,
it was a double.
Yeah, Ricketts went red too in your defence. 006 red, but Bobby Joe's already left the red light, unfortunately, with an 032 red. But it wouldn't have been too much in it. Looking at the ETs in what the bikes ran, there was not much difference there.
No, well, they probably put pressure on both of them when I said that ETs will decide this, and they tried to get too hard, and they both jumped out. Robert Hill now in the Rocket Lane, running a 950 dial-in up against Albie Davidson in the Digger TL1000S. We've determined that the TL1000 is the V-twin Suzuki that came out in, I think it was very late 1990s or in the early 2000s. V-twin. Oh, gee, look at this. It's going to be good. Rob Hill goes, he dialed in with a 950, runs a 951 at 143. Gets there first, and that's all he needed to do. And now Adam Bowers. Oh, so Adam Bowers in the Super Street. He'll get the solo here. So he gets the solo. So if he gets the solo, if there's only two others to go, he'll be a finalist. Sit over there. Nothing out here yet. Adam Bowers, 315 green. Dialed in at 12:30. Let's see how he goes. His reaction time isn't startling, but let's go. 12:285. So he's gone under. So he'll have to adjust his dial in. Now it's Guy Greenland, also in Super Street. So we've got Bowers. And I think we're waiting for one more car to come out here. Yes, we are. So the winner will face the red Commodore, Bowers, Adam Bowers that just went down. Oh, it's the little green, Tirana. Gee, this guy Greenland gets stuck into this thing. Mark Hopkins, that's the racer in the Aeroflow lane in the LX Tirana, running a Holden 312. Well, 308, and put a 60 thou bore in it, and it's probably 312. I wouldn't be mucking around with a stroker kit, but that's just me. Guy Greenland there, just moving in first. He's double staged. Must have been very close to the clock. Oh, Guy Greenland's out with a 139. Mark Hopkins and 866. Guy Greenland, back off. Oh, it was Mark Hopkins who went too quick anyway. So, Guy Greenland got there first. He runs an 11.14 on a 10.88, so nice and safe. And Mark Hopkins there, a .866 reaction time. A 10.86 was his dial in, and he ran a 10.757. So he's gone under, and a .866. If it was .066 or 086, he would have been fine, but it wasn't. Guy Greenland and Adam Bowers are your two finalists in Super Street. So that's the Commodore wagon that goes really hard, and this red Commodore just coming over the burnout pad there, and that's Adam Bowers. So he's one of the racers in the final. And this is your other finalist in Super Street, Guy Greenland, just coming up the return road over the burnout pad and disappearing under the building there. So it sounds really great when that supercharger, you can hear it humming. Just a bit like one of those Dodge Challengers. Oh, those Dodge Challenger Hellcat, Demon 170s. Two guys that have bought them have both driven them under 9 seconds. The way that they're set up from the factory, they only have the driver's seat in them, but they both ran under 9 seconds for a street registered car. Okay, now we're moving into Super Sedan. The final of Super Sedan, which it'll be Sean Maher and Andrew Little.
Andrew Little. So this will be a cracker, Les. 9:26 the dial in for Sean Maher, which I think is pretty much what he ran or dialed in the last race. And this time around at 9:67 for Andrew Little in the Bush Rat.
Yeah, the Camaro, which he'll have one orange light bulb start. So you'll see it stagger down in favour of Andrew Little. When I say it's in favour of Andrew Little, Andrew Little will receive the green first, and then it'll be up to Sean Maher to go try and haul him in and get there first without breaking out. So it's just one of the best parts of drag racing is when you get to this. I can see Tony Wadley down there, so I'd say Dave Gruber would be lining up behind Sean Maher.
He's in the water right now, Les.
Oh, right. Oh, and Chevy Taylor. Gee, oh boy.
So two cracker races ahead in Super Sedan here this evening.
I'll say.
Sydney Dragway, the semi-finals of Super Sedan.
Oh, Andrew got away nicely.
Yeah, 0.45 on the tree for Andrew, 0.32 for Sean Maher. The Blue Toronto with a small advantage heading towards the finish line and converts it to a win. Little gets there first, Les, but he goes too fast. 9.61 with a 4 and a 9.67 to break out. Sean Maher goes a 9.29 with a 2 on a 9.26.
26 with a 0. Very good. Oh, Andrew Little there. Got there first, but he was too quick. This is another cracker too. We've got Chevy Taylor from Freshwater in New South Wales in the Rocket Lane, the Chevy Bubble Top, Chev 409. He's dialed in at 10.18. Alongside is the fastest bus driver in the Action Bus Brigade we have in Canberra, and he's dialed in with the 9.31. So Chevy Taylor will get the handicap start, and Dave Gruber will try to run him down. Now I predict Dave Gruber's time. I'll tell you after the race.
Yeah. Okay, now you can talk. They're both away. There's 1,000.
Oh, look at that, 1,000.
There's 1,000 difference. Gruber with the slightest of slight advantages heading towards the finish line. And it will be Chevy Taylor to take the win, a 10.26 with a 2 on a 10.18 and 9.305 on a 9.31 for Gruber. So 5,000s too quick.
Too quick. Oh. Well, I would have been wrong in the reaction time. He usually has around a 0.024, but he's doubled that.
Well, he got there by 800s there.
Yeah.
So anyway, again, very easy for Les and I to sit up here and say, you should have done this or you should have done that.
Yeah. Yep.
So congratulations to Chevy Taylor. He's going to be in the final, taking on
the.
It
was only 30 seconds
Sean
ago.
Maher.
Sean Maher, yeah. Oh, well, that's about... Well, it's about time that it wasn't, unfortunately, for Dave. It's not his turn to run, or his destiny to run Sean Maher again. I think in the first round of the Speed Addict clothing session, the first round, I think that's who was in the final. Dave Gruber and Sean Marr. I wasn't here, but I think that's what I read.
They
Craig Davies.
sort of blend into one after a while.
There we go. Well, it probably means that we've got one semi-finalist, so the Craig Davies may be in the final, and then there should be probably two combatants.
Yep, there is.
Oh, it's the dragster, it wasn't the
Yeah,
black.
Bucharest-Liev.
Yeah,
and Lee
Hartle
Hartle will be the other half of the final, or semi-finals. So Davies.
And the other thing too, Dave Gruber isn't. It won't be him in the final of Super Sedan. Remember, I said he'd probably end up in the final, but he can't now. So there goes Craig Davies. Oh,
834 with a 5 on an 834. Warning shots fired.
And
5,000s over the dial-in for Craig Davies.
And left 2,000ths of a second early. But Lee Hartle-Law dialed in with an 805. That's Lee in the Aeroflow lane in that very, very sharp Ford Roadster, the yellow car. George Bucharest-Liev in that really, really neat front engine dragster. Been running hard all day. Well, you've been the three of them in the semis have been running hard all day. And Steve, you can see the lights for the track. The sprint cars are on. Okay, Lee Hartle-Law and George Bucharest-Liev. Lee Hartle-Law is 805. George Bucharest-Liev in the Rocket Lane in the front engine dragster, a 789. He'll do the chasing this time. Not by much. Not by much. Lee Hartle-Law right on the money today. Oh, both cars clean, very clean. Bucharest-Liev an 010. He should get the win, a 792 on a 789. At 162, Lee Hartle-Law in his 805 runs an 807 with a 6 at 164. Lee Hartle-Law had the bigger miles per hour. George Bucharest-Liev had an 010 reaction time, and Lee Hartle-Law had a 031. So he was a good 200ths of a second slower. Doesn't sound much. It doesn't sound much, but it's a lot. Okay. So. This is exhibition bike. These are the two. Well, I don't think the points have been tabulated yet. So if these are the two bikes, there should be another two if they haven't tabulated them all. Otherwise, this will be the final. So these got two guys. If it is the final, Ryan Franks and Brendan Miglianico. Those two guys have amassed the top points. Here we go. Franks in the Rocket Lane dialed is 7 flat. He does. He wins it too. He runs a 7.453. Gets there first at 186. Brendan Maglianico also on a 7 flat. Had a 252 reaction time, and just wasn't enough. He couldn't hold back the flying Ryan Franks. So Brendan Miglianico was the fastest qualifier, number 1. What do we got here? Okay, that was the final of exhibition bike. So you're Ryan Franks and Brendan Miglianico. Franks first and Brendan and Miglianico a second. So that was the final. Now we're coming up to, what was that? Is it modified? No.
No, we just had modified. So this will be the top Sportsman semi.
Oh, yes.
So we can see one competitor in that will be Joe Gattalari in the VL.
Yep, here we are.
I think he had a solo in the last round too, so not quite sure how that's worked out. Normally that's not what happens.
Or was there a person that bummed out? Could have been. Pardon me. Well, Joe Gattalari will be in the final. It's just that who's going to go up against him.
I can't see any other top
No.
sportsmen. Oh no, there's Joe Sorbello coming under the tower now.
Oh, right, okay. Well, he must be in the next. He must be in the next pair.
Yeah,
so
unless the other half of the semi wasn't able to make it around to face Joe.
Yeah.
Because it's unusual that
that they put that up there.
They get or that you get two buys in a row, but of course it works on the seeding, of course.
Yeah.
And the ladder. Joe looking for an 852. And an 855 with a 3, 160 mile an hour through the finish line, Les.
Yep. And when he comes back to the pits, I'd say you better get yourself a rear light, rear red light.
Next up, Joe Sorbello with solo pass. So it'll be Joe and Joe in the final.
Final, yeah. Well, that's it, yeah. I wonder how that works.
Team Karam. That's the skyline. 071 on the tree. Hear that Pro Charge LS whistling away down the racetrack. And a 902 with a 151 miles an hour.
Yeah, on an 899, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, Joe's got that thing pretty well sorted.
Yeah.
In the 908, 890
But
time frame.
Even as he's had the car, the engines he's put in it, he's always been really consistent. I don't know what it came out when he started racing it. It always had a V8 in it.
Not 100% sure, Les. I wasn't in the commentary box when that happened. So.
Oh, Brett O'Connor's having another test run, I guess, while some of the quicker cars are cooling off.
Well, from what I understand, I think Super Street had their semi to run as well.
Super Street. Yep, they did. Adam Bowers, yep.
And then everyone else from there forward was finals.
Finals, yeah, right, okay. Yeah, that's about right too. We get all that. Oh, shit. That's... shit. Brendan O'Connor. He's just... Brett O'Connor, I should say. It's a big car and it's a big fast car. Yep. Didn't have any details on it. Just a test run, I guess. Just a time filler. pretty tough engines starting down there. I'll have to stand up again. Ah, nice. Just another test run. Well, it looks like the speedway down the back is off and running. I can see the lights on and clouds and clouds of dust down there. Thank goodness we've all parked up this end. Okay, this is just a test run for the team.
All right, Curtis Reed into pre-stage. Right into the sixes earlier today. And again, a nice pass there. Six with a 3 to 8 mile an hour.
Oh, okay. I was looking at the screen.
Yeah, no, they're rebooting the computer. But the data that we're looking at on the timing board is correct.
All right.
So a string of 6 sixes there for the Reed team today.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. Super consistent. Car runs strong.
Well, the good thing is it's doing everything it should. It's running straight. And we did have an issue the last time trying to start, but that does happen every now and then. But the car itself, when running, is leaving the start line nice and easy for Kurt.
Yeah.
Of course, the last thing you want to be doing is having to put a lot of wheel work into a car that's doing 200 mile an hour.
Yes, that's for sure.
Doesn't normally end well.
No. You see the speedway's well underway there now, Steve.
Yeah, a little bit of dust haze happening down there in the lights.
I hope it's it's a roaring success.
Well, yes, I think everybody involved does.
Yeah, well, I don't mind. My when we take my son to America, he just wants to go to an American race. So I'll take him to Knoxville.
Yep.
Which is not the big time Knoxville, but Knoxville, Tennessee. The big Knoxville that they have the big races is in Iowa.
Yes.
And but the Knoxville, Tennessee, there's a track down there, and it's 25 miles or 32 k's from our place. So.
Oh, that's not too bad.
But no,
it's no different from here to say Windsor or.
Yeah. And it's all freeway, so.
Yeah, easy.
Easy squeeze.
I follow a couple of races in the US speedway-wise on Facebook, and one's just announced his season. There's 60 events in his schedule, so it's pretty full on. Pretty full on, not only for him, but the crew and all his sponsors in that as well. So I dare say that they're tipping in a fair bit for 60 shows, and there'd be people that do a lot more than that.
Yeah, and those ones would be places like Bradenton down in Florida. Well, like it's warm all year round there. I mean, you couldn't have those sorts of things at Brainerd, Minnesota, or
where it snows.
Yeah, that's right. So you couldn't have it those. It's a bit restrictive. But we'll be looking. There's not much drag racing going on around our area when my son comes over, but when the week after we get there, the Charlotte 600 is on.
Right.
And then it's the All-Star race the weekend before that, but we'll just go to the main race, and then because he wants to go to New York to that aircraft carrier that's a sort of like a museum now.
Right.
It's got the Concorde and the space shuttle on it. And then we'll go to Niagara Falls.
Sounds like a good old trip, Les.
Yeah. Oh, it will be, and he wants to see those things. So, we haven't been. My wife haven't been there either. This must be the junior bikes, is it? without even looking downstairs, I can see that was Joshua Burtonshaw. I can hear it most certainly. He's dialed in with a 948. This is the junior drag bike, and it looks like this might be the final.
It sure is, Les. We're at finals for, I think, nearly all of our categories. Anastasia Lucky, unfortunately, an 061 red. Burtonshaw went 065 red, but Lucky had already left the start line. And Burtonshaw takes the win, 950 with a 1 on a 948.
There we
he
go.
is our winner for round number 2 of the Speed Adict Clothing Co. Championship Series.
Good-o for dogs. Just going off there, so, oh, that's good. They got the juniors after, so they don't have to take the safety gear away, so that's good. Daniela Axiak and Alex Rottenbury. Well, that's it. We got it right, Steve.
Yep, Rottenbury over in the Aeroflow lane this time around, running for Hunter Race Engines and Quintino Ag Supplies. Dialed in with an 803. He will be chased by Daniela, who's dialed in with a 795.
Well, she's had that 795 for every round. I think she's the one that we looked at because she qualified with an 8.89. So, anyway, she's doing it her way, and it appears to be working. So I don't want to sound like Billy the Goose. So let's look forward to this final between these two junior. A big field too, like 20
yeah, there was
cars.
20 cars in total. Started the day and went down to 2.
Yeah, and it's taken all that time, but there's all those other brackets that we have. So, who's going to... Someone we have to hand the winner's trophy to. Let's see how we go. A 161 and an 096. I think Alex, but I can't see his machine. There
you go. 805 with a 581 mile an hour takes the win for Alex Rottenbury. Got away with a 96 like. Daniela Axiak will have to settle for runners up here tonight. 821 with a 4 on a 795. So I just think a little bit far away from the dial in there for some reason there, Les. But nevertheless, Alex, congratulations. You've taken home the winner's trophy tonight.
Yeah, well
Scored
done.
yourself a bunch of points.
Yeah. And he doesn't have to drive very far. Well, he doesn't have to go very far to go home.
Nope.
So that's another bonus. And now we're into the street bike final, which will pit Daniel Burtonshaw in the Rocket Lane with a dial-in of 10.50 up against Greg Horadam in the Kawasaki. So, and he's dialed in at 11.10. So you'll see Greg in the Aeroflow lane get the green light first, and Daniel Burtonshaw will try and run him down. He's dialed in at 10.50. Oh, then there's 40 is 90. Yeah, 1.5 lights again in favour of Greg Horadam. And Daniel Burtonshaw to do the chasing. You can hear those race cars down at the speed.
Yeah, we can hear them through our track mics. I'm sure if our viewers on the YouTube channel or the Sydney Dragway Facebook channel can hear a constant whirring in the background, that's the Speedway.
Yep. Yeah, it's not us.
Which is just south of our finish line by around about 300 metres or thereabouts.
Here we go. This is the street bikes. This is the final. It's pits numbers. Our 7th fastest qualifier, Greg Horadam, against our number 4 qualifier, Daniel Burtonshaw. Daniel in the Rocket Lane, Greg in the Aeroflow lane. Greg's dialed in with an 11.10 and a 10.50 for Daniel Burtonshaw. There they go, just about to, now they'll just stage first, bring the first light bulbs on. It's probably a little bit difficult in the dark, but if you do it enough times, you know exactly where it is. There we go. Okay, so Greg Horadam in the aeroflow lane to go first. Oh, this will be good.
No, Burtonshaw unfortunately very loose on the hit of the throttle there. And Horadam takes the win. 11.86 with a 6 on 11.10. Burtonshaw, as I said, very loose to off the hit of the throttle for some reason.
Look at that. 12.36 on a 10.50. Yeah, Steve Hersler and Sean Dartnell. Oh, Steve's done very well. This is the first time I've seen him outside of Canberra International Dragway.
All right.
Race a car.
Hersler in the SS Ute, dialed in with a 13.50. He will have to be patient on the start line. Sean Dartnell dialed in with a 17 flat in the I-30.
Well, see, look at that. Street Fighter, a little high on I-30 in the final. It's only a 1.4 litre as well. Okay. Oh, not much between a 151 for Hersler and a 186 from Sean Dartnell in the over there. I think Hersler might just go around him. He does take the win just.
36 10,000ths of a second. Just, I tell you, you were pretty good from picking this up from here. What do you like at picking the lotto numbers?
Oh dear. Maybe I should have raced. I should have raced some myself.
You still can, mate. Still can.
Yeah.
Look at Big Daddy.
Yes, he's what, 80 something now?
No, 90.
No, what?
I'm sure I saw something on. I don't know if he
yes,
still drives.
You did.
But I saw something on the stalk book saying that he turned 90.
Yeah. 90 will be. Okay, Roy Romeo. This is the final of Super Gas. Roy Romeo in the Rocket Lane and Joe Catanzariti. So this is heads up, as we've been saying. Pro Tree. It's heads up. Pro Tree. No deep staging.
So what we mean by that is you can't keep moving forward and knock that top white light off. The minute that you do that in Super Gas, it's instant red.
Yep.
So the idea is that stops you stealing that
6 inches.
6 inches of the racetrack.
Yeah, 6 inches. 150 mils or 15 centimetres. And you're out of the show.
I like that brake light on the back of Romeo's
yeah, isn't
car.
it a beauty?
You can certainly see it.
Yeah,
The car being black will disappear down the racetrack.
Yeah, but those red lights will show up anywhere. You wouldn't want to use that in a heist or anything. Be easy to pick. Roy Romeo and Joe Catanzariti. Romeo in the Rocket Lane. A red light for Roy.
Romeo went 054 red. Catanzariti went 015 green. And a double breakout.
Double breakout. The wind going to and both running under, but still first is worse. So Joe Catanzariti, and that's what happens. That's what I was alluding to. Pointed out earlier. You can, if the opponent first is worst, and even if you break out down there, nothing. You can even red light after this guy by a lesser amount, and you still win.
Yep. All right, our bikereview.com.au modified bike final. Now we have Sean Ricketts in the airflow lane, taking on Robert Hill in the Rocket Lane. Hill dialed in with a 9:30. They're 9:30 apiece, so we got a heads-up race in the final.
Sean's leaning over to do something down there. Now, he said to me at the end of last year that he wanted to go through this whole year undefeated.
Well, that's always the aim. It's not always realistic.
Yeah.
0.83 on the tree for Ricketts. 2-1-1 on the tree for Robert Hill.
Come on, Sean, just
Sean
look
should
over
see
your
the
roll.
win here. Yep.
Yeah, no, he's got there.
9.45 with the 7, 126 on his 9.30 to take the win. And a 9.69 with a 7 for Hill in the rocket lane there.
Yep, Sean Ricketts there, an 0.83 reaction time, and Robert Hill a 0.211. Now, into modified now. 2 front engine dragsters. George Bukareshvili in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 789. So, and he's quicker than Craig Davies. So Davies in the both A modified dragsters. Davies in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 834. So 834 is a fair bit slower than 789. So Craig Davies will get in the Aeroflow lane the head start, the handicap start, and George Bukareshvili in that rocket lane in that fabulous LS powered front engine dragster to do the chasing. Here we go. Yeah, I first met George in it was at Bakersfield in 2006. It was an Australian contingent. No, something about the Rolly Lay dragster thing.
All right, both races into full stage now. No messing about. Bukareshvili have to chase 018 to an 016. We have a race on our hands here, Mr. Binkhurst. 2,000ths of a second. Who will it be?
Who will it be?
It will be Craig Davies to take the win.
Wow.
8.36 with a 2 on an 8.34 to take the win. And a 7.93 with a 2 on a 7.89 for Bukareshvili. Margin of victory just over 100th of a second at the finish line.
100th of a second, and there was only, look at that, an 018 for Craig Davies, and he was the slower of the two off the line. Yep. And George Bukareshvili a 016. Congratulations to those races and all the other races that we've had here today. Now, Adam Bowers and Guy Greenland, 2 Holdens in the final. 1 turbocharged and 1 supercharged. The supercharged car.
No, Bowers is not supercharged, but not turbo, but Greenland is supercharged with the LSA on board.
Yeah, and
so that's just a NA version. He's got the little air.
I thought that was a turbo here.
Bell mouth on the air intake to try and gulp in as much air as he can through the headlight.
Oh, rightio, okay. No, I thought it was a turbo.
No, all good.
Oh, good then.
So at 12:27, the dial in for Bowers. He'll be out and gone, and Greenland will have to chase him down in the wagon, who's dialed in with a 10.88, running for the scrapyard. High Performance World backing the VT.
No.
Yeah, and Greenland not fussed with their action time there. 4.35, here's one. Unfortunately, all run and lost on the start line.
Yep. He won by a foul. That's what it says here. So that's your Adam Bowers is your runner-up, and Guy Greenland is your winner in Super Street.
I think we should only have
not many left.
Off my scribbling here, 2 finals, I think.
Is it?
Top Sportsman.
Top Sportsman, that would be one of them, yeah.
And Super Sedan, I think. We haven't seen Ma and...
No. The guy who defeated...
yeah, that's not helping me.
No, I'll get it in a minute. He defeated Dave Gruber. Who was it? Don't tell me. Super Sedan. Sure, it wasn't... it might be... what's his name? Andrew Little?
I don't think it was him. Anyway, it'll come. We'll just have to wait and see. Of course, as we've said all day, the Nitro Champs happening here at Sydney Dragway. First weekend in May. It's going to be a fantastic 3 days of racing here. If you like Nitro. And many other types of racing, of course. City Dragway is the place to be.
Yes.
3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Yep. Oh, fantastic event that's going to be. Is it only set up on the Thursday, or Friday, whatever it is?
No, it's racing. As far as I'm aware, yeah, it's scheduled as a day. So because there's effectively 2 race meetings in one, yeah.
Yeah,
that's
because
what
it was a carryover from last year.
Correct.
Well,
so it's going to be pretty full on.
Yeah, beauty.
And being that there's so much racing planned, there will be hopefully a lot of participants.
Mm.
And of course, as I said, there is I think 7 top fuel cars entered and 6 nitro funny cars.
And we're only just coming into the tail end of March. We've got all of April to go to end. When's the cut-off date? Do we know?
No, I don't. I don't know that.
Yeah, right.
But tickets are already available for admission into those.
Yep.
And of course, those 2 the top fuel and nitro funny car categories will be supported by Door Slammer, Pro Mod, Pro Stock, and Top Bike.
Top Bike, yeah.
In our professional categories. Then also all of our Aeroflow National Sportsman Championship races will battle it out for points in their respective categories.
Yes, because they're running the season runs similar to a taxation season, because it runs through to the Winter Nationals in June or July. That's the final, and that's what everyone looks forward to. And regardless of whether I'm working or not, I'll be up for that Nitro Champs.
Okay.
I hope to be working, but does Rusty make an appearance every now and then?
He does occasionally.
Yeah.
Just depends, but they usually bring in a number of professional commentators for the Group 1 series.
Oh, yeah, like
Matty Cav.
And
Wayne Orger.
Yep.
And a few others. So they try to keep that consistent throughout the series. But here is our Super Sedan final.
Oh, yeah, Chevy Taylor, of course. Yeah, he did beat Dave Gruber. He got there first. Okay, Chevy Taylor in that big Chevy 62, 63 Chevy bubble top, 409, dialed in with a 1026. That's Chevy Taylor in the Rocket Lane. Sean Maher, Aeroflow Lane. The Holden HB Tirana, dialed in with a 927. He's the quicker of the two. Chevy Taylor will get the handicap start in that big Chev. And Sean Maher, his job to go and chase him down. So watch out for this one. This should be a real humdinger, Yuri. St Mary's Engines for Sean Maher. Hey, that's a big plug for them. Okay, HB Tirana with the Chevy 414 in it. Oh.
Taylor just hanging Maher out a little bit there, I think. Just casually taking his time. 028 on the tree from Maher, 043 for Taylor. Maher with the slightest of advantages, but that's all he needs. And that's all he needs. 927 with a 2 on a 927. Total package there, 30 thousandths of a second for Sean Maher to take the win. Chevy Taylor went 10.25 with a 5 on his 10.26, 5 thousandths too quick, trying to make up the margin of victory across the finish line. 87 10,000ths of a second.
So, yeah, that's...
not much at all.
No, not much at all. There was not much difference, an 028 and an 043 for the reaction time, but in favour of Sean Maher. So his guy's just so good. Oh, gee, I tell you what, Joe Gattalari there got a bit, had the windscreen wiper action going there in the Holden VL Commodore.
He was up on the wheel, is that what you're saying?
Yep, he's all over the place like this. And Joe Sorbello. Oh, good to see Joe in a final. I haven't seen Joe in a final for yonks. So this will be good. And Joe Sorbello's dialed in with an 8.99. Now, Joe Gattalari is dialed in with an 8.52. So 5 and 4.4 is one light. So there'll be one light difference, and it'll stagger in favour of Joe Sorbello. Will get the green first, and he's in the Aeroflow lane. And Gattalari, of course, is in the rocket lane. So this will be a really good final. Both guys have been working very hard at their craft, and they've been very, very consistent. Here we go.
Right, straight into stage for both races. 0.20 on the tree for Sorbello, and 0.50 on the tree for Gattalari.
Oh, it's a lot to make up.
With the advantage, and Gattalari drove around him, Les.
Drove around.
Wow. 67 10,000ths of a second, the margin of victory in favour of Gattalari across the finish line. He went
well done.
8.55 with a 0 on an 8.52.
Gee whiz, and a 9.056 on an 8.99. Well, that's not too bad. The 5, if that was a bit lower, it might have been different.
I mean, neither racer did anything wrong there.
No.
It's just Gattalari, just that fraction closer as a package, and we see the win lights appear in his lane. Well, Les, that concludes our round number 2 of the Speed Addict Clothing Coat Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway for tonight.
Already?
That is the end of the fun for us all. You and I need to go and do the trophy presentations, which will take place in around about 15 minutes' time down at the cafeteria under the pergola.
Yep.
Handle our trophies out to all of our winners and runners-up. If you are a receiver of your winners and runners-up trophy, please head on down. Take the opportunity to thank your sponsors, thank your crew, family, whatever you wish
feel free.
Feel free to thank whoever you feel. I'd like to personally thank our track staff, of course, been out in the hot sun all day today, doing what they do best and making sure everything's safe for all of our competitors, and doing a wonderful job as always. Thank you to the ladies in race control. Keep all the seating and records intact, and all the runs and dial-ins and all that sort of stuff. Thank you also to our bracket marshals who run around everywhere down there like ants to make sure that everybody's where they should be and when they should be there. And it's fantastic to work with yourself once again, Les, up here in the commentary box. And
likewise here.
Benny Garrard.
Yeah, Benny.
I'd like to thank everybody for coming along to watch at the venue here today. Also our viewers online on the YouTube channel and also the Facebook channel. Thank you once again for your comments and fun that is had online. I appreciate you coming along and spending the time with us. But until next time, Les, I'm going to say goodnight and see you probably next week at the Aeroflow Race for Real on Wednesday evening is, I guess, the next time we will have the live streams up and the venue open for competition. Until then, stay safe. My name's Steve Bush. And
I'm Les Binkhurst.
Yes. All right. Good night.
Good night.